What's happening, you guys? And welcome to another episode of the Finn's Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan. And at the tailgate that never stops, guys, the news is rolling in. We talked about it. Color talked about it yesterday. I talked about it on Wednesday before and after the 2021 Fan of the Year NorCal interview. We were expecting news about DeShaun Watson, and it was kind of what I expected. Guys, and I get it. There were so many people there. He's going to go to prison. He's never going to play football again. He's going to go to jail for a year, all this stuff. Also, there was speculation on that this could be tied up, that he definitely did it. The facts always remained. And people are like, oh, the FBI, the FBI's involved. No, the facts remained, guys, that none of this came out about this man's character until he requested out of town. And all of a sudden, he's wanting out of town, and it looks like it's about to happen. And then, ooh, scandal is afoot. Granted, he put himself in a very precarious situation, we'll call it. But it was definitely not smart from him. But it always appeared to me like he was getting massages from Instagram models, and it's kind of the way things, it's the new back page is what it is. Twitter, they come at you from all angles, guys. If you're on social media a lot, they get in your DMs, as they say. And he was a dummy, and I'm sure he went to a lot of these girls that are massage therapists, and they show up with a table, but really it's kind of like a call girl kind of situation. I would assume the team knew about it, and when he wanted his way out of town, they used it against him. But you guys forget, the Rangers said no. The FBI didn't want to be involved in this, and all the government agencies didn't take this case, except for the Houston Police Department. Now, I'm not saying that the Houston Police Department's in bed with the Houston Texans, and I'm not saying that the Houston Texans pay money to the Houston Police Department or anything like that. I would never assume anything of that. But I'm sure they have a little bit of pull in their own town with their own police. That's all I will say. So, grand jury today says no. Nothing's going afoot. They didn't take the case. It's not going to go. I have some film of Watson's reaction. I got some other stuff. Shout out to everybody already in the comments. CT, Color, Let's Go Watson, Bleezy, Mike on the mic in here. Thomas is already in here. Tommy, what's up, fam? Green Rat. Everybody make sure you're hitting the like button on the way in. Also, guys, we'll do the rundown real quick. Make sure you're coming back and watching all the great content we have here on the Finn's Tailgate. Tuesdays live at 9. We got Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays with color commentary and Tonk 7 on there. Right after that, you got Open Mic with Mike on the Mic. And, guys, you can catch Mike on the Mic tomorrow with Drop the Mic. And Brandon the Bookie will be on there with him. I can't wait to hear what those guys are going to say about all this. And then color commentary, guys. Thursday nights, late night color commentary. If you guys want to be so kind as to donate to the show, it's Cash App the Finn's Tailgate, Venmo the Finn's Tailgate. We have gear, as you guys know. All of this stuff, the Cash App, the Venmo, all those links can be found in the description. You can also find the links in the description for all the great gear we have, the TFTG gear. And we're partnered with Fanatics, so if you guys are buying some gear, Dolphins gear, anything like that, hit the link in the description on Fanatics. They give you a little bit of there's all kinds of specials. When you hit that link, you go on there, you get they'll take you to things that are already on sale. So it changes all the time. Things are always in limited supply. So things come on sale, and then lo and behold, it's gone. So go ahead and get your fan gear through fanatics.com for all the sports. Also, guys, hold on, let me see here. What's up, Shake Money? Let's go ahead and just move on with some of these videos I got. Let me pull it up because we have the reaction from DeShaun Watson. We also have the report from Ian Rappaport. So I'll start with the report from Ian Rappaport, guys. So let's and here's kind of the deal, guys. This now, before I play this video, the trade from Russell Wilson has set a bar. It has set a market. Everyone's looking at that Russell Wilson trade. Some people are going, it's too much for Russell. Some are saying that it was a perfect trade. Look at the team Denver's got. That's kind of what the price tag is. Something like that. But the Texans are going to want a little bit more. Because now DeShaun Watson's cleared. He'll get a couple game suspension, but he's playing football. That's it. Understand, guys, that on some of these other platforms are saying that he's never going to play football. This guy's going to jail. They have insiders that this is going to happen. He's going to jail. That ain't what's happening now, boys. DeShaun Watson playing football. And Russell Wilson just came to the AFC. So the AFC is stout. We're in trouble around here. And real quick, guys, before I play this Ian Rappaport video, don't forget, back in 2019, when the Dolphins were hiring for coaches, we reached out to Mike McDaniel, and we wanted him as an offensive coordinator. And that's when a lot of this talk and movement and stuff was speculated that the Dolphins were looking at DeShaun Watson. And that's obvious. You guys got to remember, DeShaun Watson was walking around and taking advice from Dan Marino during his contract. There was always this connection to the team and DeShaun during that year. We went ahead, tanked the team, moved on, traded Laramie Tunsil. All this stuff happened. But anywho, after that point, we saw the Texans deteriorate. This time last year, and I said this on TD's show with Color on there, with Color commentary on TD. Shout out TD, shout out Color. If this was this time last year, we were plus like $100, meaning that if you bet 100, you bet 100, you win 100 profit. Right now, if you look at the odds on the Dolphins or the day before yesterday for getting DeShaun Watson, it was like plus 1,200. We're tied for last, three-way tie for last. I've been saying for months that the Dolphins are going to start enacting the plan of the asking price is too much for DeShaun Watson. The Texans aren't real about moving off of him. There's no clarity with his court cases, and we're not going to buy a guy with all this stuff. So the plan then became, what I assumed was, let's appear to not be in the market for him because DeShaun Watson wants to come here. There's only one other team that he said he wanted to go to, and that was the 49ers. Now, that's kind of my point. And this was a team he said he wanted. These two teams, the Niners and the Dolphins, were both teams that DeShaun Watson was thinking about signing with if he played out his contract with Houston. And I would imagine that I can't help but feel that the Mike McDaniels hire in some ways is still building what DeShaun Watson might want. He likes that 49ers offense. He likes that scheme. And we just brought in a coach to bring it. So the 49ers scheme is what he likes. And what's up, King Mill? What's up, somebody important? Cool. I can't get the idea out of my head that the Dolphins, when they put together this coaching staff that was supposed to be the coaching staff that DeShaun Watson was in love with, and you guys got to remember too, it's kind of a little bit political with DeShaun. He likes the fact that we have a black ownership and black leadership in our building, with our GM and our scouting department and our coaching staff and things like that. And then also he always liked that San Francisco scheme. Well, now it's all the same. Now we have the San Francisco scheme. We still have, well-represented African-Americans in the building. And with an African-American quarterback, it kind of builds that dream scenario that it seemed to be that DeShaun Watson was looking at, that he wanted to be a part of. So I think the Dolphins have done an amazing job at making it appear that they're out of the DeShaun Watson sweepstakes, knowing that there's leverage now with DeShaun Watson's camp because he has a no trade clause. That's it. There's a no trade clause. He chooses where he wants to go, and the Texans know it. I think if they can meet in the middle and give them a deal that is exactly what I thought it was always going to be, which is what the Dolphins want to pay. People remember there was a deal given. There was a deal offered for DeShaun Watson. Whether that deal's still good or not, I don't know. But it was, from what I understood, it was 3 first-round picks and 2 players. I think that deal is still alive today. And I think they're willing to sprinkle a little extra on top. And I could see this being 3 first-round picks this year's and 2 more years, or excuse me, the next 2 first-round picks. Christian Wilkins, which is a young talent, top in his position, and Xavier Howard. That's the equivalent of 5+ first-round picks. Because to me, you could probably pick up the option or sign Christian Wilkins to an extension or whatever you got to do to make it worth 2 first-round draft picks in the open market as far as trading goes. So the kicker on this and the sprinkle on top, to me, is whatever they trade Tua for is the extra. So if you guys don't want Tua, then we trade Tua to Carolina, and whatever draft capital they get, they give in the package deal along with Christian Wilkins, Xavier Howard, 3 first-round picks, and whatever the haul is for Tua, and that will equivalate more than the Wilson trade. And I know people are like, oh my God, all of this. We're all pretty high on Mike McDaniel. I think he's going to build a great football team. But if the scheme that Mike McDaniel is going to bring in here proves anything, by the Super Bowl we just watched, it takes a quarterback that has something a little extra other than just being a great operator to win the big football game. It's what it takes. And that's why they went and gave up so much to the Lions. They gave the Lions everything. Lions are in good shape as far as draft capital goes. In fact, the Lions are the team that I'm looking at to potentially trade Tua. Maybe they'll trade for him. I don't know. They might want to, kick the can down the road. But I'm going to go ahead and pull up this Ian Rappaport video, guys, so you can see the news break for anyone that didn't get to catch it. So let's get it here. Boom.
The Houston Texans are going to get trade offers for DeShaun Watson, and the going price has been 3 first-round picks plus. That is essentially what the Miami Dolphins agreed to do last year before a trade fell apart with the general manager, with the coaches, with the offensive coordinator, to gain an understanding for what each team has to offer and what kind of place he wants to go. He has a full no-trade clause. So if he doesn't want to go somewhere, he is not going to go. That is why he certainly has power in this situation. But in the end, They're going to have to work together with the team, with the potential team that he'd be traded to, and with DeShaun Watson in his camp to find the best location for him and the best way for the Houston Texans after more than a year to maximize their trade value and get enough to build for the future.
So, again, the measuring stick for DeShaun Watson is what the Dolphins have put together. So already 3 first-round draft picks are something that's going to have to be. Now, you got to remember still, now DeShaun Watson, again, has all the power within the leverage game in this trade. He's gonna be able to say yes or no to anything he wants. And he's already displayed to the Texans that, hey, I'll just won't play. And they had a healthy scratch all year last year. They can't do that. They're not going to be able to sell that to their fan base. And it's just stupid. Does nothing. Doesn't help their team. They need the draft picks. And if they wait, which honestly, I didn't realize the news was going to come out so early. I thought they were going to kick this can down the road a little bit longer. And for whatever reason, I felt that it might not get settled till after the draft, sometime during the offseason after the draft. So because it got done early, the Texans are gonna want to move. They're gonna want to get these draft picks, try to figure out their plans, and do something. I would imagine that they want a quarterback, but go get a quarterback. Go sign Mitchell Trubisky. You're going to have plenty of money once you unload that quarterback off your roster. You'll have plenty of money that you could spend. And with draft picks and stuff like that, they'll have every opportunity to build the team the way they want. And they can get some young talent. So, again, I think the asking price is going to be on par with – it's going to be, 3 players. And if you liquidated all the assets into first-round draft picks, it'll probably be about 6 first-round draft picks. So, and as long as that's the measure for what they get, the Texans will feel overwhelmed in what they got in the price, and it'll be worth it, and it won't feel like a lose-lose situation. No one's getting fleeced here. I think that's kind of what they don't want to have happen. The optics of a franchise quarterback leaving the team that drafted him after he signed a contract. They don't want that kind of optics coming out where this is becoming a players' league, even though it is. But it still has to have the structure that they got. It's going to be very hard for the NFL to ever become a full players' league because it's such a gap between players and what they're paid and how the importance of their position. So, but it's different in baseball because baseball, everyone hits. Well, not everybody, but you know what I mean. Everyone can be paid extra because they can smack the ball out of the park. He might only be a outfielder and he might not be even that great, but if he can hit home runs, you're going to pay him extra money. My point is, quarterbacks make a lot, wide receivers make a lot, pass rushers make a lot. I guess the elite and top 5 in their categories always make a lot, but it's just different. So it'll be hard to make it a players' league where super teams can come together. But Tom Brady broke the mold. People are willing to do stuff. If they think a contender's coming, teams put it together and they go for it. And that's what we just seen win the Super Bowl the last 2 years in a row. Were teams that were assembled to win the Super Bowl, and it worked. And it takes elite quarterback play to even get in the dance or have a shot to beat it, or an elite defense, which we just seen the defensive guy just walk out the building. So, or fired, as they say. So let's get on to the second video. It's DeShaun Watson and guys, I have all this on my my Twitter. So if you guys aren't following me on Twitter, go ahead and give me a follow on Twitter, the Fins Tailgate on Twitter. Let's go ahead and share this video real quick. You guys can check this out. Here we go, right here. Boom.
It's definitely a very emotional moment for me. I know we're far from being done of handling what we need to handle on the legal side, but today is a big day, and I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for, letting the truth be heard, and I think everyone that was a part of this, of seeing and hearing both sides, and that's what my point and my team wanted to do is have a fair slate of us telling our side of the story, and letting the conclusion come down to what happened today, and that's what the grand jury decided on.
Senior NFL insider Adam Schefter and two-time Super Bowl champ Damian Woody joining us now. Adam, what does this decision by the grand jury mean for Watson's football future?
From a football standpoint, Kevin, there are no criminal charges now, but the NFL still will review the matter. And if we go back to Ben Roethlisberger, there were no criminal charges there. If we go back to Ezekiel Elliott, there were no criminal charges there. And yet each player wound up being suspended for 6 games. And I think there are people around the league who believe it wouldn't be a surprise if there's more discipline handed down in this particular case, though the league certainly could wait for the conclusion of the 22 civil suits that still are ongoing right now. But with the criminal charges dropped, that means that the Texans now can look to see if other teams would be interested in trading for DeShaun Watson. And the feeling around the league is that there will be multiple teams that are interested in trading for him, despite the fact that the civil suits go on and despite the fact that he still could be facing discipline from the National Football League.
Damian, which team makes the most sense for Watson?
Kevin, I'm going to go with the Carolina Panthers. We know that their owner, David Tepper, has just been looking for a quarterback. He's been adamant about finding a quarterback. We know that Matt Rule, the temperature, as far as his tenure with the Carolina Panthers, is getting pretty hot. So the Carolina Panthers, to me, even with trading for Sam Darnold and exercising that 5th-year option, the Carolina Panthers will absolutely be in the mix and trying to acquire DeShaun Watson. That's just been what I've been seeing the whole time.
Shefty, one final question on this. Will this accelerate the timeline of a trade? What would be the window on a potential trade, with you mentioning so many teams potentially lining up?
Well, Kevin, if it hadn't gone this way, obviously trade talks could have and probably would have been shut down. But with the grand jury deciding not to go ahead with charges, that opens up the idea now that the Texans can go ahead and trade him, and that other teams are expected to be interested in acquiring DeShaun Watson. I would think that it would move quicker rather than later. It wouldn't surprise me if in the next week, the next 2 weeks, we had some type of deal in place to send DeShaun Watson to another city. This could go on up until the start of the draft, but I think one way or another, sometime in the next week up until the draft, the Houston Texans will wind up trading DeShaun Watson.
By the way, this announcement today comes nearly a year after the first civil lawsuit was filed against Watson. Adam, Damian, thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realize my mic was off. If the Texans let this slide to after the draft, I mean, it would be so Texans, wouldn't it? Just ridiculous. But they're probably looking forward to moving off of him. This has been lingering in their building. They're not going to keep him. There's no communication of keeping him. They need to just get off of it and try to put it together a draft board and move on and build another team. Reset their cap, which they should be looking pretty decent after he's gone, and try to take it in another direction, especially because the Colts aren't going nowhere until they get a quarterback, which I think the Colts are a top contender for Mitchell Trubisky. But if the Texans act fast, they can get him. But why? So you heard there the Carolina talks. And to me, Carolina's integral in this deal. For all the reasons they would get DeShaun are the reasons why I think they should buy Tua. DeShaun's not going to want to go to a team that once they give up all those assets, 2 players, it'll probably take them. First of all, they'll give away what, 3 years of first round picks. That's a lot. And then 2 players. Deshaun Watson's going to be the whole. It's kind of a lateral move. I can't see why he'd want to do that. Now maybe he wants out of there and wants to play football. Maybe he thinks maybe their ownership talks, but he already turned them down before. It was the Niners and it was the Dolphins, and the Niners ain't got the draft capital for it. It's gonna get crazy here, guys. Oh, Heat just won, so everybody knows. 105 to 117. Let's go Heat. Beat Cleveland. I know people are high on Cleveland, but I don't know why. Honestly, they don't scare me at all. I'm more looking at, once we get into the playoffs, because the Heat are good, and you haven't even seen Jimmy Butler do Jimmy Butler things yet, because I feel like he's saving himself for the playoffs. But either way, I think this is a perfect time for the Dolphins to now go back to the bargaining table, but not actually. You know what? Chris Greer's going to probably play it close to the chest. He's probably going to continue on the path that they are and see if the offers come in, what teams and what they're offering, and if they can beat or match the offer. And I know the Eagles are going to be all over this. They've got tons of draft capital, but Deshaun Watson's not going to go play at the Eagles. Eagles are not known for their player, relations over there in Philadelphia. The Colts they're not going to trade him to the Colts. They won't trade him in divisions. Bad enough they're probably going to have to trade him in the AFC. What other teams do you guys think that are going to be considered on the short list? What other teams could potentially afford to buy a player like Deshaun Watson for the price I think it's going to take? I think it's going to take 3 firsts, 2 seconds, and 2 players that are starting good players, like players that will sell jerseys. That's what they want. They want 6 first-round draft picks. What team can give up that much and still afford to pay Deshaun Watson and still have somewhat of a plan to continue to grow? The Giants, what players are the Giants going to give them, JP? The Jets shake money? What players are they going to give them? A team that's not going to be set back for the first 2 years of having Deshaun, that the year Deshaun gets on this next year after the suspension, which I've said forever is going to be a 6-game suspension that he'll probably appeal, and he might get it down to 3 or 4. But God help whoever stands in the way of Deshaun Watson next year when he plays football. God help him. That guy is going to will, if he was on the Lions, he would will the Lions to win that division. I kind of want to get I'm game for some of that, because with all the bad media, that's the first time Deshaun Watson's shown his face in forever. Seattle, that is a good team potentially, but the player relations and Pete Carroll, I don't know, maybe if they can convince him that, hey, we're going to fire Pete Carroll and hire Bieniemy here, then yeah, all right, just ride out 1 year with Pete Carroll, and then we're going to bring in Bieniemy. Maybe he'd do that. Pittsburgh already said no. That's right, Andreas. Carolina, CT, I don't know, man. I don't think he's going to Seattle either, ice cold. There's just, I can't see that working. I mean, what other team could it be? Let me know in the comments, guys. What do you guys think? What other team could it be? The Oilers? California? Yeah, the Oilers. I mean, maybe the Vikings, if if the Texans want Kirk Cousins. But again, now he's going to go in that division. The Saints don't have the money. Jets fan for life. The Saints aren't even close with that money. Carolina could give him McCaffrey and others. They could give him McCaffrey, J.C. Horn, and 3 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks. That's probably what the asking price would be if they did that, because don't forget, J.C. Horn's a great player, but Christian McCaffrey makes good, expensive money. He is a running back. So what's he got? A couple more years of being Christian McCaffrey. So, I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't want to put a time limit on him, but it's not like running backs are top of everybody's list these days. But he is selling jerseys. You're right. You bring J.C. Horn and Christian McCaffrey to the Texans, they're going to sell the crap out of those jerseys. There is some other players on Carolina, but okay. So they give them 3 years of first and seconds, including this year. Why would, what weapons do they have? I don't know. I'm not a Carolina Panthers fan. They don't seem like they're a quarterback away. They look like they need, another year or two of building before they could do some damage in football. Not that DeShaun Watson wouldn't be able to will them into a better situation right away, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. That seems kind of a stretch, but hey, that's who the Texans want to trade into. That's what I've been hearing. The Texans want to trade him to Carolina. If Carolina can put together a package, first of all, I think Carolina will give them whatever they want. They say, hey, pick any 2 players and we'll give you this amount of picks. Yeah, but California, is he going to want to go to the Lions? You guys forget. The Texans don't make this decision. They don't. They're almost going to have to settle. The only middle ground that can be made here is by the buying team to make the Texans feel good, because DeShaun can hold out, and soon, because it's been turned down by the the courts. God, dude, I'm just having a brain fart here, guys. All the legal issues he's going to deal with now are all going to get gag orders, all going to be paid under the table. That's going to go away quickly. It'll all just come down to what his punishment will be, which, again, I don't think it's going to be more than 6 games. So he holds the cards back to where they were. The only difference is he's missing 6 games. So a year ago, which is almost, I think it was almost to the day, a year ago, this is when the first accusation came out, right around this time. The only devaluing that has happened to DeShaun in his push is he's going to miss 6 games. He still has the no trade clause, and he still has a very big contract, but it's kind of a perfect measured contract for what he is and what he's shown and stuff like that. Jets fan for life. The Steelers have already put out that they're not interested, and they're out of that trade. So, but yeah, I think the Steelers could buy him. They could probably give, 3 first-round picks and 3 really good players and make it work right away. What's up, Big John? What's going on, brother? Nicole, what's happening? Rasta, what's happening, guys? Cat for life in here. Roadrunner, JP, bunch of you guys jumping in. Thanks for hopping in, guys. It's a perfect marriage as far as capital. The quarterback wants to go to the team. We have the money to pay him. If we give the picks and pay the quarterback, we're not any worse off. If anything, we're in a much better position. So I think it's going to get hairy here, guys. And I'm going to open it up here real soon. I'm going to drop the link. But before I do, guys, I'm going to one last time ask everybody to please hit the like button. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, please do us the favor. Subscribe to the channel over here on YouTube. It helps with the algorithm when you guys hit the like button to help find other people. We're trying to grow the channel. We're close to 3/4 of the way there. When we hit 750, I got some Dolphins hats I'm going to give away. When we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do a whole blowout. I'm going to show a bunch of stuff that I'm going to give away on the show. And for the next few weeks on all the different shows that we have, we'll give away stuff. I'll have swag for the guys to give away and stuff. And speaking of all the shows, guys, make sure you guys are coming back. Tuesdays live at 9, Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays with color commentary. Right after that, you guys got open mic with Mike on the mic. And then you guys can catch Mike on the mic with Drop the Mic tomorrow night at 10. And you guys have Brandon the Bookies on there with him. Thursdays, you guys got late night color commentary coming at you. Everybody loves color. I'm going to bring color on here in just a second. And you guys can always help out the show at Finn's Tailgate, Venmo, and Cash App. You guys can catch the El Capitan doing it everywhere all the time. Check out the fan gear in the description below, guys. Links in the description. We got all kinds of good stuff, and we're partnered with Fanatics. So if you're buying any sports gear, grab your Fanatic stuff. Links in the description below. With that, guys, I'm going to bring on color commentary. What's up, Color? I see the door is cracked all the way open there, buddy. You there, Color?
Yep, sorry about that. Yeah, and it looks like it may, in fact, be a door that leads to the Dolphins facility. I'm not sure. Something tells me that it might be.
The landscaping looks familiar to me. I will say it does look familiar. I don't necessarily trust signs very much, but it's kind of a good indicator. The door is cracked, to say the least, but I think they've done a good job, the Dolphins. And I said it on your show when you were on TD that this time last year, Dolphins, right to this exact date, Dolphins were like even money if you were going to bet on them to get DeShaun Watson. It was almost a guarantee. In fact, everybody says Brian Flores told Tua, which I can't imagine that happening, but by the trade deadline last year, the Dolphins were all in. I was getting reports from rumors that it was going down. It was going down, bro. Going down. Since then, the narrative has shifted. Tua's been winning games. You can win with Tua. We're building a coaching staff around him. Today, the Dolphins are tied for last as far as betting odds to get him. The Dolphins have now put an offer on the table. That means everybody who goes to buy DeShaun has to match the Dolphins' offer. It's 3 first-round picks, 2 players, and extra. That's the offer because they got to beat the Dolphins.
Can I ask you a question, Chris? Do you happen to remember off the top of your head what the trade package was for Russell Wilson in Denver?
I have it right here. Excuse me just one second. I have it right here.
There's one particular thing I'm looking for in the list because I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Just give me a quick second. Where is it? Okay. Broncos agreed to a principal deal for Russell Wilson and a 4th-round pick. So they got Russell Wilson and a 4th-round pick for Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, and a 5th. Okay? Now, Noah Fant, great player. Shelby Harris, great player. You're paying Shelby Harris, though. Drew Lock, probably not going to be anything more than a
okay. You kind of answered the part of the you gave me the clue I was looking for.
I would measure this at the sell and buy as
right.
3
but here's what I'm getting at:
3 second-rounders and more.
Right. Well, well, that's what I'm getting at. Like, I would suspect that you translate that to DeShaun Watson because of his young age and whatnot, but also given his issues that he's still got to clear up, you're talking that what you just listed would forget the players involved and the salaries and all that, because it's not, that we're not talking a whole awful amount of players, possibly, but maybe not. But put the players aside a second. Look at the draft picks. They took 2 first rounds and 2 second rounds, which means, first of all, that 2 first rounds for DeShaun Watson would immediately be 3 and not 2.
No doubt.
Because of his age. Okay.
Yep.
But what was our offer originally, you said?
Our original offer was 3 first rounders, 2 players, and extra. And the
no
extra,
second rounders.
There was speculation.
Wouldn't you think that wait, real quick. The reason I asked that is because wouldn't you think that if DeShaun Watson now translates up to 3 first rounds, don't you think that the Texans, after seeing what happened with Wilson, would want us to pop in and maybe at least 1 second round? The reason I asked that is because look who we just put on the trading block for a second round pick. And then I'll leave you to answer that.
Yeah, I was
we're gathering picks.
I was going to leave that till a little bit later.
And
but
Nick Needham is the perfect type of person.
Nick Needham
Nick Needham's the perfect type of player that's good enough to do the deal, but not our best. Like, he's the worst of our best. You could almost say that. And that's usually the first guy that'll go in a trade like that.
So they've kept
purposes.
Noah Igbenogany under lock and key. Nobody knows if he's good or not. We can only speculate and think that he's bad, but maybe they know something we don't. Not for nothing. But that don't mean the Texans know anything either. What do they value Noah Igbenogany at? Is it Noah and he gets put in that trade package? Maybe they value him as a second rounder. I'm telling you, there's
in that package. But what I'm saying is putting Needham on the block with a second round tender. If we get that, that's a second rounder accrued right there.
No doubt.
To add to that package.
And that's what we value him as. And he's probably some, you know what?
And we don't want to lose Nick, but you're not going to hear the fan base getting all upset over it, like as if we gave up Holland or somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's the Noah Fant. You know what I'm saying? In that trade, a good player potentially could be a great player. Hasn't put enough on tape, but hasn't given you anything to look at and go, he's not worth money. You know what I'm saying? He's not worth not being on this football team. So
yeah, he was a developed player.
Yes, and good
bottom
at
line.
that. And good at that. He doesn't have to even be traded to, or we get that second round for him, because that's what we value him as. So if that's another player sprinkled on the deal, they'll probably do that. But,
right. It could go directly to them or 3-way to get the second rounder, to add to the deal. One or the other. Sure.
Big John, if you're still watching, I sent you the link via.
But you know what, Chris?
Twitter.
That could also be the reason they put a second round tender on him, to send the signal out that that's what we value this guy at.
I thought that was a very shrewd, smart business decision by Chris Greer. I actually have, guys. I mentioned this on your show, Color, earlier, that I have video of Chris Greer as a younger cat. Always been very shrewd with his money. And if you guys want to see it, you guys want to see the video I have. Yeah, it's a good video. He's younger. And just tell me what you guys think.
May I help you, sir?
How much for an order of ribs?
$2.50.
$2.50? How many ribs do I get with that?
About 5.
5? So I guess that's about 50 cents a rib, huh?
Yeah, about.
Let me get one.
Right on. One order ribs.
No. 1 rib.
1 rib.
I sure am hungry.
Make that 1 rib to go.
1 rib?
1 rib. What else?
You got any soda?
$1.
Oh, come on now. Look out for a brother, man. Come on. Hey, check this out. Why don't you let me get a sip for 15 cents?
My cups cost more than 15 cents.
All right, fuck the cup. Pour it in my hand for a dime.
Look, you greasy-headed Jerry Curl Wan. Pay me and get the hell out of my store.
You got change for 100?
Yeah. Chris Greer's been shrewd with the money for a long time, and that's why I think Ross trusts him with the wallet. And Chris Greer's seen, right now at the bargaining table with all these legal issues going over DeShaun Watson, they're just going to keep asking for more and more. And when the deadline got backed up on them and they had this deal, I think it was ready and set to go. I think they were going to give them exactly what I said. Color, I'm getting a little feedback off you.
Sorry.
Exactly what I said. I think it was going to be 3 first-round picks, whatever they got for Tua, Christian Wilkins, and Xavier Howard. And that, to me, was going to happen. And then they go, you know what? We also want this, and we also want that. So I think they were like, you know what? We can't play this game no more. Tua's losing his value. It's not working. Let's wait until things change, get a little bit more about the legal issues, and get through this. They knew that they bit their time. I'm still getting feedback off you, Color. They bit their time. And because of that, it's now back in their court. With that, I'm going to bring on Big John Stud. I'm sure he's interested to hear about this. Big John, it doesn't look like DeShaun's going to go to jail.
No, that's fine.
I think he's gonna probably get these legal issues quieted down and up to speed.
That still don't mean he's coming over here.
I didn't say he has to come here. I'm just speculating.
No, I'm just telling everybody. I know everybody's up in arms and flipping out and breaking. I had a text from the first person to text me was EM. He's like, I feel sick. I said, well, take some Pepto. You know what I'm saying? It happens.
EM's in the chat right now. I'm going to be dropping the link, guys. So, EM, if you want to hop in, I know CT's going to hop in here in a second.
I haven't spoken to EM in like 3. I barely spoke to you. So, I've been going through my own situation. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know. You were saying you had some other stuff going on.
When you say wrestling name, listen.
It's old school wrestling name.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That's
dropping down the people's elbow, are you?
No.
There has
As a
been.
matter of fact, I don't even know if anybody who's a wrestling fan, because most people don't like wrestling. I do, but
I used to love wrestling when I was younger.
You should go back, bro. They're bringing back some people from back in the day.
My kids. You just
missed Goldberg. You just missed Goldberg experiencing the shit out of Roman Reigns the other day. So.
Listen, my daughter and my son love wrestling a little bit, so we'll probably go. I'll probably take them to a WWE wrestling match, like in Tampa or something like that. We'll go see one live. They're fun as heck to go to live.
They just
have that better, Chris?
Much better. You're a little loud, but
all right.
All right. They just had one in Miami last week. 2 weekends ago, two Mondays ago, they had one in Miami.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go do that. But the Dolphins also put a second round tender on Nick Needham. Color was just making the idea that, hey, he's worth a second rounder. If he became part of the trade package, it wouldn't kill us. I wouldn't like to see Nick Needham go, just like I wouldn't like to see anybody leave the team, honestly. But I don't want to say there's almost a price that I wouldn't pay for a quarterback like DeShaun Watson, because I feel like we've paid the price for years not having a quarterback or an answer at quarterback. If Tua had done a little bit more, I wouldn't even be on this. I would be, no, let's stick it with Tua. He's kind of not giving me enough to.
This goes back to what I said before, and you were there when I said it. If they want to trade for Deshaun Watson, I'm not opposed to it. Like I said, whatever they want to do, bro, I'm down for the cause.
Oh yeah, you Dolphins,
It
man.
is what it is. They can call me a tourist saying all they want, bro, but
No, Big John, I'm Big John. I'm quite intrigued about the idea that if Deshaun does have a delay in getting on the field, if we've got him in the building, that gives Tua still everything's still right out in front of Tua on his plate for him to take.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
That's why I said I said from the beginning I wasn't opposed to them bringing in Deshaun Watson. Tua
could end up creating a good problem for us. You know what I mean, Big John?
Look, there's nobody on this planet that's going to sit there and say Deshaun Watson's going to upgrade over Tua, no matter how much you love Tua, whether you're an Alabama fan, wherever, you know what I'm saying? And I kept saying.
As we sit right now, that's impossible to make.
Well, there are people
on
the planet.
I know. But my whole, but those are
no sane person.
People.
No sane person.
No person who knows football is going to argue that. Like, at the end of the day, I always said, my whole issue was the allegations. If there were no allegations, there was no problem, there was no dipsy-do, I wouldn't have an issue. And like where we stand right now, I don't have an issue.
You know,
they want to trade for Deshaun,
but I'm still not for throwing Tua to the curb either, because we know Deshaun's still going to have some delays in getting
I understand that. But at the end of the day, you're paying 2 number 1 quarterbacks. You're still paying them a lot of money. You're not going to have both of those guys.
You're right, John.
On the team,
and we actually stand to recover some of that if we trade him after June 1st.
I don't think it's fair to Tua to keep them both on the same team. That's not. You're only a young man once, and it would. First of all, the team that gets Tua is going to be grateful to have him. That's number one, and it's. The pressure of being a 5th round pick, the pressure of this team, we've seen it. It's crushed. This market has crushed the spirit of many of people around here, because the shoes of Dan Marino, no one could ever fill them. That kind of expectation has been tempered back a little bit, but not all of it. We want big high fly entertainment. We look at teams like Kansas City and sit in envy, because we would love to see the ball up in the air like that. It would be fun. Granted, I'll take wins any way I can get them. If you're telling me that a punter is the reason in the 3rd round we're going to football games, you know,
3rd round, let's go.
3rd round punter. That's what's got to happen.
If we get Deshaun Watson, you can get 3 punters in the 3rd round.
Let me ask you a question. What's the give me the running backs again in the draft? I didn't get Kenneth Walker. It was
Walker, Spiller.
It was was it Breece Hall? Breece Hall is one, right?
Breece Hall. Yeah.
I did on my draft. I ended up grabbing the offense. Was it the offense? The center that everybody wanted the Dolphins to grab. I forgot his name.
The Iowa center. The center out of Iowa.
Yeah.
Nice.
What's his name? I forgot his name.
I don't know. It's slipping my mind right now, bro.
I grabbed him at 29. I grabbed Breece Hall at 50, and I ended up grabbing my punter in the 4th round. It was amazing. I was like, all I need is these 4 picks. We can just forget the other 3. Nobody needs the other 3. We're good.
Yeah.
You know?
I haven't. I'm waiting for free agency because, you know, I didn't say this live, but. You know, signing Mike Gesicki was a smart decision because his value is on the open market. Look, they now own Mike Gesicki. Mike Gesicki to me is a trade piece at this point. They got him. That's a perfect piece to trade alongside with Christian Wilkins, who's another great piece to trade. 3 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round draft picks, and be done with it. And then trade whatever you can get for Tua and try to get some of it back. I looked at, to me, top priority in free agency was signing Emmanuel. Was signing him. I don't know, but he probably he went and got married. I guarantee you, he already knew about it beforehand, and it's already done deal. Whether he's staying on the Dolphins, I'm sure he's hearing something about that. That's
we probably
something I'm
got
sure
that man for the next 2 years because you can franchise his ass twice.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Now, to me, top priority for this football team was ahead of free agency. They needed to sign Ogba. They didn't do that. And now they're letting Ogba test the market. We just seen Crosby sign a mega deal, but it's actually a very team-friendly deal. He's only got like $58 million guaranteed out of that $89 million contract, which is less than I thought he could get.
Crosby who?
Crosby, the pass rusher, Matt Crosby on the Raiders.
Max Crosby.
Yeah, he signed an extension for $58 million guaranteed, $89 million 4-year extension, which kind of sets the market, which isn't as big as most markets. So I still think that what's his name is going to test the market, Emmanuel Ogba. Why didn't the Dolphins sink money already into Emmanuel Ogba? Because it was going to cost him $15 million, I think, 13, 14, 15 million a year in guaranteed monies. And there's still so many holes on offense. I think they've maintained flexibility for this potential trade. That's kind of something I didn't really say, but they got holes on offense.
It could also be, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, if you're going to spend 15 mil on Ogba, or you could spend 15 mil on Chandler Jones, who would you take for 15 mil? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Probably Ogba because he's younger.
Yeah, but you can sign Chandler Jones for 2 years and not have to sign.
See, I think you could sign. I think you could sign Chandler Jones for for less than that. I think you can get Chandler Jones for a 1 year, $10 million, or a 2 year, $18 million with $18 million guaranteed, $25 million contract. But I don't want to see him come in here at 34 years old and do nothing for us.
Dude, that guy just in one game he had 5 sacks, bro.
I know.
The guy is not going to come in here and do nothing.
Look at Cat for Life rolling in with the Great Muda. Wow, that's pulling that out of nowhere, man. The Great Muda, man. That guy knows wrestling. I'm just telling you that Cat for Life knows his wrestling. You pull out the Great Muda, you know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Damn, the Great Muda. He was the guy that had the green powder that he spit out of his mouth and blinded people with it.
Gross.
The Great Muda.
Out nasty.
Wow. Me ended up starting a wrestling conversation.
I know, right? I did an episode
Brian Pillman. Yep, flying Brian Pillman.
I had some other guys, some second tier pass rushers that I think the Dolphins could get good production out of. The guy from the Chargers that hasn't been signed, Nwosu, he had very similar numbers, and he's only going to need, you could probably get him for $15 million guaranteed for the next 2 years, and he's only 26 years old. And
Let me ask you a question. What about bringing back Olivier Vernon?
I mean, I'm not opposed to that if the money's right.
Still got gas in the tank, sure.
I'm not opposed to it with the money right. The point I'm trying to get around to is
somebody had mentioned Roger Saffold too, if he's still got gas in the tank.
The Dolphins aren't taking care of a player on their team that on the open market is going to command 15 million plus. They're going to let Ogba go to open market. They chose that this year. They know how Drew Rosenhaus gets down. You let you don't sign his player in his contract year. You're waiting until we get. If you don't make it by the time the deadline hits, you're waiting until we get our offers, and that never works out for the Dolphins. That's how we lost Olivier Vernon.
Nope. So and JP, I think Wahoo was also a Florida State Seminole, wasn't he? Wahoo McDaniel.
I think Ogba's looking for $40 million guaranteed, and like a 4-year deal. So probably at $16 million a year, $17 million a year if he can get it. So I don't think the Dolphins want to sign up for money like that because they're thinking about a quarterback they're going to have to pay $35-40 million a year. They're staying flexible to not let this scenario die.
I think they're staying flexible, but not for the quarterback. I think they're staying flexible because I expect them to go get 2 wide receivers in free agency, and that's going to cost money. That's just the way I look at it.
Well, the wide receivers I would get, we talked about this.
The chat has devolved into listing the entire 1980s roster between the NWA and the WWF.
We already know. We already know that that they're not going to get Calvin Ridley, so that's off the table. So whatever you
and that's
get
not
now,
going to cost one of
for.
those.
They're still talking Amari is a strong contender. Miami's a strong contender for Amari. That they reported it today.
And Armstead too.
And I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna keep beating that Will Fuller drum till it breaks. That guy is a cheap. It's a cheap deal. I'm telling you, I will bring him.
Well, Big John. It's everything that's happened today, and is feeding right into your thoughts on Will Fuller, man. I mean. Same with Duke Johnson.
If Will Fuller comes here, I think that's closer for Deshaun Watson's toy than Tua's toy. I've never seen
after DeAndre Hopkins left.
At the end of the day, it's going to be a Dolphin toy. We're going to get to watch it. I don't care.
Right, Big John. Right after DeAndre got traded out of Houston, Watson's number 1 wide receiver was Will Fuller, and his number 1 running back was Duke Johnson.
Yeah,
both of them are on our team.
But Duke Johnson's not going to get re-signed here, bro.
True. Well, you don't think he'll re-sign for one more?
Oh, he would. I just don't think the Dolphins are going to.
Yeah, he doesn't. They're not going to sign him. He doesn't fit.
He's still running. So, but if you don't, then you got to replace Duke Johnson with a guy like D'Ernest, man. I mean, he's the same kind of runner.
Look, you have Mostert that you're probably going to bring in. You have Philip Lindsay, who ran for 1,000 yards as a rookie in the same scheme, and he's already on the team.
But you heard today, Big John, that Cleveland is likely not willing to pay D'Ernest more than $2.4 million. That's how much they tendered for him, restricted, and they have right of first refusal. But the prevailing thought is if he wants more, or a team's willing to pay more, they don't want to come up more than $2.4 million.
Look, man,
so they're willing to let D'Ernest go.
I said it last year, and I'll say it this year again. The only running back I'm going to trade for or pay for if I have to, if it's not somebody on the Dolphins like Philip Lindsay, is Kareem Hunt, bro. That's my.
But that's the thing. Well, speak to your point, though, Big John. The article went on to say that Cleveland is still enamored with both Chubb and Hunt. So those guys are both locked up. That's why they're willing to part ways with D'Ernest, unless he's willing to take $2.4 million. That's all they've got for him.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Cleveland's a dark horse team to land Deshaun Watson. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a possibility, but then that suggests who big game come here.
I've always told you my dark horse for landing Deshaun Watson is not even Pittsburgh. It's Minnesota, and everybody keeps looking at me like I'm crazy. But
no, I just got through.
I've been saying
that
Dallas myself, but
Dallas would do it, but.
Dallas is the type. Jerry Jones is the type of guy that will go get a countrywide loan to be able to afford Deshaun Watson. You know what I mean?
For some reason, I don't think Houston wants that. So,
but that'd be hilarious. He wouldn't even have to leave Texas.
Minnesota's.
I think he wants to leave Texas, bro. I think that's the whole point.
It ain't just the owner of the Texans. Oh, it's the entire state. Yeah,
I think he wants to get the hell out of Texas. Not that there's anything against Texas. We love Texas, especially Floridians. We love Texas, but I think he just wants to get the hell out of there. Yeah, I think.
But to Big John's point, he did come out today and say that his main focus is getting his name back up to respect and getting in the book and getting on his nose to the grind in football. What better a place to do that in but Minnesota? You know.
Yeah,
can't get in no trouble in Minnesota
again. And granted, that fits everybody, but.
And it makes the NFC a little more
They could trade quarterbacks, and Kirk Cousins doesn't want to be paid a dime less, and they can switch that money around. But again,
pump the brakes, fellas. the no trade clause is still in effect.
You're right.
That's what I was going to say.
People want.
We're putting that aside,
and it's only still outstanding with the Dolphins as far
we're
as
putting that
who he
aside
waived
for
it
a
for.
second.
That's
we're
right.
Putting
well,
that aside
the
for
Niners,
a
the Niners and the Dolphins were the only 2 teams, and the Niners can't buy him. The Niners can't buy him. The only 2 teams he waived the no trade clause for ever were the Niners and the Dolphins, and the Niners can't buy him because we got their pick. They can't do it. They can't. What's up, Alex?
Hey, I was going to say, I want to, before you start, wait a minute. What's
Go
up,
ahead,
Alex?
Crypto.
I was going to say, I would like to have a private conversation with the warden, Big John himself, because he was sentenced for how many years on Alcatraz. And I was trying to figure this one out.
John, he's coming at you, John.
He was going to, this guy was going to,
I can't watch this.
He was sentenced to Alcatraz and Rutgers Island and San Quentin all at once. So I'm trying to figure out.
I feel no pleasure.
Going to,
Alex, John, I feel no pleasure in what Crypto's saying right now. Dude. I feel no pleasure.
Don't shoot the messenger from shit that I heard, bro. I'm not the one that you got to shoot.
That's what I'm saying, Big John. I'm feeling no pleasure in watching Crypto do this right now.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I just want to have a private conversation with the warden.
I'm bulletproof.
Is it the Birdman of Alcatraz?
And then Cap. Right after. Wait a minute. Right after the Great Muda, Cap for Life pulls out Terry Funk. I mean, what was?
Hey, what about HBK?
Did he steal my black and white TV or something? And
hold on.
Hey, I met the Birdman of Alcatraz.
Hold on.
What about the Heartbreak Kid?
Hardcore, bro. Let's just bring out Sabu. Let's just bring out Sabu for the nigga hardcore. Right?
How about
I love you, Big John.
Sabu's
How about King Kong Bundy?
Sabu's got so much effects from wrestling throughout the years, man. He's not in good shape at all.
So,
hey, but listen, but here's the thing.
Go ahead, Alex.
The quarterback situation. You know, somebody said that we, as a Dolphins fan, you got to keep pushing the narrative to want Watson. That's not true, at all. You know, am I up for getting Watson? Yes, but at the right cost. I'm not going to sit here and trade 3 first-rounders, 4 first-rounders, and 3 players for one guy that's not going to make the team any better.
Well, what's the right cost, then, Alexander?
Wow.
How's he not going to make the team better, Alex?
Because that's the reason why I say that. Here's the reason why I say that is because now you still got a whole bunch of holes to fill. Who's he going to throw to? Who's going to block for him?
He's got wide receivers. What wide receivers being traded?
Exactly what we're talking about right here all the time.
Who's he going to throw to?
Alex,
they just drafted.
Hold on,
Jamie
Clipper, hold on,
White.
How about me? I'll go down there and throw and catch balls from him. How's that?
Alex, what team could pay the price and be left with anything for him? Any team, name any team right now. I don't give a damn if they have a quarterback. By that standard,
the Colts have the money. The Colts have the money too.
First of all, guys, the Colts are one of the only teams I take off this list. They're not going to trade it to an in-division rival. That is just insane. That is insane.
No, you just said name teams that have the money. You didn't say whether it was going to happen.
All right. They
have the money. Well, it's the probability.
Yeah, it doesn't make Miami the guy who had people have the money.
I mean, at best, it's a playoff.
What team can pay with players and picks to make this deal happen where they're left with anything other than a shell of a team?
Let's go back to what he just said. It's not even what team can play with picks and players. It's what team will he go to.
Well, let's take that off the list. Because Philadelphia is a team that could. That's right. Philadelphia is a team that could do it.
The Giants could do it, but GM stumped that out.
Chris, let's also take that out of the picture right now because he has expressed a desire to want to play. If it can't happen in Miami, then he's going to have to waive his clause for somebody.
That's
you know
true.
What I mean?
That's why I brought up Carolina.
Houston's not going to pay him another year to sit down.
He said no to Carolina.
Houston will not do
that.
He has the color.
It doesn't change it now.
Yes, there are a couple teams he's outright said no to. Yes. Philadelphia beat
that would Philadelphia.
Hold on. Hold on, guys. Look.
Minnesota and Tampa too.
If Carolina is a team that keeps coming up, the media keeps bringing it up, everyone keeps bringing it up. He has said no to Carolina. Why a year different is it different? Explain how a whole year different with a hurt Christian McCaffrey, who's probably going to be gone once that's going to be part of the purchase deal.
No, I don't think so. I think they keep McCaffrey.
No, the only reason I say that is I've heard grumblings of the personal. I've heard grumblings of the personal thing of, like you said, and you brought it up, and I did earlier, is he wants out of Texas and he wants to go back where he can trust the people around him. He doesn't have to worry about all that BS, and he wants to go home. I went to USC, graduated from there. We are the rival of Clemson. We're the in-state rival of Clemson. And so many people have said, he is still revered to this day in northern South Carolina. Well, northwestern South Carolina.
North Carolina is a totally different state.
No.
Marino
You're missing the fact that Clemson is in South Carolina, okay? Yes, the Panthers play in Charlotte, North Carolina. Yes, I'm very well aware of that. But South Carolina and North Carolina have one team, the Panthers. Right. That's why they're called the Carolina Panthers, not the North Carolina Panthers.
To your point, CT, the state of Pittsburgh still reveres Dan Marino, too, and he never played professional there. So that's
exactly. So yeah,
no, I understand that, but I'm saying
money makes anybody.
You can be reviewed anybody for anywhere.
I've just heard after the legal situation, he wants to be around people he can trust. That's
I got that. But look, the coach is not long for Carolina unless he gets it right this year. Also, Carolina at this very moment only has $26.5 million in cap space. That's before draft, before everything. They don't have even the money to pay him. They'd have to immediately get rid of guys.
Yeah, so who is they going to have?
Christian McCaffrey's going to have to go in that deal because they can't afford him. Whatever top defensive player.
I didn't say.
And why would he waive his no trade clause to go to somewhere where he ain't gonna have nobody? You talking about us not having nobody?
Remember, guys,
Chris McCaffrey's gone. He's not gonna want to go.
Money makes for a comfortable living, as illustrated by my current picture. You know what I mean? Like, money makes people live comfortably. It don't matter what state it's in. I get the whole going home thing, but.
I just think it's more after the lawsuit. It's kind of like, who do you trust? And again, hey, does that mean that he's not going to go somewhere else? He's not going to hire a fixer, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But that's just where you feel most comfortable.
Let me explain to you what's going to happen.
His camp never told nobody that he's not waiving his no trade clause for those other teams. So
it's never been the no trade clause is the leverage. It's the leverage.
One's on the table until
they
come out and say different.
Leverage.
And when I tell people that Joe Burrow was never going to be in Miami because he wanted to play in his home state of Ohio, everybody shoots that down like that wasn't the distinct reality reported by the national media at the time of the draft. We never had a chance to get Burrow.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a huge thing. Is don't tell me, just like Duke Johnson, look how many players in the NFL. They may not get drafted to their home team.
What I'm saying, CT, is which is it?
Come to their team.
Yeah, which is it? They're telling me that we had a shot to get Burrow. Well, if that's the case, then Burrow would have not.
We had never had a shot. Cincinnati was never going to trade that. It doesn't even matter.
Right? They
the
never
point is
trade
this:
nobody.
This is the only time in humanity where a quarterback's going to dictate where he wants to go. He signed this contract, and it was Dan the man that talked to him about this. So he has the control. He didn't sign a no trade clause to then waive it to make anyone happy other than himself. He's guaranteed the money. And he's a talented football player. A team will pay that money and not give a damn, and they will give him what the team will gonna have to take, or they're gonna have to explain to their fan base why they're wasting $40 million on someone who's not going nowhere and their team's losing again. Their fan base is destroyed. They're in a bad way over there. The only thing they can be sold is hope.
And Carolina's
management actually said they were out on Watson last year.
And every team in the NFL knows what Chris is saying too. Every team in the NFL knows that Houston is facing a hard deadline to have to pay him to sit on the wall. Have to pay him to sit on the bench. So all these teams coming out and clamoring for Watson, it's all saber rattling because none of them are going to make the move until after June 1st, and none of them are going to make the move until the price goes down and they start to make Houston sweat.
Well, no,
okay.
This could happen before the draft. I expect
that to happen.
They need that
Chris, if you look at real quick,
Houston's general manager put a day time frame on it.
Hold on, CT. If you go look it over the cap at most teams, mainly ours, like take for example Tua, and just look at him over the cap. If you put in the little box trade after June 1st, just about everybody is in a better situation for any player trading anybody after June 1st. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they're not going to wait.
No, I agree.
This is going to happen. This is going to happen quickly because
it's going to happen before next weekend.
Right.
Yeah,
that being
because
said,
Chris,
if it does happen, we're not going to take Tua out of the picture until after June 1st because
Tua's going along in a trade if it happens to. That's all. What's up, CT? What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just saying. Nick Casario said, what was it, a month ago when they asked him about it, he put a day timeline on it. I don't know if it was the 19th or the 20th. It was 2 or 3 days after the beginning of free agency.
Yeah,
that he said in an interview, he gave an exact day that he said it will be over by this day. He said that.
Nick Casario said it.
I'll have to.
Nick Casario said
about
that
the middle of
interview.
March that he wanted to be done.
Even more importantly than that, Lovie Smith is there. He don't need this shit. He wants it done. He's already reported that he wants it done. The coach, the city, the team, the fan base, they're ready to move on. The pressure is on them, and it's now time to shine. The offer's already on the table.
Yeah, it's already out there.
You just heard what the offer is. The Dolphins are offering this. If someone can beat their offer, all the Dolphins got to do is match it and sprinkle a little extra, which they could do and defeat. And then even beyond all of this to appease an ownership that has the player, doesn't matter because the player has all the control because he can say, I'm not going to that team. I don't give a shit what they give you.
He has veto power.
So, JP, what's up, my brother?
JP.
What's up, brother?
JP.
What's up, guys?
Is it JP? Is it JP Losman?
JP Sports.
If it was JP Losman, I can't NFL, then I'd never play a game. But I just want to contort. I want to start with somebody brought up, but I forgot who it was. They said about what's going to happen around them.
I just want to
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, JP.
You're breaking up just a little bit.
A little bit.
Probably just got it.
Yeah. Maybe sign back up and on, JP.
Yeah, or
back
just
on the link.
cut your mic. Go in the thing and cut your mic on.
That is way what Denver gave up to get Russell Wilson is way too much. Just like what Miami would give up for Watson.
How can you say it's too much? They haven't played a game yet.
Alexander.
He's on the decline. Russell Wilson's on the decline.
He's not on decline. He was having a Hall of Fame. He was having a MVP like season before he broke his finger.
You're being
before he broke his finger.
You're
he
being
was having a Hall of MVP type season.
I think you're underestimating because in recent memory we haven't seen Russ look good because we didn't see him all year. You know what I'm saying? And he's kind of listen.
No, he was having a good season, Chris. Before
I know, but I'm saying he's been injured the rest of the year, so you can't remember what Russell. We forget that this is Russell Wilson. It's Russell Wilson. He's won games. We've seen Russell Wilson bring a team back late in the fourth and win a football game. The whole fan base is let Russ cook. That's when they started playing good, when they said to hell with this stupid game plan and let Russell Wilson play Russell Wilson football.
And Ben Roethlisberger's cane carrying, wheelchair rolling ass got into the playoffs last year.
Yeah. How about that?
Has also brought us back in fourth quarters multiple times.
Who is we are watching on? Hold on, Alex. Hold on. We are watching on. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is actually Greg.
What's up, Greg?
I'm president of
What's up, Greg?
Watson on. Earlier in the week, I said Watson.
Oh, wait, real quick. You notice how he doesn't have to hide or mask his voice? You notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead. Continue.
Go ahead, Greg. Continue, bud.
Like, early in the week, I said Watson was a 5% shot to come to Miami. I'm now upping it to 25% because, like, I don't know what's going to happen because Watson controls his destiny. He basically said he doesn't want to play for half these teams. To me, it seems like it's Miami or nothing with him, but I don't know. I want Watson in Miami.
It is puzzling.
Upgrade, but I don't know what's going to happen. And I think he's worth whatever we give up, by the way. I think it improves his team a lot.
Yeah,
Greg, all you have to do is go to Home Depot and get you some door hinges. That'll solve your answer your question.
Yep.
You mean that hinge that opens the door to colors?
Listen, I have video.
Home Depot has it on sale.
Wait, guys. I have video.
Like
I have video of DeShaun Watson opening the door all by himself.
I am the key master.
Told you.
Really?
Oh,
Ghostbusters.
Done.
Yeah,
Ghostbusters.
Clicked it right in there.
How long have you been searching for that today, Chris?
I've had that since yesterday.
Yeah, that before.
Since yesterday.
I have footage of the explosion that caused that hole in the building.
Footage? No,
Yeah.
that's
The Ukrainian bomb fixture that he was opening the door of. Let's see.
That was somebody from Ukraine.
Any moment now,
Had no
Marshmallow Man is
walls blasted open.
The Hard
Any
Rock.
moment now, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is going to show up at the Hard Rock and start playing that guitar right there.
No, the Slimer is going to be all over the side.
So, all right,
or is it the Watson who's going to be looking at that and thinking it's a giant violin?
Let's see if JP. Let's see how you sound now, JP. Go ahead, buddy.
Does it sound any better?
Yeah, much better.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thanks for giving me the
We
mic.
can actually hear you now.
Yeah, I sound human for a change. Thanks for. Thanks
I sound Cuban all the time, bro. So it's okay.
I appreciate you, brother. I'm nothing but love. Hey, I'm going to up that to 20. I know you said 25%. I'm going to up it to 30 because you know what? I think the landscape's changed this week with Denver getting Russell Wilson and then the Chargers going out and getting Khalil Mack. It's a pressure cooker in the AFC. Chris Greer doesn't have time to waste. His job's on the line this year. I've said that many a time. And I mean, look, somebody earlier said, what's Watson going to do without talent around him? I'm going to remind you guys, this is the guy who was chucking the rock to Kiki Kute and Chad Hansen. He's had a shitty offensive line a lot of times in Houston. He still flourished. This guy makes plays happen despite not always having talent around him. I mean,
and the next person that asks that question, I'm going to the Miami
what?
Dolphins depth chart.
Last I checked, you had
DeAndre
DeAndre Hopkins.
The players we got on our team because I am absolutely tired of hearing that question. Who does he have to throw to?
He didn't have.
Brandon Cooks, DeAndre Hopkins.
He didn't have DeAndre Hopkins.
I'm talking about 2020. I'm talking he didn't have Hopkins last year. He didn't have. I'm not talking last year. He put up his best numbers.
2019. You're saying.
Oh, you talk about the year. You talk about the year he went 4-12. Threw for 40
the year Houston went 4-12.
Houston went 4-12.
40 touchdowns.
Keller, I'll be right back.
10-4.
And he threw to Brandon Cooks and Will Fuller.
Will Fuller was barely there. He was suspended.
He had over 800 yards.
No, Will Fuller was only suspended the last 4 games. He got 5 overall. He served 4.
He missed 11 games. He only played like 11 games.
Hey, we have Will Fuller. So what are you trying to say anyway, Alexander?
He had 800 yards
as of now,
with 5
Will
touchdowns.
Fuller's here.
Brandon Cooks had
we have Will Fuller when he decides to play.
Wait a minute. Stop everybody for a second. I want to clear this up right now. If you're saying that the reason DeShaun Watson had success in Houston in 2019 is because he was throwing to Will Fuller, and then in the same,
2020,
and then
2020.
and then he was there in 2019. Last 2020, he was already he didn't play, if I remember.
No, he did. He did.
Okay, 2020, right? Okay, you're right. 2020.
They went 4-12.
But what? Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is the point still remains. If you're saying that the reason he had that performance was because he was throwing to guys like Will Fuller. You cannot then turn around and say that he has nobody to throw to in Miami when Will Fuller is on our stinking roster.
No, he's not. He's a free agent.
Okay, fine.
So they can keep him. They have the options to keep him.
Yeah, they have the option to keep him.
Which means you can't use that as an argument to say we ain't going to have nobody.
No, I didn't say well, as of right now, we don't. Go look at the current roster.
Right now, we have an option to keep
guys.
him.
Besides
we do have a wide receiver.
Besides the fact that Brandon Cooks is a free agent. So what's the issue?
We do have a
Are we going to go pick up both of those guys?
It doesn't matter.
It's called a free agency. You still have money.
No, it doesn't matter. It does matter.
Hey, if you're going to overtalk me when you ask me a question, I'm just not going to even engage with you, bro.
No, I'm not doing that.
No, CT, you just asked me to answer a question, and when I did, you jumped all over me.
I didn't answer
it.
We do have a wide receiver.
And I get accused of that all the time. So guess what? Now I'm going to talk over everybody anytime I want, and I don't give a damn if people like it or not. Okay? I've got a much larger gain on my mixer than all y'all.
I have footage of Tua coming into next season and lighting it up.
Okay, fine.
So
guess what?
The fact
of
it is, I wasn't talking about bringing those weapons here. I'm talking about people stop saying that we don't have weapons for DeShaun Watson to throw to.
What is Jalen
As of right now, we don't. What wide receivers are still on our team?
Parker.
So you saying Jay?
Look,
is
if you all
horse
think
shit?
that, if you all truly think that, then you can stop telling me. Drive your happy ass down to the practice field and tell those players that to their face.
I got no problem doing it.
Make sure you're wearing your Dolphins hat when you do it.
Stop acting like Jalen Waddle wasn't drafted last year.
Make sure you're wearing your Dolphins hat
Jalen
when
Waddle
you
is
do
an
it.
amazing player.
But
I'm sorry,
He's
I've
not
been
going to be a
out
part of the deal.
and everybody else that DVP needs a fucking one-way ticket to the Antarctic.
Yeah, that's the only person that's the main person I'm willing to get rid of. It's not like they ain't gonna have nobody replace him.
What if I told you that Devontae Parker is valued at a second-round pick and a part of the trade package for Deshaun Watson, Crypto?
Then you get that deal done immediately, expeditiously.
If that gives us us giving one less pick, fuck yeah, I am all for it. DVP got to go somewhere, and it ain't in Miami.
And it's called an NFL draft that a lot of these burning wide receivers coming out chopping at the bit, waiting for an opportunity.
Goodness, dude. There's going to be wide receivers in the 4th and 5th round that are running 4-4.
Exactly. That's going to be going into the hundreds and 90s.
The kid from Purdue,
picks available.
David Bell, the kid from Purdue and David Bell, I want him in the 4th round.
Let me put a scenario. Chris, I'm sorry. I want to put a scenario on the table, okay?
Go ahead.
Here's the scenario. You have $51 million cap space right here, right? Okay. You get Watson. He takes up 37 of your 51 mil.
No, because Houston gets to pay some of that. No. Some of that cap goes to Houston.
Crypto, let the scenario ride out. Go ahead.
So, okay, fine. Let's say he takes up 27 mil of that $51 million cap space. And you still need at least 2 offensive linemen, at least 2 receivers, a linebacker, and at least 1 more corner or safety. And you still need to resign Emmanuel Agba, and you still need to bring back at least Mike Gesicki is taking up 18 million of cap space right there with his tag.
18 million. That's a fantasy.
With his tag
he's not winning that grievance.
He's not. That's a fantasy. That's only going to fit your narrative to say we ain't got money to spend.
How are you going to build around when you have no first-round pick, no second-round pick?
It's called the 3rd through the 7th round.
It's called
the whole draft is not the first 2 rounds.
Your quarterback takes the ball.
But the draft is the draft is a crapshoot.
That's what it's called. That's how you do it.
So what? The first 2 rounds is a crapshoot.
Yep.
I'll just say this: how did the Green Bay Packers take negative or no cap money, re-sign a mega deal to their quarterback, and franchise tag Adams, and they're still going to draft and they're going to pay these guys? Don't get me wrong, there's going to be cap,
and they still going to be odds-on favorite to go to the championship.
That's it. So there's
literally
never
the
been
only
a
favorites
listen,
in the NFC right
to
now.
me,
But where it
there's never
kills
been a
them-
time. There's never been a time where a team had more capital all the way around. So as far as draft capital and finance, we haven't even made cuts that I expect to see. They could clear up 10 million like that with letting some of these players go that are just role guys. And you got to also think what kind of guys are going to want to come to this team when they see Deshaun Watson on here signing up with. We already expected guys to potentially want to come here because of Mike McDaniel's offense. A Mike McDaniel's offense run by Deshaun Watson, which is the type of offense he's always wanted to run. And it's the offense the Dolphins wanted to build when they first approached Mike McDaniels with the idea of Deshaun Watson coming on this football team, when he said that he also likes San Francisco because he likes that scheme. The dots connect here again and again and again. We have enough capital.
Yeah, the zone
we have
blocking
enough.
run
We have
And let's
enough.
not act like they didn't have a deal ready to pull a trigger. And then Stephen Ross came out and said, we just need to settle the lawsuit. The deal was already on the table. They was ready to pull the trigger. So let's not act like they didn't know that we was going to use the capital to get them anyway.
After that
Colts
game,
it's
after
different
selective
now.
amnesia. And it's not.
No, it is different now. You know why it's different now? Crypto, you know why it's different now?
It ain't no different.
Because
The terms are still the
it
same.
is. No, it's not, because the criminal shit has been resolved. So there are so many other teams, and now the bidding war becomes
even before that, even before that, I think
I understand that. I know what happened before, Chris.
I think what happened.
I'm saying
the
now,
point is they was willing to give up what they was going to give up.
Even
all 3 first round picks, 2 seconds, and a player.
Crypto, they were going to buy him with all of this still in play. They were going to trade for him with the legal problems, and that was the asking price with the legal stuff.
And I agree, but what I'm saying now is now that the criminal shit is gone, the bidding war opens. That's it.
That everybody
the
calls
bidding wasn't
trash.
open because he still owns the veto power over where he
has
goes.
nobody to throw to.
That's
Deshaun
the
Watson has
bottom line.
nobody to throw to, but we're 1 win away from the playoffs.
That's right.
Exactly.
Jalen Waddle
absolutely is the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard.
Jalen Waddle doesn't lead this football team.
Our defense lost us 3 games this year, and we missed the playoffs by 1 game.
I'm not comparing the two. I'm saying that we don't need one more piece. We don't need any other piece.
Nicole asks if we
I'm
can talk to
arguing
a
the fact
7-year
that we
plan
have
again.
people to throw to.
I don't know who's got the
Roadrunner,
feedback.
I cannot sell you any day, my boy. Come at me, man. You want to come at me, boy? I can come at you any day, boy. I can outsell you any day of the week, boy.
What is it?
Say boy again. Say boy again.
I can outsell you any day of the week, my boy. Come at me, boy.
Okay.
Come at me.
Okay.
Who?
Roadrunner.
Whatever that is.
Oh, Roadrunner?
Yeah.
To say that we ain't gonna have nobody to throw to is
he's
just
coming at me in the
ridiculous.
chat.
He says
he's going to elevate the play
he
of
says
his
he could
of his
sell
offense.
he could sell ice
No,
cube to an Eskimo.
Yeah, okay, sure he can. Anyways, he
I'll
sits
sell
there
beer
and
to a blind man. I'll sell a tomato popsicle to a man in a white suit.
he sits there and tells me I can see why you don't sell any phones. So okay.
But could you sell a phone to somebody in the bottom of the Grand Canyon?
That's the question. I don't know.
You can if they desperate enough, Color. You can if
we
they
get rid of that narrative.
I'm selling right
draft
now,
only
and I've been saying
consists
this,
of
guys.
the first 2 rounds.
Listen, if
we need to get rid of that narrative. We need to stop believing in that
what
because
we really
first
need
2
to start doing,
picks are gone.
Crypto.
It's act like the 3rd through the 4th round don't freaking matter.
Listen, Crypto. What we really need to start doing is taking
this
Dolphins team to the next level, guys, and we need to start finding some Carolina Panther YouTube channels, and all of us jump on over there and talk up to a Tonga Viola and let them know that, man, dude, you guys are really, you need to look at Tua. If we end up getting DeShaun, Tua could be your quarterback, guys. I mean,
and Tua gets
traded.
We get some of that capital back anyway.
You all know how I feel about
if we're
Tua.
getting a second back, that's going to offset some of
over.
what we gave.
Hold on, Crypto. You all know how I feel about Tua, and I will say this right here as a matter of fact on record. Tua is a serious upgrade over Sam Darnold.
bro, night and day.
I am not.
Day.
I am not.
Could
saying,
you imagine
I have never
Christian
said,
McCaffrey out of that play action pass and that RPO?
But they forgot
with
they're
Tua?
not
That
doing
would be
math
great.
once again. If Tua gets traded, we offset some of the capital we gave up in the first place to get Watson. So that stuck some of the blow that we're giving.
That only happens if we trade him after June 1st, though. Look at over the cap.
No. This all happens in a 3-team
But you
trade.
got him for future years.
Been saying this for a while. This is a 3-team trade. Why do you think Carolina keeps being mentioned? People think Carolina's mentioned because it's for Watson. No, it's for Tua.
Yep.
That's why Carolina is a part of this ordeal.
Tua is now the Miami Dolphins. In other words, the way we always would be looking at the star guy and somebody else would get him and we'd get the second best, Carolina's playing that role now to us.
That's right. So we need to take an active role in making sure that Carolina understands that they're getting a hell of a deal and a much better quarterback, and they get to keep their running back, and they can actually compete, especially in the NFC that has no young up-and-coming quarterbacks because they're all going to the AFC for whatever friggin' reason. And we better match this intensity, guys. We're going to need to keep up with quarterbacks like Russell Wilson now and Herbert. I mean,
Three first, 2 seconds in a player. That's the
gambit
terms.
of the AFC West is hard enough. And then you still got to worry about Derrick Henry. He'll be healthy next year, guys. You still got other teams that are not going to be hard. And the Jaguars are only getting better, but they got Sunshine over there. They're going to be hard. There's going to be hard teams to go against.
Chris, what really bugs me though about this whole thing is a lot of people comparing this to the Drew Brees situation.
It is. It would be worse.
Oh no, this is way more than Drew Brees. Drew Brees was coming off of an atrophy.
Drew Brees was coming off an injury.
His leg was atrophied.
But here's the difference. The difference is we have a top 5 quarterback that has the potential to be a franchise guy. Okay, and I
top 5
believe
quarterback?
in the kid.
He's talking about Tua.
A top 5
pick. A top 5 pick.
A top 5 pick that has the potential to be a franchise quarterback. Okay, I believe in the kid. I do. I have high hopes for this kid. Has he shown anything within the first 2 years? You guys are absolutely right. He has not. And I'm totally with you guys.
Well,
on
Alex, what if I told you that? What if I told you this, Alex? Just
I'm on board.
Tua, I think he can be. I think he can be everything you're thinking he can be. I just think it'll be too little, too late. Same with Tannehill. We are overachieving.
I don't think so because it's only his third year.
Football guard once again
Alexander
is giving us an opportunity, and we're trying to find a way to squander it.
Let me translate real quick. What Chris is saying is he's saying it's going to be too little, too late for the Miami Dolphins, not for Tua. Tua has 10, 15 years to make it happen for himself.
I don't think it would be too late for us because you can always go back. It's next year's draft. You remember, you still have.
And then we're starting from scratch once again.
Don't see how you don't see.
You're the one just argued that the draft's a crapshoot. Which one is it?
We just don't see how you can see otherwise.
I take back what I said about that, Crypto. I take back what I said about that. Okay, here's the thing. I am with. If we get Watson, I'm on board with it. Okay, I really am on board with the Watson because I have never sat here and denied that he's a top 5 quarterback. He's a top 3 quarterback in my opinion in the NFL. Okay, and I just think you can't overspend, you can't overpay for a guy when your team is not ready to compete yet.
Alexander,
the Dolphins.
Well, hold on, Color. Let me respond, Color.
I'm sorry.
Not ready to compete.
We're one of the only teams in position to pay for it and afford it and still have money left over and capital left to build stuff.
It'd be
That's
the blunder of the century.
And not only that, but this is a football team as constructed. Everything that we want this team to grow into is all got to happen through the draft picks, player development, new scheme. All that stuff still has to show and happen. But no matter what, we won 9 football games last year and 10 the year before that. We're overachieving as a football team with the roster currently constructed right now. My point is, you take a top 5 quarterback and plop him on a team that has 10 wins, and you're in the playoffs no matter what. No matter what. There's not a guess. There's not a maybe. We're in the playoffs. DeShaun Watson on the
You'd be plus
playoff, yes, but
200.
what about
Look,
Super Bowl?
Alexander,
There's lots of maybes.
we would be an overnight contender, and we would actually be a lot lower than plus 50,000 to make it and win the Super Bowl. And to Chris's point, overnight, if we had Watson on this team, overnight we would be plus 200 to make the playoffs.
Oh,
overnight.
Listen,
Let me ask
the narrative
question.
immediately
Let me ask
becomes,
question
and I want just a second, JP. The narrative immediately becomes, can the Bills keep the Dolphins out of the AFC East? Like, can the Bills and the Dolphins? First of all, it'll be an amazing show every time we watch that. But go ahead, JP.
Let me ask all you a question here in the panel, and anybody here in the chat room. Let me ask anybody a question. Would you say that the Dolphins right now are better than the Denver Broncos? Well, actually, would you say the Dolphins 1 week ago are better than the Denver Broncos?
Before Russell Wilson, yes.
Yeah, 1 week ago.
Yes.
1 week ago. Would you say the Dolphins were better than the Denver Broncos?
Close.
Maybe not
Okay,
the
because
Dolphins, but plenty of other teams. Plenty of other teams we would have said are
Listen,
better
if
than
the
Broncos.
Broncos were in our
2020.
division, if the Broncos
did
were in
beat us
our
last
division,
year
they
with
would be
Drew Lock.
better off. They're in a really tough division over there in the West.
Okay, because here's the method madness behind that question is Denver just gave up a hell of a lot to get a quarterback in Russell Wilson because they think they can compete for a Super Bowl. That division did not get any easier since they acquired Wilson. In fact, you may argue it got tougher since the Chargers went out and got Khalil Mack. Miami, they're better than Denver. They are still, I think, right now better than Denver. They have a chance to get a quarterback that they can compete with Josh Allen, and they can compete with Patrick Mahomes. They can compete with these quarterbacks. Could Tua become that guy? Sure, but let's be honest. Watson is what we hope Tua becomes, right? We all hope Tua can become that guy. And what I was trying to say earlier is, with Kiki Kute and Chad Hansen, yeah, I realize this guy played with some good wide receivers in the past, but he also can elevate these wide receivers that are not good players like Kansas, make them look like game breakers. He can make team around him look a hell of a lot better. He has. He's played behind shit offensive lines, which I don't think this offensive line is shit. He makes the team around him better. I think
He produced on a bad football team, guys. He produced the numbers,
and he has playoff experience.
Are very big on a bad football team.
But to say that this team didn't have a shit offensive line is crazy.
No one said that.
I will say the bullshit. Oh my God! So again, in the same situation, we're also making the same argument that the defense.
Fucking billboard.
Yeah, but
we again, the same guy, same guy who's making the assumption that getting rid of Flores, who he loves, and says he was such a defensive mastermind, which I'm not doubting he is. But to say that Josh Boyer is going to keep this defense at the same tempest as what it was under Brian Flores is ridiculous.
Okay, well, hold on, color.
So you're saying Boyer doesn't have the capacity to keep it the same?
Hold on, Crypto.
No, I don't.
With you, CT.
No,
I agree with you. I felt that Boyer was. I was hoping for a better, more seasoned guy to come in.
I was hoping for Vic Fangio, and we got screwed.
Or at least for him to pick his own guy and not be pigeonholed.
No, Vic Fangio screwed us because Vic Fangio wants the money, and he doesn't want to come back because if he comes back and he makes a certain percentage, he won't get the payment from being the head coach, even though he went out and got fired. So
doesn't matter. My question is this, CT: who would be better equipped to carry a defense that takes a step back, Tua or DeShaun?
I agree with that. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is people making the assumption that just because DeShaun is there, that because we missed the playoffs by one game, which our defense cost us 3 games this year. To then say that, yes, he may come out and Watson may win us 2 or 3 extra games a year. But if our loss of Brian Flores, which I'm not arguing, he can be a dick, he can be a hard ass coach, but he was a defensive genius. He was a defensive genius, and I'm sorry, but if you think that Boyer is going to give you anything close to Brian Flores,
no doubt,
you are stupid.
Yep, but you know what?
Great. No, but the personnel's still there.
Yeah, not for nothing.
You can have the personnel all you want. If you don't got the mind, it doesn't matter.
Okay, great.
I expect the defense to be kind of on par of what it is. Personally, they weren't the best defense in the world anyhow, as we know. Opportunistic defense, good in the back end, young pass rushers. I think it's going to operate close to the same speed. To me, this offense is where is going to get all the attention. Yeah, well, it could be a little bit of a drop off because to me,
my fear is losing Agba.
It's going to.
My fear is losing Agba.
They're going to lose Agba.
Because it changes a huge dynamic.
My fear is losing the chance at a top 5 quarterback for the next 20 years.
Forget
That's my
Agba.
fear.
I am more afraid of
Agba
losing
can go fuck himself.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I love Agba, but I need that $15 million for a franchise quarterback. So bye, Agba. Listen, guys, hold on real quick, and I want to throw it to Lakers all day. He hasn't started out the
Jalen Phillips
already. Hold on, before I
Jalen Phillips could get us another 10 sacks.
Listen,
would be good.
Listen, before I get on that, guys. Hold on, Alex. Let me do the rundown, guys. Make sure you guys are coming back. TMI Tuesday, Talk 7, live at 9 with color commentary. Right after that, you guys got open mic with Mike on the mic. Tomorrow, you guys can catch Drop the Mic with Mike on the mic and Brandon the Bookie. Thursday nights, late night color commentary, live at 10. And you guys can always catch El Capitan and the Fins Tailgate all the time, every time, anytime. Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Check the links for the descriptions for all the fan gear, hats, hoodies, beanies, all the good stuff for Fins Tailgate stuff. We also are partnered with Fanatics. If you guys are looking for fans gear, check the link below. Hit the Fanatics link, get some good stuff, get hooked up, helps out the show. And with that, Lakers all day. What's up, my brother?
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Are you excited? You excited about the team going after Watson?
If this organization really wants to go after him, man, we just gotta go because we can't make a mistake.
See, I think Lakers all day. I think Chris Greer is going to be patient. Their offer's already there. Every team right now has to beat the Dolphins or match the Dolphins' offer, and that's a hefty offer to match. So any team that comes to the bargaining table with the same amount of value as the Dolphins have given has to then say they then have to sell not just the package, but they got to sell it to the quarterback and go, listen, we're going to give him all this for you, and this is what we're left with. Is he going to say yes to that situation?
Let me ask you a question. So since we have Wes Welker and Sam Madison and you know what I'm saying, all those those guys that play for us, do you think they have a say in this? Because they were Dolphins, you know what I'm saying?
Great question.
What do you think they would say?
I think they would say, yeah, go get them. But if you realize it, if we don't get them right and Tua has a bad game.
Is that you I'm getting feedback off of Lakers all day?
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, sorry, bud.
He sounds delayed a little.
Guys, I just want to say I'm going to get off because I got to go to work in the morning.
All right, Alex. See you later, my brother.
It's
have a great night,
football with you guys. I love
you, buddy.
With you guys.
Anytime, Alex.
Good night.
Take it easy, buddy.
Yep, you too.
Later, brother. Go sell some phones, man. Go sling the phones around.
Hey, Lakers brought up a good point that I want to point out. Also, is that when the question or the ridiculous thought or question is asked, who would Watson have to throw to if he came here after we just brought in Wes Welker and spent the last 4 weeks getting shoved sycophancy down our throat for a former wide receiver and how he's going to be a star coach. So you're now saying that Wes Welker is going to be useless? So
basically,
in other words,
all the coaches
if you're
don't
saying
matter
that
no
Deshaun
more.
Watson will have nobody to throw to, you're literally saying Wes Welker is going to be useless.
He's terrible at his job.
I just glad
Carolina's
we can
job.
all admit that.
Not
I'm
to
glad.
mention, don't you
And
realize
we got to
that
trade away Waddle too, Color, because
I
Waddle is
want to
trash.
ask
Remember?
this. I want to ask this because I brought it up to Nelson and a couple other people. Who else is intrigued at the idea that Wes Welker, if we bring in Braxton Berrios, who played at the University of Miami, and allow Waddle to move to that Y and have Braxton play the Z in that slot role?
Not a bad idea.
They are one and the same. They are exactly the same size.
Chris, I just want to answer something real quick to CT on that. I was actually looking at Berrios when I was looking over the James, because everybody knows I'm kind of big on Jamison Crowder. The only reason I didn't actually talk up Berrios more than Crowder is because after what he showed late in the season last year, I just assume the Jets are going to want to wrap him up.
That's what I
whatever
think.
the
I
cost,
think the Jets are going to. I think the
I
Jets
agree
are gonna,
too, but
try to keep him there.
I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a stiffy. And we talked about it because I talked about it with Cap too. I get a stiffy in thinking about Wes Welker. Braxton Berrios is Wes Welker 2.0. Sure. And
so
if he can teach him, yes. Oh my God, I love Hunter Renfrow, but it's not happening.
No, but CT, remember who DeShaun was throwing to in Clemson, in your beloved Clemson?
No, don't say my beloved Clemson. I am a Gamecock through and through. So do not mention Clemson.
So Watson's beloved.
We all know you love
who was he
Clemson, CT.
I do not. I am a USC alumni.
Okay, but
Clemson is my ultimate enemy. Granted, I will admit they got some great.
Watson?
No. I have said this shit over and over. I will take Watson any day of the week if it allows our team to win. If we can make things work, I got no problem with it.
Okay,
I had issue just like Big John.
Question: who was DeShaun throwing to in Clemson?
Hunter Renfrow. Again, I got no problem with that. But the question is Hunter Renfrow is under contract, we would have to trade for him.
Who was on Clemson's defense when DeShaun was there?
Which one? Because there's multiple guys.
Who's on our defense? Who's on our defense?
Christian Wilkins. Thank you very much.
I just
don't want to talk about that because they were on
Christian
not
Wilkins
my
is
team.
in the trade, boys. Sorry, Christian Wilkins is in the trade. He's going to Houston, guys.
Like
hold on, just real quick.
Alabama for Clemson.
Just real quick, guys.
It'll be X going to Houston.
We got Mountie Fins up here. What's going on, Mountie Fins? How's it going, my guy?
Mountie.
What's up, Mountie? How you doing?
And no.
So is it one or two players, Chris?
His family may
a
have
part of this deal.
I
know it's three first, 2 seconds, and a player.
Crypto, I think too, his family may have snipped Mountie's communication lines.
That's where Alex went.
Hackers, Irving.
That's where Alex
went.
That's where Alex went.
Yep.
Alex Crypto Irving done him and his comrades done freaking internet hack shit.
That'd be funny. I mean, it wouldn't be funny, but that would be totally ironic if we all pulled up the news right now and it's like Russia just attacked American Samoa. It's like what?
That better not happen.
Yeah,
that would be awesome, Colin. That would be great.
Funny, but awesome. Like totally ironic. You know what I mean? Like we'd be watching.
That would be wonderful.
Mountie, you there, Mountie? Mountie?
Yeah.
Quick question, Chris. Quick question. Who threw out the comment about Boyer and Flores? Who threw that out?
Me. That was me.
Right.
CT, you and I have always seen eye to eye on a lot of things, so I want to go a little back and forth with you here if I can. And all due respect to you, you know, we're boys. You know that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
All right. So this is just a friendly back and forth here. I obviously do not think that I'm not stupid enough to think that Josh Boyer is the same defensive mastermind that Brian Flores is. I'm a little higher up.
Josh Boyer, he called all the plays last year.
Don't even get me started on that. Don't make me go down that rabbit hole.
That rabbit hole is so big, it's in deep space.
Yeah, don't make me go down that rabbit hole.
Hey, I am John Fernandez. I'm biting my tongue. I know that was not meant to be funny at all.
Go ahead, JP. Go ahead, JP.
Natural joke.
Sorry, JP. Sorry, JP. Sorry. Go ahead, JP.
That's all right, brothers. Even at 12 o'clock in the morning, and a long day, I'm a little bit more intelligent to think that Brian Flores was a little bit more of the mastermind. But my perspective on this is we saw our defense get wore down last year because the offensive woes made them be on the field a lot longer than they needed to be. I think you can agree with me on that, right?
Sure.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
they took a lot of risk on defense too, getting rid of Bobby McCain. I think they underestimated how much Kyle Van Noy and Bobby McCain did for this defense and getting rid of that leadership early on and putting it in the hands of young players. We went through the growing pains, the same growing pains we went through with the offensive line. So cut you off real quick, JP. I expect. Well, we've seen it already. We've seen towards the end of the year, the young guys were taking their roles more seriously and growing into them and learning their offensive responsibilities, defensive responsibilities. Even the offensive line started doing better. So everything's going to go up. What's up, Mountie? Hold on, Mountie. Before you go, let JP finish. Before you go, let JP finish up, and then I'll throw it to you.
All right,
go ahead, JP.
Thanks. So, CT, my question to you is this: we get a quarterback like DeShaun Watson, and I know you think 4-12 the last couple. He had a shitty year last time he started, but we get a quarterback like Watson who can move the offense, who can score the points. Who is high octane. They put the points on the board. It keeps the defense. It keeps the defense off the field. It makes them a little more fresh when they're out there. It keeps it balanced, right? It keeps it a balanced team. I mean, that's where that's my thoughts.
JP,
yeah.
What if I told you that even the defense taking a step back because we lose Agba and Jalen Phillips has to take all those snaps as the pass rusher guy now, and that there will be growing pains and a new guy brought in that would be growing pains on defense. But the plan for the offense stays the same. A power running outside zone blocking scheme that is that way, ran by a quarterback that when you need more than that, you can go 4 and 5 wide and take and go at you. That's what they want. That's exactly what just won the Super Bowl. They sat there out of that zone blocking all year, and at times they come out, and next thing you know, they're just throwing the ball every play on you. There was whole drives where all they did was throw the ball every single time with all kinds of movement and trickery, and it's all in a zone blocking. So it's a cheat code to get to where they want to be with this team this year, this football season. You put this guy on the football team and put this scheme in play and keep this offensive line. They've already brought. I know we're expecting these guys to get somebody in free agency. A lot of people would like to see 2 guys picked up in free agency. I do think they'll pick up 2. Probably one they'll pay big money. Another one will be a role guy. But they didn't bring in all these offensive line coaches at that to bring in this scheme to not coach up all the young talent that's already on the team. Tons of young guys already on the team with high upside. Even like Roberts that played right tackle. These are guys that they're going to need. And again, the scheme dictates you need a lot of young guys because these guys got to run. And this is South Florida. So that same scheme is what DeShaun Watson wants to run. It's the scheme they had a hard time putting into place for him in Houston that bankrupted the team when he tried to build that. You have DeShaun Watson in that scheme, and it's gonna be next level because then he can operate the 5 wide and go at you with no timeouts, 2 minutes left to win a football game. Mountie, what's up, my man? Mountie, you there?
Is he on mute?
No, he's
you
not
hear
on
me?
mute.
Well,
Yeah. What's up, Mountie? Go ahead, buddy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm more or less in lockstep with look, I like I said before, those of you who are familiar with my commentary, I know Tua, I know his family, but and I want all the best for him. However, this is our time. This is our opportunity to make a world of a difference.
You're breaking up again, Mountie. Maybe you're breaking up. You're skipping again, Mountie. Maybe sign off and jump back on like JP did. It worked for him. Try that, Mountie, and hop back in here, brother. Cap for life hopping in
Like
here.
the
Though. What's
football
up,
gods
Cap?
are giving us an opportunity, man.
But real quick, I wanted
That's
to
what's
reply
happening.
to JP, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, CT, and then we'll hear from Cap.
So, JP, as far as that, I'm not disagreeing. I think that Watson can absolutely elevate the offensive side of the ball. I do think that we have. I still think that we do have, depth issues as far as the offensive line. Yes, we need to improve that. There's no way that we can go ahead with the offensive line we have.
Chris, before
it's
we
not
move on to
possible.
the offense, can I please point out something about the defense to push back a little on what everybody's been saying about the
go ahead, Color.
been saying about the defense.
Yeah, go ahead, Color.
I just did the math. I just did the math, and it's not so much pushing back against what CT was saying. It was something. It was what I'm willing to accept, as far as what Chris was saying about the defense regressing if we lose Ogba. Okay,
And it's not that big of a regression.
Currently,
I know, I'm just saying we could afford it.
Well, here's to illustrate that. Currently, last season, 2021, our defense gave up 22 points a ball game. Okay, and if that moves up to 28 to 30 points a ball game,
that ain't gonna go that high.
But no, I'm just saying if it did,
that would be pretty high.
It doesn't matter because DeShaun Watson is good for 2.5 touchdowns by himself per game.
Well, first of all, Color, just the scheme, though. That was kind of my point.
But 2.5 touchdowns a game is 18 points, not 28.
No,
okay,
on top
I get
of
it.
what we've been scoring is what he's saying.
No. Listen, guys. Again.
Well, okay.
Mike
CT,
McDaniels
whatever
isn't going to
that's what
change his
33
scheme.
divided by 16 is.
Mike
okay,
McDaniels
he
isn't
threw
going to
33
change his
touchdowns in a
scheme,
season.
guys. He's going to come in and he's going to run the same outside zone blocking scheme that he's going to put in here. It's just a better armed quarterback to operate it. When the scheme, once you get into the third quarter, late into the third quarter with this type of zone blocking, with the motions and the movement, now all of a sudden you can listen. I don't think you guys realize this is why they got rid of Goff and they went and got Stafford, because the things he could do when they needed to get outside of that scheme, but actually run like a play. I need to really just take my time. I just really need to take my time and put together a video. As soon as I get over 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do like some video editing to just show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, because there's just no way I can even tell. I have to show you why, because it's so in depth of what you need to have happen, where the quarterback being able to do this type of throw, never mind, man. I'm going to bring Mountie Fins on. What's up, Mountie Fins? Sarah, how you sound now, buddy? You there? You're still
echoing his mic.
Still kind of breaking up.
Robot.
Yeah, it's breaking up bad.
Sorry, Mountie Fins, man. It's not coming through, my brother. We need to get in touch with Alexander and find out why he's doing this to Mountie Finn's phone. It's obviously Alex that did it. So.
It's Irving Figueroa, El Comrade.
El Cap or Cap for Life. What's up, my brother? What's going on?
Hey boys, what's going on? Yeah, man, it's he's got the case of the R2D2s, man. I feel for somebody like that, man. That phone situation, man.
I hate that, bro.
We need to all go to Alex. Yeah, bro. We need to all go to Alex's job one day, all of us, and just be like, "Look, man,
time to zap it."
You sold us
stop it.
Get that S21 or S22. That's what
Get that iPhone 13. I'll have no problems. That 5G work.
Yeah,
don't talk to me about that damn fucking 21 Ultra or whatever. Fucking $1,400. My wife just bought one today. I'm fucking.
In case anybody was wondering, in 13 games played, Tua has 16 touchdowns. That factors out to 1.2 touchdowns per game. And you're gonna presume to tell me on the same team that went 9-8, upgrading that position to 2.2 touchdowns per
it's a
game
double
is
output,
not going to
man.
improve us.
It's double the output.
I just don't. I'm sorry.
It seems to me that yeah, man. I don't think the phone's the only thing that needs upgrades in Miami, man. We need to really just figure out that at the end of the day, like all the numbers you guys are running, it's just we simplify it by saying that it's at the end of the day, it's the guy who throws the ball, man. It's just let's just keep it simple, man. All
Cap.
Cap, he's got the football in his hand every play on offense. He has the most opportunities than anyone to get it.
Thomas, no more stacking the box.
Thomas makes a great
stacking the box on him.
The only other person that touches the ball more is the center.
That's right, and he's not a playmaker. So
yeah, no more disrespect. They won't be stacking
that's right.
the box.
Thomas
no
writes
more,
it perfect. No more stacking
no more
the box.
blitzing from cornerback position and all this nonsense.
And in certain situations, they're going to have to keep a spy on your quarterback. If they got good back in, they're going to need to keep a spy on it. So you could be so much more creative.
Well, if they play man, if they're playing zone, they don't. But
instead of us being creative in that aspect and thinking, all right, well, yeah, if we get that one quarterback that is elite, he can pretty much counteract all those problems with just having that flexibility to be that versatile. So if you want to invest in a quarterback that's elite, you don't have to worry about trying to put the puzzle together like we're trying to do right now in free agency and bust our heads and try to figure it out. When in essence, people would come down here to play with a contender. It's just, I don't know, man. We're making it real simple difficult in Miami.
Exactly. Just look. Cap, you're right. Just look at the tape. The guy takes 2.5 steps to get outside the pocket. 2.5 steps.
So it doesn't even require the most. It doesn't even require.
Tom Brady was able to do that.
Out of what I mean by this zone blocking that they're going to run, where it's lateral a lot, and then you take your shots. Basically, and I was trying to see if I could find a clip of somebody else doing it, and that without sound or something, but I can't find it. Essentially, every now and again, if there's a blitzing linebacker and he chooses right, and the quarterback has to, he's hidden the ball. He didn't take the bait. Now it's man-to-man with him and the linebacker. It puts him in situations where a lot of times they come back across and go to their non-dominant throwing arm, and they've got to be able to throw across their body. Now, when that happens, because that linebacker's in your face and after you, chances are that second-level window from the other side of the field coming across is wide open. If you can, now there's usually a leak off, a check down guy in this design. But if you have a quarterback that has the arm strength to throw across his body, especially on the other side of the field, in some instances, you destroy them. You demoralize and defeat any team. That across the body arm, and to me, Tua hasn't shown that arm. I don't think he'll ever have that arm, it's not a necessary weapon. But what I've seen with the teams that win the Super Bowl, it's necessary to win the Super Bowl because that's what they keep going and getting. That guy that can make that throw. I wish I could find it for you guys. I'm gonna again, once I get over 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna be putting together full-on edit videos where I can break things down.
Chris, tell me how much it costs and I'll do it. Just text me and we'll go through it. I'm dead serious.
What?
I said, text me whatever the cost is, whatever it's going to cost.
Joe Burrow was sacked
just
70 times.
I'll take care of
it. But even so, Crypto sacked 49 times and still threw 33 touchdowns.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
I don't know what. And to Green Rat's question, always bringing in the irrelevance, Green Rat. We gotta love you. How many rushing TDs for the Texans? What does that even have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, I mean,
how much is the price of
I think that's a balance of the offense.
Well, the defense, I agree with you, and I think that's what they
Watson
want.
accomplished. He accomplished 4,800 yards and 33 touchdowns on a team
when they
that
had
I
a
would
running
say
game.
is trash compared to our 9-18. Sorry.
So let me ask you guys
Go ahead,
this:
Cap.
the possibilities, and I know it's far fetched because they are in the same division. But the Colts making a run on a three-way trade, do you think that in knowing that they're one quarterback away, I mean,
I
would
think
they be
the
ballsy enough
Colts
to do that?
Listen, I think the Colts are a perfect trade partner for Tua. I think the Colts could
Yeah,
they
but, like,
love
do
to
you
have
think they want him, though?
quarterbacks. They love to have quarterbacks that they don't want to pay the bigger money to. They like that system quarterback. They ran it with Luck. It's almost the same type of. They're big on the run game and blocking. It's a dome. It plays out perfect. I think
He's
it's a
already
perfect
there,
trade
yeah.
partner for him.
He's got the offensive line that everybody craves, right?
Pittsburgh running a scheme with an old guy who can't throw shit. So,
well, the Indianapolis Colts got everything that they coveted Tua to have. A running
Honestly,
game, a
I would
running back,
love
a
if
wide receiver.
they traded Tua to the
Pittsburgh,
Steelers.
him and Najee,
oh my
bro.
God, bro, that would be
And plus, Indianapolis plays inside a vaunted dome, right? So
By
it's
the
a
way,
perfect place for
Frank
Tua.
Reich, Frank Reich is a nice, boring, dull kind of guy.
Oh,
Exactly,
bro,
right up
and
Tua's alley.
listen, right up there in the heart of America, they would love Tua up there. It's a fit.
Yeah,
all the way
Indy
around.
is actually a perfect place for them.
They have
they
surfing
play
tanks.
indoors. They don't got to worry about weather for 8 times.
They
in the
have
season.
wave tanks for surfing, artificial wave tanks.
I can remember Carson
It's a
Wentz
wave
having a
tank.
game where he was like 8 of 12, and they won that game. He had like 119 yards. So Carson Wentz wasn't asked to do a lot. It's a facilitator, and the biggest problem they had with Carson Wentz is his
propensity for turnovers.
That's right. He would just lose that cannon, and he would get squirrely feet and throw the ball sidearmed like an idiot. And they would probably really enjoy having Tua over there with his accuracy and stuff
And
like
plus,
that.
they get to have Jonathan Taylor in his backfield like they wanted him here in Miami. So if he goes there, he has Jonathan Taylor.
It's almost similar to him and Najee.
Got an
almost
offensive
similar
line.
to him and Najee.
That's actually the perfect
pairing the running game with the passing game.
And you know what?
Yeah.
You kind of
Sitting in Indy.
You kind of stick it to Houston a little bit too, because they didn't want to, and you'd be like, "Hey, Tua, they didn't want you, man. So you should stick it to them."
And by the way, with this latest chance that has arisen after today, do you think that these guys, like these Dolphin alumni and magnates down south, are going to be like, or do you think they're going to want to wake up to the news that DeShaun Watson has signed with another team?
Oh, I'll be pissed.
Bro,
I'll be honest, man. I'm going to be pissed
then
if he signs to another
set up
team.
for disappointment.
I mean, y'all think that don't matter, okay? But it does. When the 72 Dolphins stop coming around popping their champagne, that's when it's going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do that.
Yeah, of course they will.
They're going to do that shit regardless.
Yeah.
You think that the suspension will get reduced? Like if it ends up being 6, do you think he'll get 3?
I think he'll get. I think he'll appeal it and probably serve 3 or 4 games.
But
I think it'll.
but
I think
again,
4
Chris,
games is where it'll be.
But again, Chris, this is why you don't make Tua part of the trade package, because if we trade him after June 1st, we gain a lot more back without having to rely on our trade partner to gain back
No,
our
I agree
losses.
with you, Color. I just see it all happening all at the same time.
Upfront money.
Everybody wants to
the Texans
Well,
said,
if the trade partner's willing to give it, I'm not stupid. Let's do it early.
A first round pick,
a
first round
but
pick
I'm
from
just saying,
the Colts
I
goes.
looked it up, Chris, I looked it up real quick. Nick Casario said he said it is going to be done by March 18th, which is 2 days after the beginning of free agency. He said in his combine conference, the exact days he said it will be done by March 18th.
Oh, that's next Friday. I'm sorry. We're already on Saturday.
Yeah, the 18th is Friday.
Yep. He said, that's the quote. Go look it up.
I see 100
March
Ante in here.
Rest up, gentlemen.
I see 100 Ante in here. It's all about me, fake
else.
Miami fans. What are you talking about?
Fake
Miami
fans.
Here we go. Everybody
rest up, because it's going to be a hell of a ride next weekend on the panel.
Next week. It's going to be a ride. But
oh, man.
hunker down. Bold prediction.
Listen, you guys might catch some news briefs from El Capitan next week, bro. I might pop in here for a short news brief, because I expect
we're going to have to start preparing the all 22 for Watson, because it's going to be ready by Monday.
Is that the word on the street, Crypto? Is that what you heard from Ross? Is Watson on the yacht tomorrow night?
Yep. He's saying get her done.
When's
This
the
is-
when,
you got the
is the legal tampering period?
Hey, give me that one more time, Chris. That was great. One more time, please. That was.
That's a good one.
Hey, Chris,
Every
let
kid
me.
on that fucking
What's up?
green
Hold on,
track.
guys. I want to hear from
Every kid on
Lakers
that
all
green
day.
track.
Here's to you, Cap.
What's up, Lakers all day, brother?
So like I was talking about, Wes Welker and Sam Madison, right? Okay, so like let's say, like, you know what I'm saying, you know how I said that they might have like a little say, and you know what I'm saying, getting DeShaun Watson, because you know what I'm saying, they were like future Dolphins, right? Like saying, let's say like Tua has like a bad practice and like he starts having like a bad season. Do you think they would want to, like, you know what I'm saying, like get rid of him?
I don't. Well, first of all, if they miss out on DeShaun Watson, they'll all ships sail ahead with Tua. But DeShaun Watson will be traded in the next few weeks. That's going to happen. I mean, listen, you just heard CT. He said they're going to be at the 18th. I don't think we see next Friday without DeShaun Watson having somewhere he's going. As far as if it's us,
He's already talked to a
Tua's
real
gone.
estate agent in South Beach.
He's already got 3 condos in Miami.
I'm going to be monitoring the pro shop all week next week to make sure that I can't build a Watson number 4 jersey on the Dolphins pro shop site. I'm telling you,
I didn't know this, but I just thought about it.
That's how you
what
get
was
the scoop.
crazy.
That's
real
how
quick.
you get the scoop, because as soon as the contract is signed, they'll have the rights to be able to do that for us to be able to customize that jersey.
What are you talking about?
I just thought it was weird, and I
Yeah.
didn't know this color. It makes sense. So they were told a month ago that the criminal cases, whether or not they were going to bring them, was decided today. Guess what next Friday is? 7 days.
Yeah.
It gives them 1 week. That makes sense. Then Nick Cassio or Cassero or whatever his name is said the 18th. That gives them 1 week to figure it out,
So
and
all the more
go from
reason
there.
to feed the narrative that I said before, where Houston knew that this wasn't going to go all the way. All they did was stop Watson from running away from their team till they could get the price they wanted to pay. And in doing so, they screwed themselves, because now his value is hurt more than it's helped. The only difference is they do have a measuring stick at this point. Everyone sees what Wilson just got. Everyone sees what Wilson just got. So we know they're going to want more, and that's what's going to happen. And we're going to give them more. It's going to cost 5 first-round picks and some change, brother. That's what it's going to be.
My thing is,
no, the equivalent would be players or somebody.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Crypto.
Real quick, I just want to say this. If that is the case and they knew all this was going to happen, that plays more into Brian Flores's narrative of the systemic racism, because there's no way that in that circumstance, if the Houston Texans knew it wasn't going to go any other way, I don't know. I'm not
that's something
Brian
they can't prove.
Flores's
They can't
legal
prove
team
it,
advice, but you can't.
Yes.
But it starts putting it.
Right.
It starts putting in the public eye what the fuck is going on.
Right. If Houston knew all along.
Yeah, exactly.
That
And
was
that's what I'm
there.
saying. I'm not saying it did, and I'm not going no legal shit, but everyone on this panel has to be able to admit, if that's
and
the
also
case,
plays in
it
that
gives
narrative,
more
CT,
credence.
that maybe
It gives
Houston's
more
management was
credence to
fishing
Brian
in the yellow
Flores's
pages for those
claim.
women.
Yep, you right about
Well,
that.
I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
They may have been on Craigslist looking for people for
I'm not
takers.
going that far, but I'm
I'm
not
just
getting
saying.
slapped with libel or slanderous
rule it
shit.
out.
But I'm saying, I think it puts more credence to Flores's accusation. You
Tua's
can't
home in
deny
Hawaii
that.
is up for
No one
sale?
on this panel can deny that. It puts a little bit more credence to Flores's.
I'm going to have to rewatch that later on, CT, because I don't want you to repeat yourself, but I'm highly interested in knowing why you think Flores might be vindicated. So I agree with you, whatever you said.
We'll talk about it backstage as soon as that's over.
I was distracted for a moment. I'm sorry.
I do, but it didn't hit me, and I'm not going to repeat it because I'm not going to slap the shit. But you cannot say that doesn't turn the wheels. There's no way you can say that doesn't turn the wheels.
I've got a video here, you guys, of Tua doing some workouts. I think we need to start tagging the Carolina Panthers in these videos. So
you better stop that. Oh,
there we go.
Quick drop, good ball.
You know what's funny though? He's not gonna have all this.
There you
time
go.
To do
That's
all
2
this.
first-round picks that we can get for him.
I was gonna say, as long as you didn't show that movie clip, we gotta stop showing that one.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Gotta send it
Okay,
to
look,
the Colts.
Great.
Just wait.
No, you got to tag the Colts.
Yeah, watch this, everybody. This is going to be great.
Listen. This exact drill that they're running is the throw I'm talking about.
Yep.
Okay, it's the throw I'm talking about that they want to see to the second level. I can't believe we just found it. Here we go. Look, back across your body. They drill that play because that's how important it is. A designed play.
Can you run that one or two more times for me, please?
Wait.
Just
Okay,
for
go
me.
ahead. I wanted to see the pass that's coming up next, but yeah, okay.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah, watch this. There's the first one.
Okay, you see that pass?
Can you give me one more, please?
All right.
Can you give me one more, please?
Bro, I could do that.
Because I'm looking at lower body, then I'm looking at middle
We're
body.
going to get you
upper body.
As I keep saying, he definitely is going to
I've been bent like a sinner.
See, he didn't have to reset his base or anything. That was actually a good throw.
It was. And the thing is I saw in the lower body.
Honestly, listen, the throw isn't running through the throw. The throw is planting your feet and throwing upfield, not out pattern.
Right.
That's not the throw.
But real quick, run
the play, but it's the second level throw where the guy leaks out on the double move that makes this.
Wait, run that one more time because I want everybody to really pay attention to what his legs do, not just his hips, but what his legs do during this throw.
And look at his shoulders when he squares too. Wait. Run it back, and I want to say one thing so people can see it as I'm talking about. Pause. Oh, too far. So what I want people to see is, so when the quarterback is throwing any kind of ball, whether it's off platform or not, you want to have squared shoulders. Right. And if you see in this exact picture at this moment, God damn it, Chris, you are fucking amazing and pausing it right there.
And CT, that's what I'm saying.
I've talked about this. No, let me finish. Let me finish real quick, Color. No, I don't care about the foot. Because Chris paused it at the perfect. No. Look at his shoulder level. So if you have seen this, and I've seen this in multiple all 22s, is if you look at this throw, look at both his right and left shoulder and how they're level as he is beginning the throw.
Yes. Okay? Before you run it, Chris,
they're
before you
level.
Run it, let me say something.
Yes,
hold on, before you run
they're level. Now, what I'm saying is there are a lot of times this season where his front shoulder is up, and then there are times where the front shoulder is down.
Right.
And when you see that dictation or that differentiation between the angle of the ball being released and where it's caught, Tua has had issues, and that has led him to overthrow. So when his lead shoulder, which is his right shoulder in this picture, is a little bit higher than his left shoulder when he releases the ball, it tends to sail high.
Right.
When his right shoulder is lower, it tends to sail low.
Right.
And so that's what I'm trying to say is
what counterbalances all that is the flick of the wrist, arm strength.
Right. But also what I wanted to say, though, was look at his leg, look at his plant foot, Look at his right leg, and what he's setting up for himself is the ability. And with his arm, look how his right shoulder is down a little bit because his arm is coming across his body, and he's ready to rotate his hips. The thing I'm trying to say is, when there's any lack of hip rotation or pain or anything like that, in order to do that, you would have to reset your body completely. You would have to replant, and that takes time. What he's doing right here is strong. His leg is strong. His right leg is kicking out really nice.
Cole said, "Be quiet. We're trying to get a decent pick."
And he's going to be able to rotate through the hips and
the
throw
coach
this
told
ball
us to
with
be
authority.
quiet.
That's all I'm saying.
We need a decent pick.
You know what? You're right, Crypto. I'm going to shut my mouth right there because I was getting ready to say some stuff, but you're absolutely right. Beautiful throw.
Now the next
it
one.
is, and so
terrible
I
placement
also
on the
want to
ball.
say
Terrible placement on the ball. Sorry, I got to point it
Color,
out.
it was
I'm just kidding.
absolutely what you said is correct, and I want to give you credit. And so people who
That's
want to
all I've
discount
been
should go
trying to
fuck
say
yourself.
about this training
Yeah,
video.
yeah.
That's the only
But
thing that's
where
making
I like this
impressing
while
me,
we're
you know
watching
what I
it
mean?
real quick is look at that one, and I like that too.
Same thing. Same thing.
I
But it
don't like
also
the kick out on the foot. I don't like the kick out on the foot.
That's what I was going to say.
The only alternative is to
That's what I was
reset
gonna
your
say.
body. It's how you kick it out that makes the difference.
No,
And
first of all,
Yeah, and
I'm
if you go
sorry.
back real quick, Chris, can you go right back real quick? And I want to again give credence to what Color's saying.
I
Is
say that about
watch the
QB1,
first run. No. Watch his left or his right leg.
right there.
Look how low and controlled the kick out is.
And look which
at.
way. And look which way
Okay,
his plants
so
with
watch
his
what
face.
you're right, but wait. Let me finish. So look how low that kick out is. Now, please replay. You can pause it from here or play it from here, and let's watch the next one. And this is where I'm not, and this is where the inconsistency is where I have a little bit of issue with. Watch how much higher that kick out is. Watch it.
Yeah, it sailed.
Did you just see that?
As if
Can you
he's
see
flying.
it?
Right. As if he's flying.
No. Back it up because that's a different throw.
Yeah.
That's a different throw. Let's go back to the that one.
Right.
Go back to me. Now watch how far he kicks out.
Right.
Watch how far. That is too much. And exactly.
Yeah.
It's
First
too
of all,
far.
you can't. How the hell is he going to get, unless he ain't got nobody in front of him? He's never going to have that kind of open body, throw it all with everything he's got. Not time.
Well, it depends
Somebody's
because
chasing.
he could
He
have
had
a
it in the
rollout,
New England
and the
game,
rollout
Chris.
is a good example of
He
that.
had that throw,
But the
that
problem
opportunity
is
in the New England
he's
game.
gotta
Chris.
he's got to keep that leg in because the farther you throw out that leg, the less rotation. Not only do you have on your hips and your core, and you can bring your shoulders around. Because I wanted to look at it multiple times. And if you also see not only his leg kick out, but you see the level of his shoulders as he makes that throw, the inside shoulder is lower than the outside shoulder. So that means, just like Color said, we can't see what happens after the throw, but I can assume that throw was overthrown.
Well, what you want to see is his elbow kick out to his back, and that's what Strevler was saying in his instructional video. It's like you're busting through a pane of glass behind you. Your right arm has to swing around and elbow back like you're busting through a pane of glass.
Well, to a point, but I think that Tua has a much faster release.
He has to lower
so
his
he doesn't
throwing arm.
have that same explosiveness.
He has to lower his throwing arm to get his ball to get the arc that he needs to come out.
Yeah, but we're on a completely different. We're on a completely different highlight.
We got you. See, look at what CT's saying. Look at the angle of his body on that throw. It's skyward. That ball
not
is
this
sail
one,
upward.
not this one. The one before too. The one before too. When he kicks out his leg far. If you can, Chris,
he was
pause
pushing
it when
down the field.
Now, right there. Do you see how his upper arm, his forward arm,
Good way to get a nut shot right there. I mean, you could get clipped.
Well, I ain't worried about that. I don't give a shit. But I'm saying if you see the jump and his forward arm is above his delivering arm in that aspect, not because of the angle, but because of the way he's coming into that throw. And you see that his throwing shoulder, the left side, is above the right hand, a right shoulder arm, and that level, it changes the trajectory of that ball.
One other thing,
So,
CT. Hold on, CT. One other thing is right at the end of the throw through it on his follow through. His hand is like ends up like this. It needs to end up like this.
Well,
watch it.
I agree to an extent, but
hold on, CT. Jeez, man, hold on. Watch at the end of the throw in his hand. Try to pause it right at the end. You see how it's like straight out? It needs to be like this. Even on a long throw, you still have to maintain that curl. You know what I mean? Through the follow through.
It depends on what his intention of the trajectory.
Okay, one other thing, CT, is that the whole thing I've been trying to illustrate through all of my my synopsis on all these videos is not necessarily to say anything about his mechanics per se, but at this point to say what he is demonstrating there tells me he is feeling no pain in either his hip or his rib.
There's no pain. I don't want to. There's
that's all
I agree, and I said that weeks ago with you too. I agree.
That's all I've been trying to say.
Yeah.
Is that the pain in the ribs?
But all I'm trying to say is I still see mechanical issues, not from the throwing process, because the process
that's why I have it's not like I've jumped to the other side of the fence, you know what I mean? But
I agree, Color. I'm saying that I want to give you credit for what you're saying.
Where it's due. That's all I'm saying. The guy ain't.
Yeah, and I agree.
Right
I just think that, again, what I'm trying to point out, because you try to pay me to a lover, which I like him, but I also can see his flaws. And that's what I'm trying to point out is there are mechanical issues. There are things that need to be cleaned up. He not only does he need to bring in that arm tighter, but he also needs to be more consistent. When you look at all of these things, his shoulder level, his follow through, there are many things that he does well. The problem that he has is the consistency. That is the issue.
The target right here. Okay. Those mechanics can't stay true that you're talking about because he needs to adjust his body to put weight into it. I don't care what anybody says. The springboard off one foot, twinkle toe style to launch the ball and get underneath it is not mechanically sound. And out of that play, when I was showing you guys where you roll back across your body, you got to be able to stop and still throw that with your hip and arm only. And he can't hit that second level ball, and it's really what hurts him. Now, can he?
But that's
I don't know.
Not true.
I just haven't seen it.
Because the thing is where I want to push back a little is I get what you're saying. And yes, idealistically, in the perfect world, absolutely, I want him to stop hip rotation, plant his feet, and send that ball out full velocity. Absolutely, I want that. But the problem is in the NFL, at every given snap, that is not realistic. And I agree, just like Color and multiple people have brought up. Yes, your arm strength can make up for that lack of rotation and lack of setting your feet and off-platform throws.
I just don't think
can absolutely give you that advantage.
I don't think his can.
It's just,
and
it's
I
hurting.
agree with that. I'm not going to disagree with that. But I think that's where he needs to get to the best of his ability and get back to what he was and say, okay, this is the best I have. If it's not good enough, the Dolphins need to move on. And I got no question about that. But I also want to give the kid the opportunity to say, hey, I'm 2 years removed now. I'm not focusing on learning this, learning that, whatever. He's going to give someone, and especially in this situation, there's no longer an excuse of his hip being, what the fuck is
it's crypto.
Do they make crypto deliver his mail on foot?
No, it sounds like he's running. You running, crypto?
No. Huh? No, I'm walking outside.
He's like,
oh,
I'm
shit.
walking outside.
Is it cold?
No, not really. I mean,
he's got the heavy breathing. Crypto,
if anything
call
under
me,
80
bro.
degrees is cold.
Crypto
Come
getting
on,
hype.
Crypto, call me.
Getting hype
I
like a
got
mofo
you,
over here. Listen, did you guys see Tua's reaction to this article I'm about to read? Because about Deshaun Watson. Did you guys see that? That's sad.
Shit.
I think he's
But Chris,
upset.
now you're not helping Indy. You said that we got to put all
I can't
the
help
shit out
myself.
for
What do you
Indy.
want from me, dude? I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
No, I just want to finish. And I think that
wrong. Your tone of voice is wrong. This is your opportunity
For you. Playing football at West Canaan may have been the opportunity of your lifetime. But I don't want your life.
That's right. So he stood up to his dad. He's taking over. He's running drills. We got drills.
5. Good. 7.
Stupid tire! You freaking tire! You should get better than me! Kick your ass!
He's out there working hard, taking some boxing lessons, doing it all. So I think we lost Cap there. What happened, Cap? Did I kick you off on accident, Cap, or something happened? What happened there?
But I want to hear MCJB. What's up, homie?
MC, what's up, bud?
What's up? How we doing?
Where's the UM? Show us the UM balls, bro. Show it.
Yeah.
We're still proud of you. Love you, man. Proud of you. Congrats.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bud. So listen, I'm gonna read this article real quick, guys. I've been kind of saving it, so if you could put on mute for me, I'd appreciate it. You know, we don't need to hear the heavy breathing. I don't know what Crypto's doing over there. He says he's walking. Sounds like heavier breathing than walking, Crypto. What's going on over there, everybody?
I don't know, man. I'm in Washington, D.C., man. I'm about to leave the city.
Crypto doing the nasty.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So
I'm not quite on K Street. I'm not on K Street or C Street.
Yeah. Everybody heard it. Look, even 100 Annie, everybody heard you, Crypto. Everybody heard it. So we all know what's going on over there. So we'll keep it PG-13. So, all right, let me read this article, guys. Houston. A grand jury on Friday declined to indict Houston Texans quarterback DeShaun Watson following a police investigation sparked by lawsuits filed by 22 women who have accused him of harassment and sexual assault. Dun, dun, dun. Prosecutors from the district attorney's office in Harris County, Texas, presented evidence and testimony to the 12-person grand jury over 6 hours on Friday related to 9 of the 10 complaints filed against Watson. The grand jury, which does not require a unanimous vote, rejected all 9 cases. Prosecutors did not present the 10th. Obviously, the 10th is probably the one that was blackmailing him. According to Jonna Stallings, chief of the Adult Sex Crimes and Trafficking Division in Harris County District Attorney Office, the grand jury's decision ended criminal proceedings related to Watson in Harris County, where Houston is located. It's definitely a very emotional moment for me. I know we're far from being done of handling what we need to handle on the legal side, but today definitely is a big day, Watson said, speaking to reporters for the first time in over a year. Said the news conference outside of his lawyer's office building, I could thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for letting the truth be heard. Real quick, I'm going to stop him right there. In the beginning, guys, DeShaun was like, I'm going right to everything. He fought it tooth and nail from the start. Said he was getting railroaded. These are untrue claims. He never forced himself upon anyone. And that he then said they're trying to blackmail him. That was one of the last things we heard was about the blackmail from him and his camp. Let me finish on here. And I thank everyone that was a part of seeing this through and hearing both sides. That's what my point and my team wanted to do. I have a fair slate is to have a fair slate of us telling our side of the story and letting the conclusion come to what happened today. And that's what the grand jury decided. So they heard his story and said, I don't think so on 9 out of the 10, the 10th being probably the worst of them. The one I'm guessing that was the one they figured would not help their case. That's why they didn't bring her. I'm just going to be fighting to rebuild my name and rebuild my appearance in the community on the legal side, what we need to handle, but also ready to get on the field and prep for that. Stallings declined to say what possible charges presented to the grand jury were for consideration. We respect the grand jury's decision, she said. The announcement on Friday came nearly a year after the first civil lawsuit was filed against Watson, and 22 civil cases accused him of a range of actions during massage appointments, from touching women with his genitals to forced oral sex. 8 of the women who sued Watson filed criminal complaints against him with Houston police and had been set to appear before the grand jury. 2 other women who did not sue Watson also filed police complaints. Houston, well, that doesn't even make sense. 2 other women who didn't sue Watson also filed police complaints. That just doesn't even make sense. Why are they filing whatever? Houston police began investigating Watson on April 21st for the first criminal complaint was filed. The FBI was also reviewing the allegations, which is kind of misleading in this article because anyhow, Watson's lawyers have said some sexual activity happened during some of these massage appointments, but that he never coerced anyone. We are delighted that the grand jury has looked at the matter thoroughly and reached the same conclusion we did, Rusty Hardin said. Watson's lead attorney, DeShaun Watson, did not commit any crimes and is not guilty of any offenses. Now that the criminal investigations have been completed, we are happy to move forward with the civil case depositions. We will vigorously defend those cases with every ounce we have. Watson sat for deposition in 2 of those civil lawsuit cases earlier Friday at the offices of Hardin Law Firm, located about a half a mile in Harris County Criminal Courthouse to downtown Houston, where the grand jury met. Watson invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incriminating during the deposition, Hardin said. Tony Bisbee, the attorney representing the 22 women, said the criminal case is separate from the civil cases, and he will continue the process of questioning Watson in the lawsuits moving forward trial. The civil cases will continue to gather steam. We'll take Mr. Watson's deposition again Tuesday. Respect the process, Busby said. No trial date has been set by the lawyers. A spokesman of the NFL, which is investigating Watson under the personal conduct policy, said in a statement Friday, "We have been closely monitoring all developments in this matter. Although Watson has not played for the Texans since the first lawsuit was filed in March 16th, 2020, he was on the active roster during 2021 and was a healthy scratch for all 17 games. He was paid his entire $10.54 million base salary last year. Last year, Hardin said that he didn't expect Watson to speak with the NFL investigation team until the criminal investigations had concluded. In January 2021, Watson asked the Texans to trade him because he was unhappy about the direction of the franchise. While members of the Texans organization have declined to comment specifically on Watson's legal situation, General Manager Nick Caserio said earlier this month that the team is day to day in terms of handling Watson's situation. Last week, Coach Lovie Smith said the Texans are hoping for a prompt resolution. Now, this is where I know a lot of people are talking about Nick Caserio and what he said, but I would imagine Lovie Smith is not going to want to build a team with all this nonsense. Just get this stuff over with. So time is not on their side. The offers for Watson are going to come fast and furious, and it's gonna the minimum amount is something Dolphins can even beat. These teams have to match the Dolphins. Dolphins can throw more on top of that to get Watson if they believe so. They could also take into consideration that Tua was never a part of that package, and whatever they get for Tua, they can give right to them, and everyone's all the happy. Let me finish this up. It says the trade market for the star quarterback is expected to ramp up quickly, with Houston opening and moving him to multiple teams expected to be interested. League source told Adam Schefter. So that was ESPN, guys. This is only begun. It's only begun, and it's only going to get bigger. What's up, Kahari? It's only going to get more.
Good.
So,
Hey,
what's up, Tom?
fellas?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
You like my new picture? Like my new picture?
Hold on, let me see it. Let me pull it up.
Why isn't a picture of a largemouth, bro?
Booting that. Well, he's booting the door open.
Yeah, how to breach a door.
The door down.
Yep. Did you see the video
door.
of Watson opening the door? Did you see
No,
that, Kahar?
I didn't see it.
Oh,
No.
bro, you missed it.
I am the keymaster.
See, look at that. Kick that thing right open.
That's what happened after my guy kicked open the door.
Yep, that's right.
As you see, it was in Ukraine where everything was blown off.
Yep.
Nuclear war.
That's a classic.
Jamie, I don't see the team backtracking on the Tua endorsement because this could still not happen. And also, what good does it come to get off of Tua? You're still going to have to sell him. If it doesn't work, you're going to have to keep him. And
he's already been sold. What do you mean?
Carolina's a coming a calling, boys. Cap for life. What's up, brother?
Yeah, man. Just wanted to also just put in the fact that it's already too late in the aspect being that Greer put his foot in his mouth talking about the screen door being open or closed.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, anything moving forward right now, I mean, are we really doing ourselves a service in this community trying to hype this up? Or is this something that's a pipe dream and we're just wasting our time? I mean, let's be realistic now moving forward. It has begun, and the fact that meaning that he wants out and he's going to get out. But the fact that he wants to come here and we don't want him.
Who says we don't want him?
Who said he don't want him?
It's a pipe dream, Cap. It's a pipe dream.
Are we ever gonna let ourselves down if this thing does not go the way we want?
Do you think this organization doesn't pull the trigger because of Tua or because of the cost? Is that what?
I think more because they're scared. I think the PR hit.
The PR hit's not going to be nearly as bad in a year. Winning football changes everything, bro.
Changes everything. Yeah,
right, Cap.
PR don't matter.
Cap.
So you're saying that what Stephen Ross has done is more egregious than what Watson was accused for? I mean,
if Stephen Ross sees the writing on the wall, I think Stephen Ross pulls the trigger before anything happens. I think he gives the next two
he's
draft.
unloading those picks, so
he'll give him every pick this year and every pick next year for DeShaun Watson and say, take it. Because what would he care?
Right,
he's out of here.
Because they won't have to.
And he's an emotional type of guy. He emotionally hires, emotionally fires. And at this point, he would stomp his feet as a disgruntled owner, thinking, oh, I never got the quarterback I wanted. I always got the quarterback someone told me to get. I didn't go and pick DeShaun Watson when I wanted him. I didn't go pick Lamar Jackson when I wanted him. I didn't go get whoever else. There's been tons of these guys over the years. So he would just say, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm on my way out. If that's coming, I see it happening even faster.
So technically speaking, let's just say technically speaking, if we did just say and hint out to the media that the door might be cracked open, wouldn't that be poetic justice, knowing that Nick Saban lied to our face and got away with it? I mean, wouldn't it be okay if we had a little fib and told Tua, man, the door was a little bit cracked. Sorry.
I don't know.
No, they say this is business. Football's a business.
Yeah, I don't
That's
hold
it's the same disappointment. No,
business
bullshit.
Business.
If every single Dolphins fan, every one of you on this panel can say that the betrayal by Nick Saban, okay, I'm thankful for all the, Bama guys he's brought us, to Waddle, whatever. I don't care. But to say if you don't have the same issue with Nick Saban that you did with Brian Flores versus what you are going to get with Mike McDaniel, I get it. We had a 9-8 season. We performed 2 years in a row. Yes, this last year our defense cost us 3 games. But overall to say, if Chris Greer, whether Ross is out or not, whether Ross knows he's fucking screwed or not, to say whether we trade for Watson, stick with Tua, whatever your end game may be. Doesn't matter. If we don't win at least 1 to 2 playoff games, this game or this season is a failure. Period.
You get DeShaun Watson on this team. It's playoffs.
season's
It's
a
playoff
failure.
win.
It's playoffs
It's
are
AFC
bust.
East title contention. It's the again
or nothing.
Or nothing.
And then what happens when
Nothing.
it's or nothing, Chris?
You know what happens when it's for or nothing. I think we all know.
Have fun storming the castle. Think it'll work? It would take a miracle. Bye-bye.
We stormed this castle. We ain't having
Yeah,
this shit no
they're-
more.
Yeah, and that's for
they're-
Greer.
they're
But
cleaning
what if
house.
it's at Watson's expense or the lack of the team around Watson?
Bro,
Then
first
what?
of
That
all-
narrative
first of all-
Then
eventually
what
fall
are we
apart,
gonna
but There will
do?
always be a team around him.
Dude, God help anyone who gets in Watson's way next year. He will will a team. If he was starting for the freaking Texans, he would will that team to the playoffs and win that division next year, no matter what. So bring him on a team like the Dolphins that, as fitted, and after the cost to get him, even if we didn't make another draft pick, this team still won 9 games last year. You put him on that team, we're better off. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, but our defense, if we don't, like you said, as is, this roster, as is, this defense takes a huge step back. And don't get me wrong, I believe in Mike McDaniel. Let me finish real quick, Crypto. Can I finish real quick? Can I finish real quick? So I don't give a shit if it's Watson, Tua, McDaniel, whatever the case may be. If this offense is not scoring more points than this defense is not going to allow, it's a failure. Period.
Listen.
Period.
Go ahead, Kari.
If you thought Fitzpatrick at the helm of this offense was markedly more dangerous than Tua, then you can just imagine what DeShaun would do. If you think Devontae Parker was unlocked when Fitz was at the quarterback, wait till you see the numbers he puts up with DeShaun Watson at the helm. Wait till you see Watson.
Now, I want to tell you this real quick. I want to kick back on one thing with Devontae Parker. So, you're right. He played much better, not last year, but 2019, when Fitzpatrick played half the year and Tua played half the year. But guess what? It's the only year
in his entire 7 years where he did it.
in his entire 7 years that Parker played 14 out of 16 games. He missed 2 of them because of an ankle injury. And so again,
I would never use Parker in that example ever.
I want to finish.
I would use Waddle. I would use Waddle as a numbers growing guy, as his numbers.
No, I'm not going there. What I'm going to,
I would never use Parker.
No, what I'm going to is in that same semblance to try to eradicate or even compare the mental playbook that Fitz in multiple interviews talked about. He's done this shit for 14 fucking years. He knows every goddamn defense a team can throw at you. Versus a rookie who's never seen any of this shit.
So
and he was on par. He was on par, if not less. And even if he was less, I got no problem with it. He was on par. Touchdown to interception ratio. Actually, he was better. Touchdown to interception ratio
Yeah,
than
I
Ryan
hear you,
Fitzpatrick
CT.
was.
We can look back at the numbers from
Period.
Fitzpatrick and Tua.
It's almost
the
evening
year
out.
the year that they were on. No one denies the fact that Tua was the better. I don't want to say the better quarterback, but definitely the play to do because it's the young quarterback. You got to grow him up in the league, and he did okay. But I don't give a fuck Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick ain't Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson is top 5 quarterback still.
It had a much astronomical touchdown ratio,
in the
interception
absolutely
ratio.
loaded AFC. He's still. They'll go, okay, well, which is the best quarterback in the AFC? Is it Patrick Mahomes? Is it Justin Herbert? Is it Joe Burrow? Is it now Russell Wilson? Or is it number 5?
Allen? Yeah, there's plenty of guys. And I agree. I'm just saying,
like he never
my
won a
whole
playoff
point
game.
is, my whole issue is, I don't give a fuck if it's Tua or Watson. What I have an issue with is I don't agree with the retention of Josh Boyer, thinking that this defense is going to be the same.
There's nothing I could
But
do
that's the
with
owner.
that. Guess what?
And I have the
agree.
problem with we're going to lose Ogba. If we lose
Ogba's a
Ogba, we
goner,
refuse
bro.
to address
Then
the
Waquan
inside
Davis
middle
will step up,
linebacker
and what's his
position.
name will step up.
Ogba's a
That's
goner.
Then other
where I
players
have
got to
the
step
issue.
a
up.
goner if he wants 15 million or more. If he comes and signs for 13, maybe 14 million, they'll sign him. But even 14, I think, is too much. They want him for 13. Someone gives him 14, 5, he's out of here. He's not coming back. I think they're going to move on from Ogba. Paying pass rushers premier money like that is not the way Chris Greer does it. I think it's only a matter of time before Christian Wilkins sees his way out of this team, whether we trade him or whatever. That's not, as long as Chris Greer is the GM, that ain't how we play. Max Crosby signing somebody. Now, Max Crosby on this football team, that's the kind of deal you make because that's the impact.
Well, Chandler Jones gives us the same option where he's not going to be as expensive, and he's not going to give us the same production. He's not going to give us the same production of Ogba, but it's a 2 or 3 year stopgap where he's going to give us enough.
They got to go.
But is he going to be?
Younger.
And I agree. That's where
less money.
I would rather pay fucking Ogba. But we're going to sit here and argue over 1 or 2 million a year, where I feel like this young man. I agree. I know they're not. But you know why I'm upset. You know why personally I'm angry.
Eric Flowers is now back on the market too. So
there's a lot of guys.
Yeah, and Flowers is donkey. They're gonna take. Don't even. No.
And let's not act like Chris Greer didn't leave himself out because he jumped the gun. Used that door analogy way before they even knew that Deshaun Watson was going to have a deposition hearing on Friday.
Listen,
that just came out of the blue,
crypto,
after the fact.
That
so he
is
can just easily say we was uncertain on the outcome of the criminal
he never
part.
Said the door was shut.
Hence,
he said,
that's why I closed the door at that time.
Quote, it was never, and you said it too. That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
that's part of the game tactic. It tells the Watson, the Texans that the Dolphins aren't in the market. So you better find someone that's going to beat that offer. They're going to go around to these teams that are saying, yeah, we want Watson. They're going to go, well, here's what the Dolphins said. We want that. They're going to go, okay, yeah, fine. We'll give that to you. And then Watson goes to the team and they go, well, who the hell am I playing football with? And you ain't got no money. And what kind of, and this coach that's on his
then he
last
uses
leg
his veto
in Carolina,
power and we're back to square one.
Back to square one. It goes round and round with this. There's very few teams that can afford it and have stuff left over. Jacksonville,
and that's
Philadelphia,
conveniently forgetting, Chris. That's what people is conveniently forgetting because it fits the narrative that they don't want the guy no matter what.
Well,
yeah, but it also considers, again, and I love you guys, but it also considers my stringent argument from the very beginning is filling the needs across this team. And no, I'm not denying that Watson's not going to improve semi-par offensive line play or semi-par wide receiver play. But you also have to get to middle of the pack before he's not going to make a 28 to 32 yard or 32 team ranked shit offensive line. Running game,
if you sidestep the pressure and you're able to get rid of the ball,
all I'm saying is
you can jump 15 slots.
No, all I'm trying to say.
You realize how close they were?
Yeah,
from far as time to throw the ball is less than one fraction of a second.
Yeah, we were
from the 15th rank to the 30th rank. The time to get rid of the ball was like less than 0.2 of a second difference. That's all it was.
Yeah, and that's where it includes.
And when you sidestep and your mobility,
of improving the offensive line to give whoever our quarterback is, whether it's Tua or Watson, if you are going to improve that offensive line to allow a quarterback to be successful, no matter who the fuck they are. And it's also prudent. It's also prudent and ignorant to say that our running game, especially based on the scheme that Mike McDaniel is bringing, to sit here and say that you are going, oh well, Mike McDaniel wants to be a power running team, but we're going to bring in a guy like DeShaun Watson, who's used to throwing 40 to 50 passes a game, and say, hey. We're going to take the fucking football out of your hand.
Well, CT,
we're going to take the football out of your hand.
At his first press conference, he's going to change to the talent on the
team. That offense is the exact offense he wants to run. It's the offense he's always liked. It was the only reason why he wanted to go to San Francisco, because he likes the way that the Shanahan offense works. He knows that.
Okay, he can like
even that, but the coach said it out of his own mouth.
Chris, listen.
That he
he can like it all he wants. But Houston has never ran in his entire fucking career with them.
They went pro-style offenses and the high-play offense.
That's right. They ran a pro-style scheme. Offense.
No.
And they run
it's not a zone blocking scheme in crypto. You want to keep talking, but now let me finish.
Blocking, that's overrated.
Never has Houston ran the zone blocking scheme. So again,
that's how they block on giving run or pass protection.
Oh my Jesus! Okay,
I'm just saying
because
that's
you want to argue and not fucking listen.
That's not complicated. That's
yes, it is. It changes the dynamic of the player that you have on the offensive line, and it also changes the dynamic of the scheme of the team.
Who knows how to adapt to any system?
Oh my!
It doesn't change him.
They don't. That's the point, crypto. I'm talking about that people are going to magically be shitty in a power scheme offense, but they're magically going to be wonderful in a zone style fucking offense blocking scheme. No, that's not the way it works.
That's what you have the offseason for. I'm not giving you no excuse. These guys are grown men. They got intellect.
They got intellect
like Nostradamus. They got anything to what you call. It's no excuse.
So, Crypto, you're proving my point. Crypto, my point is we cannot go into the season with the offensive linemen we have.
So
we either have to get guys in free agency,
draft guys, and Troy Seaman that invented this offense. This offense is not new. They've been doing this since the freaking 70s and 80s.
Too, though.
But that same offense has been offensive linemen can run that scheme.
This is the blueprint. Just simply get the offensive linemen to do it, and you work in the offseason and make your money and get it together. It's not difficult. People try to make it like it's rocket science.
He needs to learn it as well.
And when does it fail that we're going to say, hey, we did this shit for 12 fucking years? When does it come down to, okay, we're going to develop these guys, but yet for the last 12 motherfucking years, we've been drafting guys, trying to, other than the unicorn line, and the year after that, we had 2 fucking years of a decent line. But the rest of those 12 years, we had absolute garbage.
I would say the whole time
I'm sick of this team. I'm sick of this team doing the same shit over
they've had
and
decent
fucking
offensive
over
running
and
attacks.
fucking over. I'm tired of it.
Then tell him to get a quarterback.
Yeah, a quarterback.
They've had decent running games
Or
throughout
an
the last 2
offensive
decades.
line.
Five offensive
Because
line.
the
Passing
same
game.
fucking argument was made when we traded Tannehill and we had issues with Tannehill. The excuse for Tannehill was, and I'll tell you, you fucking
that was
Tua
Tannehill
haters.
holding on to the ball.
Take away all the excuses. If you want to take away all the excuses, if you want to take away all the excuses, build a team around Tua, and if Tua fails, move off of him. But you cannot continue to make the same argument that whether it's no.
That's what we just did with Tannehill.
Russell Wilson made the same argument. Bullshit. Wilson.
That's exactly
Russell
what we did.
Wilson made the same argument. Wilson.
And he got out of Dodge.
Russell Wilson made the same argument that his team was shit while he was a great quarterback.
No, his team was too conservative and play calling.
Right. Russell Wilson left for a better team.
His team wasn't
DeShaun
shit.
Watson's trying to do.
They were calling garbage
The better
plays that he
team
wasn't
wants
satisfied
to
with.
move to is the Dolphins because we have.
Oh, guess what? Aaron Rodgers did the same motherfucking thing. Do you want me to keep going with the examples? Bullshit. Because multiple quarterbacks said, I am top 10, top 5, top 7 quarterbacks. But you want to keep giving me a shitty team thinking I'm going to continue to win and I'm going to win you Super Bowls when you surround me with shitty teams.
But isn't that what
it doesn't work that way? It does not work that way.
He still wind up in the playoffs and AFC champion and NFC champ title games and still wins divisions.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers keeps on bitching. And Aaron Rodgers keeps on bitching that beyond winning 3 years.
Of him winning.
Let me finish. 3 years in a row, they finished 13-3 and 13-4, and they won the number 1 seed in every playoff in that 3-year time frame. But he continues to bitch that they don't have a complete team around him.
And guess
he
what?
He can only raise the team
Nobody
so
did tell
much.
him to freaking
He
not
can
run
only
the
improve
football
a team
when he had
so
open
much.
lane against
He
the
can
Buccaneers in
only
the NFC title
elevate
game.
a team
That was
so
his fault.
much.
He bears some of the responsibility himself.
Hold on, Crypto. You can't use Aaron Rodgers as an example when he's a great quarterback that elevates the whole team. That's kind of what we want. You're kind of using what we're trying to get. Give me an Aaron Rodgers type quarterback so I don't have to worry about needing all this offensive line and stuff like that because for whatever reason, they make it work. Because they have
but you're also missing,
finds a way to be 13-3
what you're missing,
and constantly being a favorite to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's gonna be. They're a favored. They're favored for the Super Bowl
every year. This man is a contender.
He's a contender right this moment for the Super Bowl because they just
but why is it
complain all he
wants?
They don't go. What's the offensive lineman in
you
Green
lose
Bay?
one.
They say,
and he lost the game barely against the 49 on a block punt. They had to rely on a block punt for a touchdown. Some act of God in order for him to lose in that game.
The weather of act of God as well. So I mean, it was
exactly. I mean, it's a reason. Let's put it into context why the Green Bay Packers really lost. It's not because of the genius of the 49ers. I mean, the 49ers, they could have won that game. They should have been in the Super Bowl.
No,
because you're so angry at hating Tua, you're missing my point.
No, it's not so angry at hating Tua. I was the only one in this fan base that predicted 13 wins, and that was with Tua as the fucking quarterback. So stop your nonsense. It was not because of freaking Prescott as a quarterback. It wasn't because of Prescott as a quarterback. I was the only one that stood on my square and predicted 13 wins. It was not because of Brissett. It was because Tua was the quarterback. So don't tell me I hated Tua.
I agree, and I want to say it. I apologize. You are my man, and I know you and I.
Don't get so
Let me finish color real quick.
That's a synonym these days for we lost the argument. You're a Tua hater, so don't worry, man.
Come on, man.
No, it's not. It's the fact that I love Crypto, and I know he's been on board. My thing is I just don't want to get in this situation And you're right. It's not about trade for Tua. I have no problem with bringing in Watson. What I have the problem with, and I've said this in crypto, you and I, backstage of reason and everything. My issue with this whole situation, and I'm not angry at you, and it's my fault. I took it out on you. I am angry at Chris Greer. And why, crypto? We talked about
one
this.
I like, guys. I don't know why people
Chris Greer.
Chris
The
Greer.
reason that I am angry at Chris
Greer. The only reason we
Greer,
have any of these possibilities.
He said this, Chris.
What did he
said
say?
this, Chris.
What did he say? Did he say something that
we are going to be it?
That's what
we are going to be. We are going to build a sustained winner, and it doesn't matter who our quarterback is. And this is before he drafted Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah,
he lied to us and he said, "I don't care who we draft, where we go. I promise the Miami Dolphins community a consistent winner." He said, "I learned from my mistakes."
Outside of the blow up year, outside of the year he tanked the team, we have 2 winning records and we just changed coaches.
And
so I think he did pretty good. And outside of the first round picks where we picked Tua, where we have no answers, and Austin Jackson, who I think everybody expects him to play better than he did. He can't play any worse. And Noah Igbenogany, which no one knows nothing about. Those are the worst. Everything other than those 3 picks are pretty well planned out for the most part. Last year in the first round, I wanted.
Well, we had Noah, which we fucked up on, and there are multiple guys we fucked up.
I get that,
and I'm not saying that Greer,
but Greer
yeah, and I agree. But crypto, real quick, Chris,
Greer hasn't
real quick.
boxed himself in any situation. He's not boxed in with the quarterback. He's not boxed in on his picks. He's not boxed in on the picks he's made and the picks he's got. He's got flexibility
that's
in
bullshit.
every which way. Well, how's that bullshit? That's a genius. That's what a GM.
So let me say this. No. I'm not saying he's not a smart guy. But what I'm saying is, and Crypto and I, we talked about it on Larry's channel endlessly. Here's my only issue with Greer is there are times where he is more of a facilitator instead of relying on Reggie McKinley, who he was a scout for New England. He grew up with Greer. Yeah, Reggie's a great guy. But the problem is and Crypto knows this, and any other person that's been on Larry's channel. Chris Greer is a facilitator. He does not have a backbone. He goes, "Hey, I'm going to keep my job because I can blame you."
I got to give you pushback
because I can blame you.
Nobody's got more nuts than Chris Greer. He's the only guy to not only blow a team up, but fleece another team out of more picks than anybody. And then to take contracts
But then what happened
and
after
chop
that?
boys down. What happened is he's got
exactly,
he's made 2
Crypto.
first knockout
Exactly.
of the park. Well, we'll see, guys. If he
If he
pulls off
fleeced
this
the team
trade,
after that.
he pulls off this trade with Watson. He'll be the best GM.
Then he will be.
Well, that's
then he
my
will
only
be
issue
beating
with
himself.
All I'm trying to say real quick.
Then that will be redemption. That will not be anything.
Can
That would be just
anybody
him.
agree with this? If the Noah pick and one, I'm not saying both, but one of the Leon Eichenberg or the Austin Jackson picks, if those one of those 3 players had hit, do we have the same conversation?
First of all, who's to say any of those?
No, we don't. We don't.
How come?
That means we're not getting Byron or X.
First of all, how come Tua gets all this 3rd year, but Austin gets none? Austin Jackson's a bust. With a guy that's younger than
they
Tua,
was drafted in the same draft.
Gave up bone marrow. That was a later draft pick who has had injuries, and in his rookie year was doing great until he got the injury. And at the end of last year, he played better. A lot of bonehead plays for him. But again, what did he do this year? He moved from left tackle to guard. They shifted him around. They overreached in every way on the offensive line last year.
But I want them to give them. Let me say this, please.
Hold on.
I want them to give them the chance.
I've been quiet a lot, bro.
Yes.
I've been letting you guys argue a
have
lot. I'm willing to allow a lot of growing pains for last year on the offensive line because the team has already told me by all the coaching hires that they're going to sink a lot of resource into the offensive line. I can't see why you would give up on third-year first-round draft pick tackles, which it's not unheard of for young draft pick offensive linemen to take more time. And he's younger. I think he's only like 23. Tua just turned 24, and I think Austin Jackson just turned 23. So he's a
Wait
younger
a minute.
dude.
Breaking news.
I'm agreeing with
You just see what Color just did?
Yeah,
Color was able to do that.
He's a tailor as well.
You see what Color just did?
That was not
He said you could do
available.
that at Ball Sweatshop.
You were not allowed to do that yesterday. Yesterday, you weren't allowed to do that.
He said you weren't allowed. Yeah, you weren't allowed to do it.
I cannot tell a lie.
Nah.
You see,
And
what
I
Color
have no
just
problem with
did?
that. What I was trying to say is,
What the
I
heck?
agree with you, Chris. Here's my thing is, I agree. Here's my thing is, I got no problem about all of it.
Another one.
They're not going to give up on Liam Eichenberg.
They're going to get the same chance.
They can't, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
He's a young rookie.
I don't believe that these guys are that shitty. There's no way. There's no way, in my professional opinion. And this is, call me out what you want. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm a professional, but I'm giving you the real fucking honest truth.
What's the truth?
Yes, I was mad about Jesse Davis, and I'm sorry, but at his age, my professional opinion, Jesse Davis is the piece of shit.
Yeah,
and that's
we
it.
can all pile
There's
on
not
Jesse
that.
Davis.
But I want to
Jesse
get to
Davis
this.
has
I
nothing
want to
for
get to
this
this
team
though.
anymore. He's a goner.
I want to get to this.
And I don't care.
And I agree with you. If guys want to make the argument that you're going to allow Tua Tagovailoa, if you are going to allow Tua Tagovailoa to develop, you got to give his offensive lineman the same benefit of the doubt. And I got no problem with that. And this is where
Let them all
I
go together.
said, and Crypto, when we did the shit on Batman's channel, we did the mock draft. I'm not drafting offensive tackles in the early in the. I'm not doing it, and here's why. There's no way, in my professional opinion, one of my three athletes, and I deal with about 13,000 athletes a year. Okay, there is about 26 to 27% who play low league or minor league sports. Out of those, say 27%.
They can throw a ball better than Tua. Was that what you were going to say?
No, I want to quickly insert this real quick. I don't mean to ramble, and I apologize. But I just want to make this quick point. Is people don't understand you're going to the NFL. These are the best of the fucking best. And so when you get to these young offensive linemen, whether it's Austin Jackson, Liam Eichenberg, I have some concerns. We even put a third-round pick into Solomon Kindler. But as much as we invested with Greer, there's no way all of them fucking suck. It's not possible.
No,
I'm telling you, professionally, statistically speaking, not fucking possible.
No matter how
it's not.
Sliced, these are
They're going to grow
guys.
with this new offensive line.
This new offensive line is going to be fine.
They just brought a Hall of Fame coaching staff in. How do we
That's
just miss that?
Crypto.
And that's what I just said. I'm not
Hall of Fame
arguing.
offensive line coaching staff was brought in. I read that all over the place.
Five out of the 7 are former offensive line coaches.
That's right. If these guys can't get an offensive line working, we're fucked. I don't care who quarterback is.
And they're the biggest locksmiths, and they're the greatest locksmiths in the history of civilization, too.
That's right. You know what?
Get it? There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants It wants to walk up with the people and say, hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me? Gator never been about that. Never been about playing no shit.
That's right. That's how this offensive line going to be eating at the dinner table next week.
Isn't that
they
Will
ain't playing
Ferrell?
no shit.
Will Ferrell, right?
Yeah.
No, that was
Will
our
Ferrell.
that was our quality control coach.
No, realistically, I want to know. I didn't know.
Cap.
What's up?
But
Daddy had to
but
feed
guess
too
what?
many.
This is where I think this coming week is going to be critical for Greer. This week potentially could define whether he is a good GM or not. I mean, I know you've given him your accolades, but
this is it.
If he's able to pull off this trade like it's geared up for him to do, then I think he earns the genius label and he earns it all. But at this very same token, if he can't, he's going to look like a failure.
Honestly,
he's still gonna look
Kari,
like a genius if this works.
If he doesn't pull the trade off for Watson, then I'm gonna look to see how they spend the money
around
everywhere. Because listen, it's boom or bust. It's not necessarily boom or bust for Greer right now because we could see Greer as pseudo owner if something happens with this legal issue with the owner, and I think probably more often than not at this point, Ross has distanced himself from the team and the operations of the team. It would probably be best business-wise for him to only be around as the owner, shaking hands, taking pictures, giving his, statement, and that's it. Because what they don't want is any more optics of the owner involvement with the team in the way that's about the lawsuit.
Anyway, borderline illegal.
So Greer's probably got the most power he'll ever have at this point, potentially even more if the owner gets axed. I mean, because then they'll have no owner. It'll be like probably one of those situations. Maybe they'll give it to the next owner, but either way, even if the new owner comes in, Greer is the guy who runs the whole show. So I do expect Greer to play this close. If Watson goes to another team, it won't be because we got outbought. It'll be because it was too much of a price to pay. That was just ridiculous. And
we'll know the price.
That's right. If Watson doesn't come to the Dolphins, then it would be something stupid. It would be like 5 first-round picks and 3 starters that are good players. It would just be something.
But you got to remember,
but what team is that going to happen, Brian?
Fan base.
Hold on, Crypto. What team is that going to happen where Watson says to himself, I can still win with this football team. I can still see where in the future this makes sense to me, where this coaching staff, this type of situation. There's tons of teams that will give up 5 first-round picks and 3 players, some ridiculous number, but they have no means to put a team around Watson to win. Watson still probably wants to win football. He doesn't seem like someone that's all about the money because that's
the case.
Hasn't been the case.
Coming to Miami.
Why?
Yeah, his reason for coming to Miami is because he wants.
He has no running game. He has no running game
for Miami because we got better
wide
team.
receiver group.
Jesus,
He's got a defense.
For another team, bro. I can't listen to this anymore, man. Go root for another
you
team,
are
then.
literally talking about how we're literally a shitty football team that won 9 games.
Wait a minute.
No wide
This is the
weapons,
question everybody should
no
be asking.
offensive line.
How does Watson make this team worse?
That's what I'm saying. Watson.
Everybody's arguing that point that we're going to go backwards and moonwalk like Michael Jackson. Well, how in the world is he going to make us worse?
I'll take the defense we got right now, Boyer coached and all, and the stats from 2019 of Watson on offense, and I'll take those odds for a chance at a contender any day of the week.
Oh, regardless.
And the myth of no running game was disproved by Duke Johnson's performance in those last 3 games.
Either way, I mean, listen.
Games. Oh, please, Trouble T.
I expect Mike McDaniel, the offensive genius.
But Duke Johnson played with
Mike McDaniel, the offensive genius, is going to figure out the blocking. He's going to figure out.
But Brian, remember, we didn't pick him up.
That's what all these coaches do.
Exactly.
All of these coaches are offensive line and running game coordinators and tight ends coach. These are all about this zone blocking scheme. One thing that's going to happen in this offense, no matter who the fuck is in the building, is this offensive line is going to run downhill from the left to the right, from the left to the right, from the left to the right, all of them in unison. And there's going to be guys coming out of trap back doors, and they're going to be going left. They're going to be going right when everyone else is going the other direction. And that's how it's going to be. And these big men are going to run all over the place. You need young guys and a lot of them. You don't need guys that even are that great most of the time. It's a gap scheme. You put 300-pound dudes, 4 of them all running the same direction, and everything else
got teachers,
hides
Chris.
behind them. It's not that fucking hard. I played a ton of football, and this shit sucks to go against because as a linebacker, I got to split those big boys
worn out
to
by the
get to
fourth
the guy.
quarter. By the
You
third
are.
quarter, fourth
The
quarter,
only
you're worn
way you beat that is by just splitting the guys and blowing fools up, and you got to go smash mouth.
You got to be real athletic.
And they force you into smash mouth football. And when you force a team into smash mouth football that has a
creases open up
quarterback
eventually.
that can fucking chuck it deep over your head with a flick of that wrist, second level, when the guy does a double move and misses his guy or somebody slips and he just gets parallel. He's like, hey, you're like, fuck. That's it. And it takes that extra half second sitting outside the box because you leaked out the backside. And
That
you
bootleg.
know
That
the
reverse
corner's
bootleg.
coming.
All right,
He's
play.
coming. He's bearing down. But you don't want to hit your dump off man on his curl route. You see that the safety didn't pick up his man in zone on a good enough.
40
and
yards
your guy
behind the
knows it,
defense.
and he's off script. He's not coming across the middle field. He took a step
Waddle
in,
was
and he's going
behind
to
the
go up
defense.
Deep post.
and launched. And you got to fit that ball with not a lot of throwing room. You can't flick. You can't be chucking your foot all the way out and throwing with your whole body. You ain't going to have the type of room to make that happen. You got to stop short and throw it like this, and it's going to fly. It's going to fly.
Yeah, but it
That's how
also
that's done.
insinuates that you got a decent enough offensive line that you can get to that rollout.
That's right, but
that you can get to those situations.
Get to the rollout. There's been a lot of plays where they've been busted and guys
When
roll
you
out.
bootleg out of
Create an
that,
extra 2
when you
seconds.
bootleg out of that. The
Yes,
bootleg
just
Heck,
play
even
is
Tua
all
did it
defensive
himself.
line.
When he rolled
But you're
out
gonna
and gave
bootleg
himself
every
extra
play?
time.
No. You're gonna bootleg just
you don't
like
have to bootleg
the
every play.
49ers. No, I
You
brought this up.
establish your
No, this
lateral
is
running game.
statistics.
Your
So
outside
stop.
zone left,
This is
outside zone right.
statistics. So
No, you don't know
13%.
Hold on, CT. I want to hear from
13%.
Kahari. Hold on, CT. Hold on, CT. Go ahead, Kahari. I can't hear you, bud.
No, the vision you just spelled out, Cap, is exactly what McDaniel envisions, right? And everyone here is right to suggest that Watson behind that scheme will maximize the potential deadliness of said system. That bootleg off of that outside zone run will become deadly once you
Deadly
run it
as
into
hell.
play action.
Especially if you got the time to hit the second level.
I'm not arguing that.
Listen, I think Tua's going to be able to run it great.
But CT, you're suggesting that the offensive line's failure will prevent us from being successful in said play, and that's just wrong. In a bootleg play, it's almost a misdirection
about
where
misdirection.
the whole line is heading in the wrong direction. Quarterback rolls out the other way. That X receiver on that left side, wide receiver on that left side, he's hitting that post or giving a move, maybe a double move, and he loses that corner, and all of a sudden the deep bomb is there. Listen, that's there. Can Tua make that play? He hasn't shown that he can make that kind of throw.
That's where I agree with that. I'm not disputing that. But what I am saying is, so statistically or schemes specific
successful on
issue.
rollout throws to the left, not to the right.
Listen, I think Tua will
Well,
run
that's
this scheme
obviously
excellent too.
because of Tua's ability and his throwing arm being fucking left and not right. It gives you that advantage. But the
Bottom
problem
line
is,
to
it's
me-
just like you were saying,
Well,
Kerry.
yeah, but
Go
some
ahead.
quarterbacks
Go
can
ahead.
do both.
I just
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Brian. I wanted to hear from you, buddy. I haven't heard any from you yet, bud.
Well, I wouldn't mind, as far as with DeShaun Watson, I wouldn't mind us pursuing him. It is a win-win situation I've been advocating. However, realistically, I don't see him coming here. I was even watching, Reason Show, and he said they most likely might be a Carolina, and looking into it, yeah, I really believe it.
You know
I
what?
don't think
Reason's got a lot to lose if Watson comes here.
That
He's
ain't
been
no lie.
He's been the main two-in-ear, talking all kinds of crap about how his insiders have given him this information and that information. And you could tell him Kari P says that to his face.
No, not really, because as far as he is
Kari out here fucking brandishing weapons, calling it like he sees it. Shit,
I'll debate reason any day of the week. I'll debate him any day
He ain't
of the
gonna
week
do
on
nothing.
any
Don't worry
topic.
about it. Don't worry about it, Kari. He don't watch the show anyhow.
I don't watch the show as much as every now and then I might glance at it, but whatever. So reason is nobody. I mean, you're not impressing nobody by bringing up reason. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, stop that nonsense. He is
Kari and I
objective. You can't.
agree
No,
on
you
that,
can't say that
son.
because honestly,
That's
as far
that's
as
that.
me,
That's
I
that.
watch. I watch.
Hey, you and I, Kari, we
Keep it
always
100.
good. That's it.
I mean, whether you,
CCR
regardless of your personal
RR says
opinions
LK
of
Big
him,
O.
she has been objective in his shows as far
No,
as
well, ask him why he erased the clip when he revealed himself to be an idiot when I challenged him a couple weeks ago. When he
I mean, you guys might have a disagreement, but as far as idiot, he is far from that. That's just ridiculous.
yeah, he's up north in his igloo somewhere, imagining that he plays football.
You're just some angry man talking nonsense.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, I am angry at him. You're right. Next.
So anyhow, back to the point.
Yeah. So what
Watson
I was saying,
out.
as
Back
far
on the
Watson,
hand side,
Watson in this
Carolina
scheme.
will
Watson in
even
this
be
scheme is essentially a
factor.
better athlete with a
That's what I'm
bigger
trying to figure
arm
out.
and better movement and mobility.
You said
and he's
what,
a veteran.
Crystal?
No, I'm just saying they don't have enough tools to get him. And plus, Watson never said he was interested in that team.
Well, Watson only said for Miami, but Watson could still, pull out his trade
Watson
clause.
said Miami and San Francisco.
Yeah, but he
Okay.
also
That he
said
waiving
he
his
wanted
no clause.
Miami because of the
It was only
climate
Miami.
and state
That was our
taxes.
leverage.
No, it wasn't.
No, he
It
never
was
said
nothing
anything
to
about
do with
that because
climate.
there's no
Had nothing
state
to do with
taxes
state
in
taxes.
Houston either.
Had nothing to do with state taxes.
That was
It had
reported
nothing to do with
That's a
money.
farce.
17 months ago.
No, it wasn't. What he said about
Go
Miami
back and look at it, buddy.
They was trying to
what he wanted
perpetuate
and
that.
liked most about Miami was that they gave African Americans equal opportunity, and he liked what they were building in Miami with Chris Greer as GM.
We went after DeShaun Watson before
Because he can care less
signed
about
the
weather because
extension
Texas is
with
just as hot.
Houston.
What are you talking about? And Texas
We
don't have state
signed.
taxes.
We
They're the
went
same
after
thing
him
offer
before he
climate-wise
signed
and tax base
his
wise.
extension.
Yeah, they
Florida.
make
with
the same
Houston.
amount of money in Texas.
It's just as hot in freaking Texas.
I'm not talking about the hot. I'm talking about the state tax and the fact that he said
No, that's
the
easily
culture.
debunked because Houston
He
doesn't
said
have
the
it.
culture and the lifestyle, and that was 17 months before.
Culture and lifestyle is different from freaking the tax base because both of them is effectively
listen,
zero in Texas.
That wasn't the reason. That wasn't it. He said he liked the team and the organization and how they built, and it was a little bit political for him and the ideology of how he could be part of what they're building and his voice be heard. And he also likes the Shanahan system and what they were building over there. And that's
And when you got a good
They had
Donald,
no idea.
It's
They
in
had no
falls
idea
apart.
that we were going to hire Mike McDaniels as our
got more
coach.
money than
That's ridiculous.
but when you got more money than God,
That's ridiculous.
when you got more money than God, you can easily hire a tax accountant and get around the tax code.
The money
It's
is not
just
the problem. Dolphins got the money.
That's what I'm trying to say. I wish
We're
people would
flush
stop
with
saying that
spades and
tax
jokers.
nonsense.
We could
We're
buy
talking about
this guy. We could
millionaires
buy
here.
two
These guys
right
know
now.
their way around the
No,
tax code.
We could afford.
You don't think they got to figure out how not to effectively play a
We
zero
could
tax
afford
rate?
Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson with some cap manipulation.
And plus,
on this
300
roster right
million
now.
people
We could
don't
have
live in the
two
state of Florida.
quarterbacks
Last
with
time I
cap
checked,
manipulation
it's
we
all
got.
about
And
no
we could probably
state
buy them
taxes.
with enough picks. We could probably give three years of freaking things. We could afford it all because we actually have the cap. Because that's what Chris Greer's done. He's allowed us flexibility for this type of move.
I think Brian brings up a legit point, though, that we really don't know if things have changed with Watson. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see where Watson really is at. I mean,
as far as what he wants?
Oh, he'll
Yeah,
be
and
gone by
and
next week.
and-
As far as him saying that the no trade clause is being weighed by more teams than Miami, he hasn't said
I'm
that.
curious to
Where's
know
the press
if the Brian
conference saying
Flores
he
situation
did
has
that?
affected his opinion. I think Brian brings up a legitimate point. That
Well, it's
may
not
have
because
changed
the Steelers
the
are out.
scenario. Well, that may. Well, why are they out though? Are they out for
No, because they're going to draft their quarterback.
I know, but Brian Flores is not the head coach.
They're the
Crypto.
odds
I mean,
favorite.
stop
They're
that
the odds
nonsense.
favorite to draft.
Well,
Kenny
he's
Pickett.
there.
No,
And
I'm
plus,
saying
they have an
not the head
African American coach. They don't
did
have
the
to be. They
Flores
still have an
situation
African American
in
coach.
Miami potentially
But
turn
is he
on
going to make
Deshaun
it
Watson
work?
from Miami? I think that's
Compensation
unanswered question at
wise,
this point.
Yeah, but you're still not making my point. I'm
compensation
saying
cap
he's the head.
wise.
He's not the
Listen,
head coach. So he's not
Pittsburgh
making
Pittsburgh
decisions.
doesn't have the money.
But if he was such a draw, he
That's
would
what
be
I'm
following
getting
them
at.
everywhere. Like everybody tried to
Compensation
say
and
he was going to
cap
follow them to New
wise,
He could
it's
try
York.
to
not going
bring
to
him
work.
Crypto,
here.
hold on,
Is
Crypto,
the
hold on,
odds
CT.
favorite to
Pittsburgh
draft Kenny Pickett.
He could try to bring him
hasn't-
here, but he's not the head coach. That's what I'm trying
Doesn't
to tell you,
matter.
Crypto.
Pittsburgh has so much dead money. They're carrying dead money next year for
Right,
Big Ben.
they're
I think it's like
clearing
30+ million. They got to pay TJ Watt. They got Minka coming up on a contract. They can't afford this. They need to try to ride it out with a quarterback and draft somebody, which is what they're probably going to do.
And plus,
Now,
in the
could they
Pittsburgh
go?
press,
Could they
they're
go
saying
for
they're
broke?
out on him because
Could they go for
they
broke?
have ties to Andy Rooney.
Could they go
Nah.
for broke with the team that they got, and sell and trade future first, 3 or 2 seconds, TJ Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick for the deal? Could they make that happen and match? That's matching the Dolphins. Understand that offer that I just said is matching the Miami Dolphins.
Right.
So there's not a lot of teams that can match it. To the
No.
Pittsburgh Steelers, that destroys their entire defense.
Miami
Not
Dolphins
that they can't
are
bet on
primed
themselves.
to make this move. In that, there's no disagreement.
But
There's no
Trouble
team
P,
that can pull this off with greater flexibility than
Look,
Miami.
Q's a Pittsburgh
Yeah.
Steeler fan. He is not having that. I don't blame you, bro.
Go
Look,
ahead,
see, he's
Brian.
not
What's up,
having that.
Brian?
I'm saying if he does become a Carolina, we're gonna need some apologies. I want to come back and hear this.
Apologies for what? That'll
Listen,
be
I
his
bet
choice.
Carolina's been a part of the 3-team trade that I've been putting together in my head for this trade to happen. It's Carolina that gets Tua because they can afford a quarterback like Tua.
They'll
It gives
facilitate it.
gives them time with a young quarterback on a rookie deal, and they can keep that running back that they love so much, and they can kind of ride it out.
Who's the running
cost
back
them
they love so much?
Come on,
Christian
now.
McCaffrey.
The one they trying to trade?
Listen, that's just
Which will be the deal breaker for Watson because he's going to want.
what's he going to
McCaffrey
do?
stay there.
Watson's they're going to give up
Oh, now
J.C.
you know
Horn.
everything about
They're going to
Watson,
give up
Crypto.
J.C. Horn, Christian McCaffrey, 3
Well, you're gonna have to
first-round
give up
picks,
something if
2
you want to trade for
second-round
a
picks,
caliber
3
quarterback.
first
Moore.
rounds, 2 second rounds.
Oh yeah.
Christian McCaffrey and J.C. Horn.
Robbie
You
Anderson.
thought Deshaun Watson was free? No, you got to give
no,
up players a cap.
That's right.
Deshaun
And
Watson
then
should
where
know
does that leave Carolina with Deshaun Watson? It leaves them over the cap because they only have $25 million right now.
No, if they move Christian McCaffrey, they got money freed up.
They do, and that's all the money they got. They'll still be over the cap come after
But
whatever draft picks they got, and they won't be able to.
They give up McCaffrey.
So they could always switch numbers and do.
Who's
all
running
that.
the football?
So they can switch numbers, but we
when they
can't
give up a
switch numbers?
versatile player like that, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I know. So
they give up a versatile
but you're
player
saying
who's
the
going to pass,
possibility
catch,
is-
and run.
Yeah,
No,
Chris,
they're gonna most likely try to trade.
I'm just
Chris,
saying
you
that
just
all
nailed the
of
fallacy. Good job, bro.
all of
They can
this
shift
stuff,
the numbers. Every other team can
they
shift the
can
numbers
shift
to
all
get
the
Watson,
numbers
but
to
we
make it
can't.
work to continue. But I can't. And what if I got the third highest cap space and I haven't even cut a bunch of losers I expect?
But
to cut anyhow.
my argument was not that. My argument was that they're going to most likely move Christian McCaffrey.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
think
if they move
And
him,
that
they
would
do
help
to at
them
their own
create
peril.
space. So that was
Yeah,
my argument. so.
I'm not.
Oh,
saying
that's
that
fine,
Christian
Brian, but they
McCaffrey-
just shot themselves in the foot if they do that.
Yeah, there's to me.
How?
Again, why would this be a more tasty appetizer
He's an
with
elite
Matt Rule?
quarterback. You don't
Just
need
wait, with
Christian
Matt
McCaffrey.
Rule, with
He
Matt
is Christian
Rule
McCaffrey.
riding on the skin of his ass right now with that job. Their
Yeah,
GM
he might not need him,
too.
but they will
Their
have to.
GM too. It's not like he's seen what happened to the last quarterback that happened was there. They didn't treat Cam real well on his way out. They didn't take care of him. I'm
Yeah,
just
they
saying
treated Cam like trash.
that there's a lot of variables. Why would Deshaun Watson look at Carolina and think, you know what, I'll go there over the Dolphins? When I know that now after Christian McCaffrey and CJ Horn and my future for the next 2 or 3 years and draft picks on the team I'm at, and the team as it's constructed now has to figure it out with maybe a new coach next year, maybe a new GM the following year. He's trading the situation from Carolina from Houston. Why would he do that when there's another team that has already matched that offer that can even again.
Okay, but we haven't taken the possibility out that actually
we don't have
Dolphins,
anybody to throw
hold
to.
on.
The X.
Hold on, let him respond, guys. Go ahead, Brian.
You actually not even also looking at the possibility that, which is true, that Miami Dolphins could just be out.
Listen, I don't.
So could
disagree
the
with
other
that
30
fact.
teams can be out.
But
So,
Brian,
can I ask
hold
Yeah,
on,
but
hold
that's
on.
not no,
Hold
because
on.
30 other teams can be out too.
Can I ask
two,
Brian
exactly.
That's a
hold on.
possibility as well.
Exactly. And our team
But
could
2
be
months
also
ago,
out too.
Brian,
Exactly.
I predicted this scenario that we
Then we
find
back to
ourselves
square
in.
one. Back to his non-trade clause.
Hold on, crypto. I predicted this scenario a few months ago that this was the play that Chris Greer would do because he's smart. And this is why I like Chris Greer. And I think this is the play. By all measure, this time last year, we were favored, number one in the favored odds to land DeShaun Watson. Everyone knew we wanted him. The Texans knew we wanted him. He wants to be here. They're going to try to get everything they can, and they're salty about things. So next thing you know, devalue their quarterback. They hold off all this stuff. They're going to try to squeeze more. Number one, there's a barometer with the Russell Wilson trade. So as long as it's bigger than that, they'll feel good. So that's number one. Number two, after this, oh man, I'm kind of losing my train of thought. Oh man, what was I just saying before that? Totally lost it.
After the Russell Wilson trade.
Yeah, it was right before the Russell Wilson thing. That just kind of jumped in my head. God, it's getting late, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Anyhow.
Listen, the fact that no
Capitan.
team is more poised to make the Watson move than the Dolphins, that ain't in question. I mean, we have the second most cap. We've got the pieces to engineer the trade. But again, we need to find out where DeShaun Watson is in his head on, is he still as interested in Miami? As of right now, I think that's still a
yeah, that's what it was.
Nobody knows.
If the Dolphins
they went dark,
don't go in for Watson, why are we seeing such quietness about it all? Anyhow, it's to me, Chris Greer. Oh, this is what I was going to say. I remember now. I remember, Kadari. 2 months ago, I said, I expect Chris Greer to be at the point we find ourselves, because this time last year we were favored. Right now we're plus 1,200, which is tied for last for getting Watson. All our offer stands. It's the highest offer they've gotten. Everyone will have to match it, and not only will they have to match it, but then he'll have to okay it. DeShaun Watson. Okay. All the Dolphins at that point would have to do would give him anything more, and anything more could be a second round pick, and it'd be all the more to them. So I'm telling you, it's put the bargaining power back on the Dolphins and back with DeShaun with his no trade clause, and puts Houston right where they were at before all these allegations came, with political pressure from their fan base.
Houston doesn't lose anything. Houston won't lose in that deal. And then we won't lose in that deal either.
No, they can't.
No, they're still getting a plethora of picks.
Yeah, exactly. They're getting what they would.
Yeah, but they could get more from other teams. So it's like,
that's right, Miss Fins. Silence is key.
From other teams.
Silence is key.
What other
at the expense of who?
And
you don't think other teams are? But that
we just spent the last 3.5 hours going through those other teams.
Right.
Anthony says, I understand why you defend Chris Greer, but I have to agree that sometimes he's too smart for his own good, and he intends. Anthony, I can't say that, because again, I'm looking at a guy who deals with an owner that is scandalous, to say the least. He has exploded a team in the way that no one has ever done, and up to this point, I haven't seen it done yet. Okay. A slow destroy like Jacksonville, but look at where that's gotten him. He blew it up and then turned it around to a winning team by all measure. If you look at the numbers that everyone likes to look at, Chris Greer's done a pretty decent job as the GM of this point. Scandal with the coach, fired him. Didn't even let that continue. Had another coach in, brought in the guy we all apparently are love. Everyone's first choice, apparently. I thought Harbaugh would have been a better hire, but I understand why he didn't in some ways, because Harbaugh would have taken a lot of that power away from Chris Greer, so I understood that too, Chris Greer. My point is, he don't back himself in a corner. We're not backed in any corners with any of our contracts right now. The only corner we're backed into is the 5th overall pick to a quarterback that if we didn't draft, we wouldn't be in this position. I'm just saying that for a fact. If they didn't have Tua on this team and it was another player, there'd be no doubt what the fan base would say. Now, also, if Tua had produced in a better way, this situation wouldn't be on us again. That's why I blame Tua for allowing this to happen. But you guys want to give offensive line this, offensive line that. I didn't need to see him win anything more. I just needed to see more production out of him. That's all. He's brought this upon himself. Now, if they decide to stick with the kid and continue on and go in, I expect Chris Grier to go full in on that plan.
Oh yeah, and
building
that's the
it
most
in
likely,
every which way.
Whether we like it or not, and we agree or not, that's the plan that's most likely going to happen this offseason.
I disagree.
Oh yeah,
You said you saying it's the likely this offseason?
The decision they're going to make is to fully go on tour and spend all the cap and actually.
I think again what I said 2 months ago. That's exactly
that
what
cap
Chris
resets
Grier,
next year.
Hold on, Crypto. That's exactly what Chris Grier wants people to think right now. Is that we are fully on Tua. That's the narrative written. That's the perception they want. I think the door
reality.
is closed. You're right. It's reality. And I will.
If we don't do anything to get DeShaun
As
Watson,
of now,
it'll be the biggest blunder in the history of the NFL.
As of now,
100 color.
NFL be the biggest blunder in the history of sports.
I would say yes. I would go with you on that, Crypto. Yes.
potentially it could be. If he goes on to win 2 or 3 Super Bowls, then yeah, there's no doubt. There's no.
And if he comes to the AFC and wins those Super Bowls, it's going to look even worse.
It's going to look bad.
Yeah, don't say that.
Now that I've got a fair chance.
Could you guys imagine if he ends up on the Raiders? Could you guys imagine if he ends up
on the Raiders and he wins?
Hold on, guys. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason I said what I just said is because we're talking about a guy who expressed his direct interest to play in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
right. He did.
Everybody seems to want him up in the building. Okay, and we're an immediate Super Bowl contender if we put him on our team.
And that would have required faith.
Here's the thing everybody's missing. Here's the thing everybody's missing.
Problem.
Here's another thing. The guy, when you were a kid, okay, and you went out to your backyard and acted like your favorite football player, your favorite quarterback, who did you act like?
For me, it was Marino for me.
Okay,
Marino's the reason why I thought.
But DeShaun Watson went in his backyard when he was a kid. When he was a kid, DeShaun Watson went in his backyard and faked like he faked the sound of the crowd like we all used to do, and he called himself Marino. Drops back to throw, throws across the. I'm telling you, and if we don't get this guy, being in the best position of anybody in the league to do it, it'll be the biggest blunder in sports history.
Yeah. The only thing that would have prevented it then was the Miami Dolphins' lack of faith in following through on what was available. When the chips were down on Watson, they could have, rolled the dice and brought him in.
Well, Kahari, they did roll the dice. It was the Texans that didn't take. They said no dice. Texans at the last second said
pulled out. Okay,
they not pulled out. They tried to squeeze the Dolphins. They probably said, give us Phillips or give us Waddle. That's probably what they said. They're like, you know what, go fuck yourself.
And I'm sorry.
No, I agree, Brian. I think they go, dude, with the legal issues and what we got to see through, and then you say that, go fuck yourself. I think that's what happened. And Chris Grier was smart to not do that. Because guess what? Texans lost all their leverage right now. They have no leverage. They got a coach that wants him gone. They got a GM that's got a fan base going.
And then
what are you gonna do?
Trade Watson for the
They're
money,
gonna
so
trade him. They're gonna trade him. They have to.
Unless Watson say he'll sit down, he'll sit out the season.
What's up, Q? How's it going, my guy?
He won't do that.
To get paid $30 million to sit down on your Tootsie?
Oh my God, bro! He'll sit there and do nothing.
Yes, yeah, but will. And the Texans know it. That's why the Texans know they don't have any leverage. That's why they don't.
The GM said that he wants him gone. GM already said.
GM was like, man, if he said I'm gonna hold out, yeah, that's why they want to get rid of him early.
Hey, two in there. Number
we got 96 hours. We got 96 hours.
Yeah, what's up, panel? What's up, Chris? What's up, Curry? Crypto, Brian Terry. What's up, Curry?
What up?
Man, been a long day, bro. Been a long day. Just got home.
Word.
Got done with work.
It's hard to hold up 2 of these days, huh? It's even harder work, huh?
2 of the goats.
What'd you say, Curry?
It's even harder to defend Tua these days, huh? It's harder. It's even harder work than it
Not
was.
really. Not really, Kari. Not really. It's
I'm just
easy to
messing with
defend
you, man.
Tua.
I'm just messing with you, bro. Go ahead. Do your
I got
thing.
my boy, man. I got my boy back. I got Tua's back all day, every day. Chris
Exactly.
no, color no.
Exactly.
Ain't no lie.
Good job,
Q in here holding it down. Well, Q, what if I told you can end up on those Steelers though?
Oh, bro, that is my wish, bro. I wish he was in Pittsburgh, bro. Because you know why? We have a way better team in Pittsburgh.
Well,
Reunited with Brian Flores, his sabotage.
Yes, him and Brian Flores.
Let me tell you something. Brian Flores is nothing in Pittsburgh. Brian Flores is just part of the crew. That's it. It's Mike Tomlin.
I'm telling you, he's got more power than you
Wait,
think.
Q, you talking about the defensive
No.
coordinator, Brian Flores?
Defensive coordinator?
Yeah, the defensive coordinator, Brian Flores.
He's not even a defense. Has he been
No,
bumped?
he's a linebacker. He's a linebackers coach.
Oh,
and coordinator.
okay.
Yeah,
Man.
well, that it's why it's because that video of him at practice.
Miss me with
Tua,
that bullshit, bro.
That video came out with him at practice with Tua.
What did you say? Said we need a water break. You need a water break. Water is for cowards. Water makes you weak. Water is for washing blood off that uniform, and you don't get no blood on my uniform. Boy, you must be outside your mind. We are going to do up downs until Blue is no longer tired. And
Yeah, it's that didn't. That's why he's not off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Q. I misspoke, Q. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot he not defensive.
You good, bro. You good, bro. You good.
Yo, Cap, why'd you play that scene of Denzel Washington sabotaging that player like that?
I listen. It's actually that's how it goes, man. I mean, that's how you lose your job.
Hey, Cat, hold up, Cat. I just want to say, what's up, OG, Triple OG? Color, what's up, brother?
Color, you there?
Color
got
about to cry because he knows DeShaun Watson not coming.
Color's over there on Fanatics.com ordering himself a DeShaun Watson. Miami
Plug it.
Dolphins jersey.
He might as well refund that.
Make sure
What's
you guys hit the
I
link.
heard you, man. I just was away from keyboard for a second, man. How you doing?
Sorry, guys.
Guys, look, we got Thomas on here too. What's going on, Thomas? What's going on, bud?
What's up, Maus? What's up, Thomas?
TJ in the house.
Hey,
what
Q.
up?
Yeah.
What's up? Hey, Q, listen, there's going to be multiple teams involved in this Watson trade. And Pittsburgh is going to be
Bro, why are we talking about Watson, bro? That's what I'm saying. Why are we talking about Watson? That is done with. It's already done
No,
with.
listen, it's only
done with it because it fits your narrative.
Q, didn't you see DeShaun Watson opened up the door? Didn't you see it?
Today?
Yeah.
Nah, bro, I've been busy.
I am the key master.
He opened it up. There he is.
Every door has a locksmith.
Look at my icon, Q. Look at my icon, Q. He's kicking down the door as we speak.
This is picture of him.
Man, that ain't Watson, bro. That don't even look like Watson.
Come on, man. That's Watson. That's Sherlock Holmes, Watson, everybody, man.
Watson at the massage parlor right now.
In Miami, there are plenty of them.
Yeah, listen, getting limber.
Oh, you gonna accept that? You gonna take it like that?
Listen, the Pittsburgh's going to trade their first round pick to us for Tua.
Yep.
And we're going to use that pick.
Oh,
yep.
I love that, bro.
Yep.
If Tua's in Pittsburgh, we have weapons. Our O-line is developing. Defense gonna be on point.
Oh yeah, defense gonna be good up there. That's always good up. Yep.
Now, like I said, I don't mind him getting DeShaun Watson, but I'm still gonna follow Tua too wherever he goes because he's the GOAT.
Oh, listen, I expect by year 7.
Way to go, Brian.
Of Tua, that'll be the breakout year. Not dissimilar. To
Listen, I typed something down in the Hey, go here. I typed something down in the chat, and I said, I even asked I typed something down in the chat, and I said, Watson will not make this team any better, and I stand by that. So
I can't.
That's lunacy.
That I can't see how that's even possible.
No,
He'll make the team better in some areas, but not overall.
no,
Must have never
no.
seen him play football to make
He
a statement
won't.
like that.
I even asked Mike on the mic. I asked him about Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's not going to make this team better.
Tom Brady does it
That's
because
just
Tom Brady's an old man. He just
Let
retired.
me tell you
18
why.
years
Let me
ago.
tell you why.
Tom Brady
Let
literally
me
just
tell you why.
retired because he's
Let me
old.
tell you. Let me tell you why. Because it's not going to be the same team. They're going to see that there are flaws in the positions. They're going to see their flaws, and they need work. They need people there. They're going to bring in the right pieces. And that's why I
That's
think
what anybody
they feel.
would do. That's a no-brainer.
That's an
They
everyday.
didn't
You
do
can't say
that.
it's not gonna be. He's not
They
gonna
didn't
make
do
us
that with
better.
Tua. They didn't do that with Tua.
Yeah, they did.
So why are you blaming the kid?
They tried to do it, Crystal, but they didn't.
So, yeah.
They had a full
Yeah.
roster every game.
They
we
tried to
played in
fix the
that
O
season.
line, but they didn't do it. So,
Nah,
Crystal, of course, they
the
They
team you
tried.
guys
attempted to
have now,
do
and
it.
I'm going to be real, and this is an outside perspective. The team you guys have now is trash, with or without Tua.
Oh yeah, team that won 9 games. Yeah, they trash.
Two
Yeah,
straight
I
winning
got it.
seasons.
Yeah,
But we
9
made
games ain't
Catch me
nothing.
with that
From
one.
an admitted
Crystal,
Pittsburgh
We
fan.
had Big
Yeah,
Ben,
when you
and we
can
still
lose,
make. We had
when you
Big Ben,
can
and we
lose
still make the
17
playoffs.
games
And
out of a possible
Big Ben
17,
throw
they
like Tua.
didn't.
Exactly.
Big Ben
We
throws
wouldn't
things and
expect
dunks.
anything less from a Pittsburgh fan to say
Bro,
that.
go
Hey,
swim
what's
in
up,
the
Carter?
Allegheny River.
What's up, my brother?
Go
What's
swim
up,
in the
OG, triple
Allegheny
OG?
River. Go swim in the Allegheny River, buddy. Go hang out over
Alligator
there in
River?
Pittsburgh. Somewhere
No,
up
we
there.
got sharks over here, bro. No alligators out here.
Yeah, I know. You go get frozen, man. I think the river's still frozen around this time, man. Go cool off, dude.
Hey, man, it's sunny. Oh, it's sunshine. 25-8,
My only problem,
367.
too, I don't mind if a Pittsburgh fan says that my team is trash. I get that. What I don't like is a Pittsburgh fan brainwashing my fan base saying the same thing.
Hey, you know
By the
me,
way,
Color.
I heard you
You
earlier. I
know
was
I say some things, you say some things, and we keep it like that. We cool though. Hey, be busy the whole day. We having a funeral.
Yeah, I was AFK earlier. I had to jump. I had to run back in here.
All right, you good, brother? You good?
Yeah, I even on a terrible team like Houston in 2019, he had his best statistical. It didn't pay out in the wins like I think they had hoped.
That's because the defense was
But
trash.
that's right.
No.
Alongside with the change in scheme and Mike McDaniel with all his offensive guru squad coming in here and gonna make a better blocking scheme for Tua even. I expect better out of this offense no matter who's at quarterback. If you insert top 5 quarterback here, how the hell is that not going to be better, guys? I just don't understand. Where are we getting lost? Because literally what I'm hearing is that DeShaun
I'm sorry to
Watson
cut you off, Capitan. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother.
You're basically
But I'm
saying
gonna
Deshaun
leave.
Watson's the
I'm
worst
gonna leave right
quarterback
now.
than Tua. All right, Q. See you,
I
brother.
gotta
Thank you
I
for
gotta
coming
calm
in.
this kid down.
I
All
got
you
my
guys,
brother.
Color,
We'll see you in the
everybody.
comments.
Right on.
All right.
Later, brother.
Yeah, have a good one.
Basically what I'm
Thank
hearing from
you.
people is that Deshaun Watson is a worse quarterback than Tua because that's the only.
Basically, that's
That's
the
what you're
effective
saying.
argument.
That's what
No,
you're saying.
that's not what.
It's
That's
the
not
same
the
That's
argument.
basically the
Stop
effective
that.
argument
same
that said
delusion.
that.
No, it's
That's
the
the
same
argument.
Stop
delusion.
that.
It's the
It's an
same
indirect
delusion
They're
that
going to
statement.
says that
straw man.
Tua
They're
has
going to
played
straw
well.
man.
It's indirect.
It's the other side of the same delusion that suggests that Tua has played well up to this point.
You
The
stop that. You
fact that
troublemaker.
the fact that
Always
Deshaun
want to
Watson's not
cause
good.
trouble. You
But
always
basically,
cause
it's
trouble here,
okay
Don.
to say that
All you
Watson
gotta do
is not better than
is
Tua.
put
Just
Tua
say it.
on.
Don't say it indirectly. Don't talk like the mafia. Come out and say it.
No, but Crypto,
Just say it.
I did say I don't mind having Deshaun Watson. That's what I said.
No, not you, Brian, but I'm talking about other people in the chat and the fan
because I'm
base are
objective,
saying
but
it
you also
deliberately.
have to be objective and realize that Deshaun Watson probably changed his mind, and he may not.
I want to pose this
Miami
question.
Yeah, he can do that, but he hasn't done it at this point.
I want to pose this question to the chat.
Real quick, Chris. Brian, you realize what you just said was literally not an objective statement.
Exactly.
How is it not an objective statement?
Because you're assuming that Deshaun Watson has changed his mind compared to what he's
I
already
said
made public.
no. Are you listening? I said it's a possibility that he did change his
That's
mind.
not
There's a
objective.
possibility
Possibilities are not
That he
objective.
wait.
I'm
There's a possibility that he could change his mind, not did
Yeah.
change his mind.
Yeah,
No,
we
that's
don't
not
know.
what I said. I
We
said
don't
it's a
know.
possibility that he could change his mind.
It
That's
is a
exactly what I
possibility.
said.
There's a
I thought you said there's a
possibility.
possibility that he
There's
did
a-
I
change
said
his
it's
You know
mind.
what? You know
open
what?
of the
happened.
strict
Hold
spectrum.
on,
It's
guys.
happening now.
I
That's
think
the only
there's a
thing that's objective.
possibility that that Watson is dug in to go to Miami more than ever because Houston wanted him not to go to Miami so badly they trumped up some charges on him and bribed the police department to hold him hostage for a whole year. They paid $10 million though. Listen, bro, that's what that shit looks like to me. You want to talk about systematic racism, bro? What?
How true that is.
I mean, shit.
possible too.
How true that statement is, man.
I mean, damn, bro, that whole thing messes with
They
me.
held the man hostage when he said he wanted to leave
hostage.
Dodge.
They paid
He
him
wanted to
$10
get out of
million,
Dodge. He said, "Hey, I got something
not
for
right
you.
now.
Not so fast, buddy. You're not leaving town
Not
yet."
so fast. You know all those call girls you've been having come to your room? You thought that personal trainer was your friend. He actually works for us. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, McNair had the receipts. McNair had the receipts. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I'm not
I want you
coercion.
guys to be ready for disappointment when DeShaun Watson is not your quarterback. I just want
listen,
to
I'm a Dolphins fan, Brian. Brian, I am a Dolphins fan. I live
You're right,
inside
Brian.
disappointment.
That will be disappointment because it won't be because of the fans. It will be just because of the ownership.
Right. And
Don't
we'll
run
be
away,
happy
Brian.
you're disappointed,
Not really.
Don't
we're
run away,
not
Brian.
disappointed like you think we're going to be.
Oh, I'm not going to run away.
Let's get back. Let's get back to the objectivity question as well. There's no way you can look at Watson's production in his first 3 years and then use an eye test to confirm those statistics to suggest that he won't improve our team. That's non-objectivity.
No, I am being fair. I just said I don't mind having DeShaun Watson. I just said that.
Oh, it was the other guy then. Okay, because
No, it was the
you
other.
sounded
No, it wasn't
crazy,
Brian.
man.
I just said it's a possibility that he's not
the other
going to
guy.
be here.
Yeah.
That was Q that said that now.
I said it's a possibility that he may
Yeah.
not be here, and I'm not wrong, nor am I right. Just like you're not wrong, nor you're right.
No,
It's
no,
a
hey, I
possibility,
actually agree
and
with
it's a
you,
most
Brian.
likely chance he's not going to be a Dolphin. I'm serious.
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I'd like to see.
Well,
a
that's where we
Dolphin.
defer, duh.
Yeah, but
say that's the thing. That will be just outright negligence of management.
Right.
That
They
we
need
do
to go
know.
and get him
Because you believe that they should take that move, but there's some people that don't.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, of course that would be, but I'm just saying. But the consensus will be that will be negligent.
Listen,
action.
I can understand. I can understand someone saying that they believe that the cost is too high financially to pay for that quarterback, as well as the picks and the players it would cost. I can understand how someone could feel that that's not worth the potential, because that's all it is. It's potential upside for Tua right now, because I don't give a shit what anyone says. And I see people, they're like, oh, the numbers don't lie, or, winning percentage or all that other shit. Yes, fine.
It's not a
You're so
quarterback
right.
stat
You can
anymore.
Draw up
winning is
draw
not a
up
quarterback
a
stat or
spreadsheet.
losing.
Oh, Crypto,
Show
you
me
stop that
something.
nonsense.
No, just wait.
What are you talking
Listen,
about, Brian?
I can
Everything can't be
draw up
nonsense
little
because you don't agree
spreadsheets
with
and
it.
show things.
You know it's
Yeah,
not
it
a
is.
quarterback stat.
Facts remain. Tua, as a passer, because that's the main job of a quarterback, not to hand footballs off, to throw the football. That's where you shine. That's when your moment is on. As a passer, he didn't show up the way we all expected him to last year. There was moments, very inconsistent. The accuracy is pretty good, but lackluster in the pushing the ball down the field, breaking away plays, taking advantage of opportunities, and not faltering on them. And
He's going to do that this year.
Winning is only a quarterback stat after
listen,
your third
hold on,
season.
Hold on. Listen, Crypto, Brian, you say he's going to do that this year. And that's my point exactly. That's the only thing I can be bought or sold on at this point is what he's going to do. It is a hope sell. It is a projection.
Yeah,
it is a take. It's a take the 2 years he's played, take the numbers he's got, but fill in the blanks for all the games he could have played or project them to play. And if you had a full season in numbers with the numbers he did, this is what we can project to have happen. That is not enough to sell a fan base on, not me.
Brian, let me explain it to you this way. Brian, let me
can't
explain
do
it to you
that.
this way, man. He
Hold
is
on.
Nation of Islam Tua. He is Tua X. He is Tua X is in the unknown. We don't know what he's going to be in the future. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So Tua
I know what he's going to be.
Tua X may
Double
turn
P.
into Steve Young in 5 years, 6 years. Steve Young may have is probably
took Steve Young his second football team and
Took him
learning and waiting and find out. Took Drew Brees the same thing as well.
Exactly. It takes certain people
No,
some
he
time.
was
so
smart.
some
Yeah,
people
but
I
not
got
gonna
it,
come
but
out the gate.
No,
but
Steve
we have
Young
a
didn't really
football
take him
team.
that
We have a
long.
football team that had been blown up, sold on a 3 to 5 year plan. Listen, we've overachieved.
No, Sharif said it's 7 years.
I'm not waiting 7 years. I mean, listen, I'll wait for as long as
Sharif's
it takes.
a conspiracy theorist.
So we're all conspiracy.
You got 7 years.
2 o'clock in the morning. We're talking about football. Everybody on here is a conspiracy theorist. Don't get that fucking confused, Brian. We're all crazy in this month. We're Dolphins fans at this point, bro. It's straight madness.
I feel you, Brian. You must be a Nation of Islam member too. You support.
We gotta give.
Yes, I'll support.
Get Sharif up here
because
he's going to tell us about the plan. What about the Watson 7-year plan?
Well, the Watson 7-year plan. Watson said no. He's making his new 7-year plan. Watson is. That's what he did. That's why he's not going to go to any football team he doesn't want to go to.
Apparently, every quarterback gets 7 years every time.
Who told Watson to do that? Who told Watson? Who advised Watson to make this contract? It was Dan Marino. Dan Marino advised him because I'm sure in some ways Dan Marino wished he had the no trade clause because maybe he would have done things different. Maybe he wouldn't have stayed in Miami. Maybe he would have left. We don't know.
No, he was ready to kick down the door.
But Chris, you're not wrong for having, your concerns about Tua. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't go get Deshaun Watson, then okay.
It would be
I'll give you my real concern,
but
Brian.
I have reasons.
My real concern is that if we take the shot, this is my real concern. The shot Tua, to me, doesn't deserve the 3rd-year shot because his shot.
I believe you do.
Okay, I got you, but just I'm gonna tell you from where I sit. From me, his shot was last year. That was his shot, and to me, I've given him the shot for games. Now, this 3rd year, I think he doesn't deserve it over the Dolphins looking to upgrade. Is my point via draft if they've thought somebody in the draft and they brought someone in, or trading for one of these other QBs, which. Now we're just down to DeShaun. My point is, it doesn't warrant the hope on the 3rd year because he hasn't earned anything for me to say that that's worth more. Because ultimately, this time next year, if we gamble on Tua and it don't work, there ain't no fucking Deshaun Watson out there. It's
and if it does work,
draft.
Earn the build. That's what I preached.
I got that.
Earn the build.
If
it does work.
If versus this, everything is if or maybe or what I could project to what I can actually. I don't want to say there's no guarantee with Watson, but damn it, bro, there ain't nothing more sure than the Watson pick.
It's just a higher probability.
You want the more proven talent.
Possibility.
I want
If you're a new head coach, it would be smart to go get a Deshaun Watson because it's more proven.
It's the system Deshaun Watson wants to play.
But if we want to gamble on Tua, hey, it is what it is.
If they gamble on Tua, if they believe in and go in,
that would be considered a gamble. Yes, that's correct.
They're taking a gamble. They saying, man, we might actually get something out of him, and if Tua actually succeed, because there is a possibility.
Yeah, but what you're saying, Brian, is exactly.
Hold on, Color. Equal amount of opportunity. Hold on, Color. Equal amount of opportunity is that it will fail too. Whereas when I look at DeShaun. There's more of an opportunity of not failure with a quarterback like DeShaun.
Yeah, that will be.
And the position and the circumstance where we'll find ourselves from one failure to the other. One failure is a failure with Deshaun Watson not getting to the playoffs in year 1. Where to me, there's a lot to build on because it's Deshaun Watson.
Well, that also depends on the price.
Another failure with Tua. Is that he's never going to get it figured out. We got to draft something
if you
else.
Have to give out players
it's a restart. It doesn't work with Tua. It's a restart. It doesn't work with DeShaun. It's a retool.
Well,
that's it.
Can I also say that
certainty is bought. Certainty is bought with Deshaun Watson.
If you spend
in
all
some
that capital
fashion.
And you don't go in the Super Bowl within 3 years, it's a terrible strategy.
Right, but
sorry.
Brian, nobody's actually disagreeing with what you're saying. We are trying to get something out of Tua, whatever we can,
to increase the possibility. But yeah, you're right.
We've been saying that the whole time. Of course, we're trying to go in 3 years. That's all we got.
You have to win with Deshaun Watson.
Brian.
Yes,
don't
you
go
do.
with Deshaun
If
Watson
you
right
don't
now,
go with Deshaun Watson and you don't win in 3 years, then you're at your 7-year plan now.
You're still
Brian,
in the
of
same
course,
position.
Brian.
Brian,
Now,
how
You're
old are you?
still in, you're still in
Brian
there.
wait. Brian just made a good point. Deshaun Watson has to win also. But now you go into the casino and tell me which one is better to go in with.
but I already
The guy
just I
with
already told you.
$50,000 or the guy with $1,000.
But I already told you though. I'm looking at both sides of the argument. I just told you.
Right, but
Brian,
you should
Brian,
be
You're
Well,
saying
then
with
it
the
sounds
more
to
proven
me,
wait a minute.
Brian.
I'm
Sounds
not
to me
Brian, are
like
you
Brian
saying?
is saying
Are
we
you
should go
saying
get
if
Watson.
we don't?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you saying? So you saying, Brian, if we go with Tua, we don't have to win in 3
I'm
years? Wait, I'm
saying
just trying to clear it up.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. And Brian, that's
no
why I'm
with
asking.
Tua,
I need to
you
No,
ask you
that's
this,
not what
Brian.
he said.
Brian, I
no.
need to ask you this. How old are you,
No,
dude? And
no, let him answer it. I just want
I
to
only,
know.
I,
I, like
I
I
only
said,
if that's
like
what
I
he tried
said
to
when I
say.
began.
Brian, I only ask
Listen,
you your age because I'm asking because I need to know if you are sensitive to how
no,
much
I'm
the
not the
Fins have
older fan
been
base on
losing since Marino
TB.
has retired.
No, I'm not
No, he hasn't that old.
fan
No,
base
he
of
doesn't.
trauma.
He never went through that, right? Yeah, he never
Yeah,
had to go through that.
So right, so I mean, this patience that you're asking us to have with Tua is out of place. Then you don't understand how
what do you
long
mean
suffering
patient? He only got
the
1 year to
Dolphin.
prove it. Yeah,
You
one
know,
more year
you
to
don't
prove it.
understand how long
Oh
suffering the Dolphin fan
Kerry.
base
He's saying that
has
he's
been.
giving him 1 year.
He
You don't
only
give
got
him the
1 year to
7-year
prove it.
plan.
No,
Listen,
he ain't
with
about no
Deshaun
7-year plan.
Watson
He's not on the
comes
7-year
I'm not a
plan,
Deshaun
Curry.
Watson if he
with
doesn't
Deshaun
prove
Watson comes immediate hope of success, right? And for
hope.
long-standing suffering, for long-standing suffering Dolphin fans like myself, that's what we need right about now, man.
And I get it, and I understand that. I
But
can't
you
disagree
trying to
with that.
sell some
But
long-term plan
you
on
can't
Tua.
also disagree with my argument either.
Right,
No,
but your argument is that
It's
do
two
we need
different
to win in 3
strategies.
years with Tua?
You said what? Yeah,
Do
within
we
3 years
need
we
to
can
win
win
in
the
3
Super
years
Bowl.
with Tua?
Yeah, with
Do
3
we need
years
to
we
win?
could.
We need to win the Super Bowl with Tua in 3 years.
You said what?
Do we need to win the Super Bowl in Tua with 3 years? In the next 3 years, if we keep Tua, do we have to win the Super Bowl in order for this gamble to pay off?
Yeah, we're supposed to be making strive in the playoffs. First
So
round, AFC.
so the bar is lower with Tua is what I'm getting at. You're saying we're not
because you're
we don't
trading all
have to
that
make the
asset
Super
for
Bowl.
an elite quarterback, then the reward should be higher, isn't it? Isn't that what we want? So,
But yeah, but
all
you're
that
saying if
asset,
we got all the assets with Tua, shouldn't we have an increased probability as well to be having
we're
expectations of
definitely going
winning
to
the
make it
Super
to the
Bowl?
playoff because we're only
But
one game
no,
away from the
shouldn't
playoff.
we as a fan base have expectations of Super Bowl since we've given him everything he needs?
Well, you're not going to the Super Bowl next year. I'm not. I mean, that's just.
I'm saying within 3 years, it's Super Bowl or bust. If we're spending all these assets on Tua and to surround everything with them, shouldn't we have the same expectations as if we had Watson? Now that we've given Tua all these weapons.
But didn't you guys just agree that he's a different talent level than Tua?
So why do you want?
Yeah,
the less
we know
talent
that.
level? Why do you want the lower?
Yeah,
talent level?
but what
That's
I'm
what we don't
what I'm
understand.
is
Yeah,
what
that's kind of Kahari hit it on the head for me. Why are we going beneath what we can have? Because right now, to me, outside of the asking price,
no, but what I was
coming out of
getting at, we
control,
should have
we
the
could
same
have DeShaun
expectations
over Tua
of
at
winning
this
the
moment.
Super Bowl within 3 years as well.
Yeah. What?
With
But
Tua.
no, but even beyond that, even where we got to be with an end point, and the expectations would be more because it's a more talented player. That's kind of the meat and potatoes. Is that
well, yeah? So with the more talented player, but
if there's a
remember,
more
everybody's
talented player,
arguing that
why are we
Tua
not
with a lot of
going with more
weapons is
talent?
just as good as Deshaun Watson without
It's
weapons.
going to be just
that's
as
the
good.
default argument.
That's kind of the point, Crypto.
That's kind of what they're making.
But at
so
the
we
same
should
time,
be expecting 3 years
at the same time,
a championship hoisting of the trophy as if we had Deshaun Watson.
We also got to consider a few things in this scenario. Is that cap goes up over these few years, and we've got extra money. We can afford him
win-win
and 30 million more. We could buy him right now and still have, with some cap manipulation, not even we're talking cuts, not even manipulation. This is not re-signing, moving money around with Watson or anyone. Still have like 35 million left over. You can still sign 3 more guys.
But Chris, I'm trying to get to your fire and brimstone pitchforks moment. We should be expecting Super Bowl within 3 years, regardless of who we stick with.
Oh no, I can't.
Can I say something real quick? The the idea that we should go out in free agency to begin with is predicated upon the fact that we have a deficiency at quarterback.
No,
Let
that's
me
ridiculous.
finish, man. Let me finish. I've sat here and let you all talk over
Go
me
ahead,
the
Color.
entire
Go
night
ahead.
tonight because people tell me
ahead.
I talk over them too much. All right,
Get him, Color. Get him.
So
With you, Color.
I'm going to say this right now. Okay, when all these teams are like, you got to go young, get these guys in the draft, you got to build through the draft, you got to go young. That's predicated upon the fact that you have a quarterback that's a star playmaker. Okay, so y'all think that we're going to give up so much and this and that and the other and all that. Look, if we go make a deal for Watson right now, one of the glaring problems we have is at linebacker. Are you going to say, well, we won't have the money to go get a linebacker now? Well, we're already poised to have a really good linebacker fall to us at 29 in the draft. And you might say, well, now we're drafting again. Well, yeah, that's right. Draft our offensive lineman, draft another wide receiver, draft a linebacker, okay,
if you trade
and
those
get
picks, you won't be
DeShaun
at
Watson
29.
and don't spend another dime.
But if you trade those draft picks, you won't have your first round. You won't have 29.
You want 29 or 50. You'll have 101.
Fine, but we will next year.
That'll be where you start.
But we will next year. But we will next year.
Yeah, next year we'll have a second round.
Okay, now that being said, when's the next time we're going to get a chance to get a guy like Watson? It ain't going to be next year. It's
Well,
going
hold
to be 10 years from now.
Yeah, not only that, Color, but
it'd
to
be
add to
25
your point,
years, Color.
to add to your point, Color,
That's
of
why I asked
what
about
what a quarterback does is we can look no further than what Watson just did, or excuse me, what Wilson just did. Jerry Jeudy is a great wide receiver that has had not great numbers up to this point. Now that Wilson walks in the building, everyone's looking at this. They're looking at the offensive weapons, and they're like, "Oh my God, look at these weapons! These are fire weapons." Listen,
Overnight,
so
Vegas is going to have them as Super Bowl contenders.
He's got 856 yards his rookie season with 53, and 3 touchdowns. Last year he had 467 and no touchdowns. So I mean,
I have a question with this logic. I have this question with this logic, right? Are you listening?
Yeah.
So DeShaun Watson comes, and we trade for him. So we're going to keep Devontae Parker because we're going to make him a 1,000-yard receiver?
You just trying to get this crypto off.
Why not?
I already told you my philosophy on him.
No, Chris just made the argument.
Listen,
about
Crypto.
Jerry
In all honesty, Devontae Parker on this team,
he doesn't fit. Even with Watson, he'll bring him down.
Watson
is elite.
That's the only guy in America that he could bring down an elite quarterback.
I gotta side with Brian here, Crypto. Watson could make DVP into a fucking Pro Bowler, bro.
Exactly.
No, so Brian is slick. He only asked that to piss crypto off.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
DeShaun Watson could go to Home Depot.
He's occupying a
and
spot.
make a 1,000-yard receiver.
That should be given to a young gentleman that's coming out of
I'm going to show my face for this prediction. You guys ready for this hot take?
Crypto.
That's a very first of all, this is not a parlay, okay? If DeShaun Watson becomes a Miami Dolphin, his very first touchdown pass is going to be to Devontae Parker.
Yeah,
right here. You heard it right here.
You heard that, Crypto?
And Crypto,
no.
Your own guy doesn't know football.
You want to know what?
That's never going to happen.
I'll make this bold prediction.
This first touchdown pass going to come to Shaheen.
Well,
nope, it's going to be to Will Fuller.
A more wise.
It's going to be to Will Fuller.
No, it's going to be to Preston Williams.
Nope, it's going to be to Will Fuller.
It's going to be Shaheen. Just watch. on the out route
of that Brian are as skinny as Preston's hands.
For Preston Williams.
Oh please, Preston Williams is gonna be something to play with.
No, first of all, I on Twitter, I've had tons of tweets go, for hundreds of thousands of impressions. No more tweet went further of Dolphin players with hate. When I posted this picture of Preston Williams, it's got like 150,000 impressions. Everyone hates Preston. Nobody wants to see him.
He was
on the
the
team.
darling when he was catching those sideline passes.
I am telling you right now, according to Dolphins Twitter, they don't want this guy even in
Dolphins
the state
Twitter
of Florida.
fake. We don't care.
Dolphins Twitter.
I'm telling you, bro.
Those are all bots.
from
No,
somewhere in St.
these are long
Petersburg.
interactive. They're like,
Those
this
are
guy
Russian
is terrible.
spies. Those are Russian spies.
They hate him, bro.
They're
They
coming
hate
from
him.
St. Petersburg,
When
somewhere
they're
in
not rigging,
Siberia.
when they're not
Real
rigging
quick,
our
guys.
election, they're angry Dolphins.
I know, right? When they're not
Right.
rigging our election, they're angry
Right.
Dolphins.
And Crypto, I'm sorry. Bowden is gonna be here.
Bowden. Oh no,
I
that's
love-
another one. He's another one out the door. I got his bus ticket already printed.
I love
Oh,
bro.
what are you
Brian,
talking
Brian,
about?
I peep your game though, Brian. You're
His
a
bus
first class
ticket is
troll.
already
You obviously
You're a
not in
troll.
the mission office, brother.
Listen, I
telling
love
you.
Lynn Bowden. Get back
Bowden
up
is
off
so-
my. Watch out, Crypto. You have to push me off that Lynn Bowden square. I ain't getting off that. I like Lynn Bowden. Real
Trouble
quick, guys, make sure if
I
you're
liked
watching
him
the
too
video,
once upon a time.
Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, guys, if you're watching the video, and make sure you guys are coming back for Tonk TMI Tuesday live at 9, and then with color commentary on there with them. Right after that, you guys got open mic with Mike on the mic, and then tomorrow you guys can catch Mike on the mic with Drop the Mic. Brandon the Bookie will be there with them on Thursdays. Late night color commentary. Also, El Capitan all over this as you guys see. Fan gear in the description below, guys. We have it. We're also partnered with Fanatics. Fanatics is in the description as well. If you're buying some shit, go to Fanatics. Go dicking around. I don't know why you guys are doing this. How about that plug, huh? That was pretty good, huh?
That was a good one.
And if you guys are watching on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter, please do us the favor. Come over to YouTube. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube. We need more subscribers on YouTube. And, thanks. Guys, it's getting late.
What's the status of the padlock color?
Let's try to end this with some last thoughts in some way, but I mean I think we all kind of don't need to get a last thought. No, let me see it. Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh, look, that's definitely the Dolphins facility too. If
That's
you guys noticed,
hold on.
If you guys noticed,
it's a padlock on that door.
Something telling me that it was an
guys
entry to the
there
Dolphins
is a
facility.
Dolphins logo on the Dolphins facility, because if not, that would be copyright infringement. So that building can't
That's
just
fake
have
news. Yeah, fake news.
Oh man, where's I'm trying to figure out where's the padlock.
Oh, I see
Can't be
Devontae
right.
Parker behind the door. What
By
that
the
mean?
way, that's
I see
That's
Devontae
right,
Parker
he's
behind
definitely
the door.
leaving.
behind the door. What that
That's
mean?
There's
it.
Devontae Parker over there. That's
the
Devontae Parker that unlocked the door.
player entrance
You,
right
listen,
there.
you guys didn't even know, but if
He's
you
being
look very
escorted out of the
closely-
building.
Look, if you look very closely down in the far right corner, that's Devontae Parker. He unlocked the door.
See, I got a good eye test.
You do. That was really good, Brian. That was really good.
That's the door to the yacht for
Yeah,
Ross.
so on the other
That's a
side of
yacht.
that door, there's a entryway to a subway system that takes the players to the stadium.
Ah.
It's
Ah,
off
you're-
kind of in
now
the
you're
swamp.
getting- now you're getting
that
kinda
surrounds
creepy.
the stadium.
that's like the Kingsman. That's some Kingsman type stuff. Secret story. Oh man,
I tried
That's
to
a
tell
good
them
one.
they might want to remove the sign. It's kind of like a little bit of a giveaway, but
What fake facts are you talking about? Stay zooted. What do you mean about fake facts? What around here appears to be fake or facts? What are you talking about? I've
What
got
is he talking
literally,
about?
Are they disputing the
I've got
authenticity?
literal
Are they disputing
evidence.
the idea that that's a door?
I literally,
it's
I've got literal evidence. I mean, look, here's Tua. Here's Tua, right?
Hey, you haven't played in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open.
Hi.
That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
It slipped. I just ate popcorn.
I mean, he threw it with his left hand
He
and
added the last
everything.
piece. Hey, Slick, I just ate popcorn.
That was Tua trying. That was Tua trying to
Must be
complete
the
that pass to
popcorn.
Hollins.
That was
No, that
Peyton
was
Manning.
Matt
That was
Collins.
Peyton Manning at some like draft class thingy majiggy. This was early on into his
Could
career.
be.
This was from last offseason.
5. Good. 7.
Stupid tire! You freaking tire! You should get out of me! Kick your ass!
I defy you to tell me that that's not Tua in that number 1 jersey.
But hey, he'll improve in 7 years.
Listen, you see, he's got fight in him like a mofo.
He'll
But,
figure out that drill in 7 years. Don't worry.
Two of the goal. He don't need to practice.
You might want to ask
That's why
Sharif
he
about
fooling
that.
around.
Yeah,
It's a
we
joke to
got
him.
you, stay zooted. We're just funning around. It's late night. That's what we do here at the Fins tailgate. You don't have
Tua,
nobody.
Tua
You
don't,
know,
Tua don't need to practice.
when
That's
you're on the
that's joking
grass
to him.
at Hard Rock and you're having a tailgate, nobody,
Stay
whatever,
zooted.
man.
I just grabbed a comment and read it, bro. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like,
You're welcome to come up and join the panel.
Yeah,
if you
bro.
want to join the fun.
I can't wrangle all these fools. Bring on these jokes like this, like a freaking puppet master of jokery around here, and read the comments. That's just asking me too much, bro. I ain't got that much brain power.
But Chris,
they're usually insulting us anyway. So
most of the time,
why would we pay attention?
I
to
see
it?
some good ones. What's up,
Can
Brian?
I ask a question? How do you feel about Mike Gesicki and how about he does get that wide receiver tag?
He's not going to get the wide receiver tag. That's not going to happen. He's not going to get the wide receiver tag. It's not going to happen.
No,
I think he's on his way to Houston.
Listen, if anyone would have gotten it, it would have been when Jimmy Graham was the top of the world. Okay, and when Jimmy Graham was catching balls, running stride for stride downfield for touchdowns, and everyone was like, Jimmy Graham. It was first pick on everyone's fantasy leagues and shit. That if he didn't get it, nobody's getting it. And Mike Gesicki, he has no sprint run down the sideline and take touchdowns to the house like wide receivers do. So you can't do that. So you take one to the house, 70 yards, Mike Gesicki, you don't get a wide receiver tag, bro. You fall down on the ground.
Oh, because Gesicki don't break tackles? Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of wide receiver like. I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
Bottom line is, if we got a quarterback of Deshaun Watson's caliber, then Gesicki is on his way to Houston for
Gesicki is trade bait, dog. That's what I'm thinking. Gesicki is trade bait.
He don't need the training wheels.
Yeah,
he's a piece in the package.
Listen,
training wheels.
This is coming to you first.
Hold on, go ahead, Thomas.
I'm gonna be the first one to report this come Tuesday. Okay, there's gonna be a blockbuster 4-team trade. Okay, Two is going Pittsburgh for their first.
4 teams?
4-team blockbuster trade. Two is going to go to Pittsburgh for their first. Needham's going to go to Philly for their second. We're giving up our 29th pick, bringing Tunsil back to us.
Oh, I love
We're giving them San Francisco's pick next year because if Watson gets suspended, we're going to tank and keep our pick for the following year. Our first round pick.
Thomas, that's a terrible take. No,
Watson getting suspended doesn't have anything.
I'm confused.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me?
Wait a minute.
Round pick.
Wait a minute, hold on. Run that one down me. Run that one
doesn't
down
have
me.
anything to do with when a team is going to bring him in the building. They're going to sign. Somebody's going to sign him before he gets suspended.
We're giving them our first round pick this year.
Right.
San Fran's first round pick next year. Our second round pick next year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're saying for Tunsil and Watson?
Correct.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
How many picks are we talking here, Thomas? Because for Tunsil,
you need to
Watson,
throw one more
You're
first
gonna
round pick in there. I think.
You're gonna need
one more first.
One
round
more
pick
probably
needs to go
be
in
the
there.
following year after that. We're going to keep our first round pick next year.
No
because
way.
No, we're not.
No way.
Yep.
Nah,
No
they're gonna,
First round? No, it's
You don't
impossible.
keep that pick without
Hey,
Tunsil.
Chris.
There's no way he can do
If
that.
the game
You
is
gotta
to
trade a
get,
player.
if the game is
It's
to
a little
get
bit light.
Houston to drop their price, then 2 firsts in 2 seconds might just do it.
Their price isn't dropping; it's going higher.
I don't
I'm telling
think so.
you.
They're going
telling
to get
you.
mad.
Why would the price
They're
go down?
running up against a hard deadline, and they're going to have to pay
Doesn't matter.
Watson to sit on the bench.
It's
They're
not.
That
gonna
mean it
do
would go
The
down.
Dolphins. The Dolphins
'Cause
offer is ongoing. That stands.
Well,
It already
it's still
contains
out
3.
there.
It already contains 3
It already
firsts.
contains 3 firsts already.
And
other
two-
teams
That's
are gonna
the
press
baseline.
match it.
Look,
I'm
and
saying
again,
the Nick
One
Needham
press
trade. What I was saying earlier is that the Nick Needham trade is to acquire a second to pad it in case they throw out that they want a
Again,
second
guys,
now too.
again.
But why would we want Deshaun Watson if Tua is a better quarterback?
Oh,
I'm trying to
wait, I
figure this one
forgot.
out.
The other
You'll stop
first round
that. Hey,
pick,
stop
the other
that,
first
Crypto.
round pick will be X going there, and then we're going to go get J.C. Jack.
This all this nonsense.
Oh, my
There you go.
goodness.
There you go.
Tua
Stand
is
the
much a
pot
better
like you do,
quarterback.
Crypto. They're going to stand the
Tua,
part.
Tua is much a better quarterback. Why are we going through this exercise?
That's what I've
When
been
we
trying
know
to tell
Tua
these
is
guys.
more
They don't
elite.
listen. Tua the GOAT.
I forgot about that. I forgot about
Yeah.
X going to Houston.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
again,
that's the other first round pick.
Cutler's full on delusional. He already
This
got a
this is a nonsense exercise. We have the GOAT in the building already.
Yeah,
to bring another bit of reality, Russell Wilson in a 4th round pick went for 2 first rounders, 2 second rounders, and a 5th rounder, along with Drew Lock, Noah Fant, and Shelby Harris. So
that's going to be a 3-1 and a 1.
So if you took 2 first rounders, the 2 second rounders, and the 5th, that probably equates in the numbers to another first rounder. You can count that all those picks as 3 first rounders, and then you could say probably Shelby Harris, Noah Fant, and Drew Lock are the equivalent of another first rounder in a second round. I mean, you're going to need 5 first round picks again to get DeShaun, and that offer was 5 first round picks beats that offer. The thing is, they're going to want a little bit more, and I think they give them this deal, and whatever they sell Tua for is what they'll throw on top.
Right, Chris. And the tender to Needham today was to signal to the Texans what we think he's worth.
That's right. That's right. And listen, I guarantee you Needham was one of the names they threw out in the trade package that they wanted. And now that Needham played in multiple positions,
that's how they camper without actually championing.
That's right.
They make the tender to Needham public as a second round, so that Houston gets the signal that that's what we value him at. We
have a top 5 tight end. We have Needham as a second rounder. There's also Christian Wilkins and Xavier Howard and 3 first round picks. They'll let all that walk.
Gesicki.
That's what I already said. Gesicki.
Oh, okay. Bro, that's a part of our team. What do we have left?
What are you talking about?
Hey, we'll throw in Gaskin too.
I'm saying every one of those guys.
Secchi's not going anywhere.
Every one of those guys that I just named, all of them could go, or a package of them in first and second round picks. It's coming, boys. Just prepare yourselves.
We can throw in Gaskin too, and then pick up D'Ernest.
So when you
$3.5 million,
that don't make any sense.
Like that means you're paying Agba.
That means you're gonna have to play Agba.
No, I think they let Agba walk. I think Agba's going to get like 15,
So
16 million.
There's too much comparable out there for
Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins
is
trade bait. Christian Wilkins to
I'm
me.
saying, even though you know you're not gonna pay Agba, you still gonna trade Christian Wilkins right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yep. And I would.
The defense gonna regret.
Yeah, you ain't gonna, if we're getting Watson, all the Tigers on the team are safe.
No, I think Christian Wilkins his
What
trade value is never going to be higher. It's not about Tigers, the Clemson Tigers.
Oh,
because Christian Wilkins is a Clemson Tiger. I like the guy, the pass rusher from the Chargers, Nwosu. I think he's him or Muhammad, the guy from
I like Muhammad from UM.
From the Colts. One of those two guys. I'll take either one of them, and we could probably sign him for $20 million for 2 years, 18 guaranteed would be a great deal for them.
Though that Nwosu in whatever language it's from really means no dice.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be shutting down the video. To hell with all y'all's last thoughts. How about that?
All right.
Well, the hell was yours.
Whatever. Listen, we can come back here tomorrow with Mike on the mic, guys. Hang backstage. We'll talk a little bit more. Guys, if you guys are watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, again, please come over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Check out all the great content. I already went through it all. You guys already know. If you don't know, you're missing out. Subscribe to the channel. What are you doing? We're tailgate partying all night. It's just, debauchery, as you can see, and it's only going to get crazier. Got interviews coming up here in the near future with some more people I'm going to work out. Keep your eyes peeled. Make sure to turn your notification bell on. This is the tailgate party that never stops. We'll catch you guys next time.